Good morning, good morning. Welcome back, if you have joined us last night, to the Weekender Virtual Retreat. We are so excited to be here. We're all bright-eyed and bushy-tailed here on the Pacific Coast. It's about 8 a.m., so we are raring to go, and we're going to have a very, very fun day, a long, full day of crafting. So whether you're watching on replay or maybe you're watching last night, depending on your time zone, no matter what, it's going to be a great day. We're going to have so much fun. Again, I'm Kim Kesty, broadcasting here from the Spellbinders studio, and I have a great team with me today, too. I'm not alone, so let's go ahead and start with our moderator. Last night we had Miss Nicole for a little bit, and now we've got a Spellbinders squad. Say good morning.
Guys. Good morning. I am happy to be here, and I will be answering comments. Remember, if you've got a question, start it with all caps question, because that'll make it a little bit easier for me to pick out. But keep them coming. I want to hear all the things that you have to say, and we will, of course, be relaying that to Kim. So if you've got things that you're burning to tell her, make sure you type those in the chat, and I will pass that on.
And I just have to say, I love how everyone's just been so chatty and helpful for each other, and we had so much engagement last night. It really does make it fun for us, and hopefully, in addition, fun for you. I know a lot of you are making new friends here in the Weekender group. When you have that collective crafty mind, I mean, I don't know, magic happens. And last night we had, I guess I heard later that we had a magical bird kind of come into the situation last night. I didn't even notice. So we'll see if that happens again today. You know, you never know. Sometimes shenanigans happen during the Weekender virtual retreat. But of course we have got a master in the controls back there. Let's say hi to Gavin. Yay! And I want to bring Josie in this morning. Josie, pop in.
Hi.
It's those of you, again, who might just be watching fresh on day 2 here. We did introduce Josie last night, but I always want to put the face to the name here. Josie, of course, does all of our creative direction for all Spellbinders products,
For
including
a lot of Spellbinders, yeah.
including all the special kits we have, which, of course, we have to show off our pretty box again.
I know, this was a fun one to work on.
This was a fun one.
It really was.
I think when we have a tight theme, and that's probably why you enjoy club so much too, that you just really have a chance to expand and work on that theme, make everything work together.
Yeah, it's fun.
Yay!
And I love all the projects that we're seeing online.
And I'm loving your, yeah, she's dressed. I've got the little bit of animal print, and you got the actual animal.
I'm vibing.
I love it. Now, is this a vintagey one or no?
It's not. But I do have a lot of vintage shirts, but this one's not. But this is my spirit animal for today.
Ooh, I like it. I like it.
Yeah, and I'll be joining Erin, commenting and answering questions. So, yeah,
absolutely.
I look forward to today. So I will see you guys later.
Cool. Awesome. And we are going to actually pop up the Saturday schedule today. I know some of you have seen it on the Facebook group, but we thought, you know what, let's just bring it to you fresh and live. We are, of course, doing our morning introductions. And we're going to start out with a bang this morning. We're going to have Yana teaching a class, which she did pre-record, but we are lucky enough to have her live, and we're going to bring her in just a minute to kind of kick off her little class time here. That's going to be really fun. And then you'll see that we have break times built in. The break times might end a little flexible, like they might start a tiny bit earlier or end a little bit later. But we will always start the proper class time. In other words, we'll catch up with you. So we will for sure have a break, but then we'll start promptly at 10:30 with Sarah's class. So if you guys are kind of watching the clock and deciding, you know, if you're going to run out and grab dinner or whatever, or maybe get your DoorDash, just know that those class times will all be accurate. But the breaks might float a little bit here and there. It's all good. All right, so we're going to have a long, full day, as you can just see there. And I think right now we should bring in our very first instructor for the day, and that is Miss Yana. Maybe we'll pull her in a smaller window to start out with. Hey, girl.
Hello. I was just grabbing my wild cat so I can scare him, but he's not in the mood to be on camera. But hello, everyone. As you can tell, I'm on safari. I have a little safari in my craft room, some wild plants,
I
a little
love it.
safari hat and shirt, and I even have like a safari flask. Let's imagine this is a water flask. I didn't have a proper safari water flask, but I did
actually
have this.
think,
And I
Yana,
wanted
can
to
we
get
make
in
Yana a
character.
little bit bigger? I want to see her bigger. Yes, I love it. You can still hear me when you're big on the screen. I don't know. I'm sometimes confused about Zoom, but yes. So I love seeing you bigger. This is so awesome. You are so in the theme. It's totally great. And I also want to spend a couple minutes asking you about, didn't you just have kind of a nice adventure? I don't know how wild it was, but just recently. Tell me a little bit about that.
I did. I went on vacation. It was in Mallorca. That's an island
Ooh.
in the Mediterranean. This is like my favorite place on earth. I've been there 4 times already, and I want to keep coming back every single time. It is just beautiful, beautiful scenery, beautiful beaches, beautiful sea, wonderful people. It was just amazing. I was there for like 5 days, but
Nice.
guys, that was like all I needed. I came back nice and refreshed and ready to start back,
Yay.
start crafting.
Well, there you go. Start off with the weekender. Okay. So I was just mentioning earlier that you did pre-record your class. We always do that kind of as a safety measure. And it also gives you a chance to just 100% be in there commenting on what class is going on. So it's going to be a fun
Yeah.
time.
Yes, yes, yes. I'll be there in the comments with you guys. My cards are a little simpler, but nonetheless, they're dramatic.
Wow.
Like, I like my cards dark and vibrant and dramatic with some tips and tricks and techniques. So hopefully you'll enjoy them. And yes, if you have questions, let me know. I'm right there in the comments. So I should be able to answer that. And I'm happy to just chat, even if you're not crafting live, which is totally okay. If you're just watching, I know many of you guys are simply watching and then you like rewatch again and craft again, totally fine. If you just want to chat, let's chat. Let's fire up the chat and have a wonderful time.
I love it. I love it. Okay, so what I think we'll do now is we're gonna put Yana's window big. We're gonna run her recorded video there, and then stick around, Yana, if you can, and then we'll bring you back in after the video finishes, and then we'll kind of say our goodbyes after that. Sound good?
Yes, will do.
All right, let's roll it.
Hi everyone, I'm Yana Smakula. Welcome to the Weekender virtual event from Spellbinders. I'm super excited to be one of your instructors, and I'm excited to teach the Bird of Paradise card class today. Now, this video is pre-recorded. We had to do it this way for, to avoid technical difficulties and skip, having internet issues and all of that. So this video is pre-recorded, but my goal is to make it feel as if you are crafting live with me. I'm right there in the comments with you, so if you guys have questions while you're watching my video, please feel free to put them in the comment section and I'll do my absolute best to reply. For my class, we're using 2 products, the Bird of Paradise and Jungle Blooms, to add a couple of accents to the projects. So let's go ahead and dive in. I always like to make bold and dramatic cards. So for my tutorial and for my project, I decided to create a 5x7 top folding card featuring the beautiful Bird of Paradise on a dark blue or like a dark teal background. This is very much like me. I love vibrant colors like this, and I wanted to give you an opportunity to experience those bold and dramatic colors on your cards. Like I mentioned, this is a 5x7 card, but it is a top folding card, so it opens at the top. I'll show you how to create this type of card base in this video. It's very easy to do, and you're going to love it. The reason I like the top folding cards is because they kind of stand a little bit better on my desk, and I don't have problems with them falling over. Now, here is a look at the bonus card that I have for you today, and this one features the Wildcat die, as well as a whole bunch of other products from our Weekender box. We have the beautiful embossed background created with the embossing folder from the kit. We also have another Bird of Paradise here in the background, some additional foliage from a couple of other sets, and some gems, and of course, a beautiful sentiment. And I'll talk a little bit more about this card at the end of this video once we're done with this project. Now, because this is a Spellbinders event, and because of course we're working with dies, you guys will first have to do a whole bunch of die cutting. Yes, this is probably something that you can do now if you haven't done so already. Feel free to pause the video and die cut all the pieces that you will need to make this project. We will be die cutting the pieces from colored cardstock. Then I will walk you through the assembly and some ink blending, because we are going to be adding ink blending to these to help the images pop. So here is a look at this die set. It doesn't have a lot of pieces. It's a small set, but mighty. I really love this set. And there are many different ways as to how you can assemble your bird of paradise. I looked up some images online and, I assembled my bird of paradise here in one way, but I actually want to do this slightly differently on video and show you a couple of different ways how you can assemble. So stay tuned for that. So go ahead and start doing your die cutting. You will need the cardstock that came in your kit, although I will tell you right away that you will also need to use some additional cardstock. Here I have my Spellbinders cardstock swatch. By the way, this is super handy. This includes all 48 colors of cardstock, beautiful Spellbinders color wheel cardstock. And this was created using the Spellbinders petal die that was designed especially or specifically to help you create beautiful swatches. So if you have not seen this before, search for petal die on the Spellbinders website and you'll be able to find this and maybe create your own little, color chart for your cardstock, whether it's Spellbinders cardstock or, it could be a different brand cardstock or any other thing that you need to swatch. Super duper helpful. So I will say that in your kit, you received half a letter sheet of several colors of cardstock. And I am using a lot of those, but you will also need to pull some cardstock from your stash and hopefully you have some, because for the background of this card, we're using Oceanside. And this is basically, for this card, it took me 2 sheets of Oceanside, 2 letter sheets of Oceanside cardstock to create this project, because first of all, we have the 5x7 card base, that's 1 sheet. Then we also have another panel on the front of our card, that's half a sheet. And then we used some more of this beautiful cardstock to do the die cutting. So you will need a lot of this color, and hopefully you can use the cardstock that came in your kit, and maybe you have this in your stash. If not, look for a similar cardstock color. So to create this card, you will need the following pieces. You will need to die cut 2 of the larger leaves, and I die cut those from the same Oceanside cardstock. The leaves also come with this central vine piece, and I cut this from the same cardstock because it's going to go on top like this. Now, if you're up for experimenting, and this is not something I did for this card, but this is something I experimented with as I was working on this project. I was trying to find some other ways to, make the leaves interesting. And here's one of the leaves that I created where I basically did a 2-tone leaf. It's very, very easy to do, really. It's not that hard. You would need to die cut 2 leaves, one from Oceanside and one from Rainforest cardstock. Cut the Rainforest cardstock piece in half down the center, like right here in the center. You would also need it's helpful to have another piece, another leaf. Like here I have another leaf cut from yet another color of green cardstock. It's not necessary, but it is helpful. And then you just kind of piece the 2 pieces together, like the 2 colors together. And where you have a seam in the center, you just cover that up with your little vein or wine. So it looks really, really nice and gives you different options as to how you can create those leaves. Now you can also add ink blending, and this is something that we will be doing to our leaves to add a little bit more interest, to help add shading and make them look a bit more dimensional. Let me set this aside real quick. And I want to show you these 2 leaves side by side. With this one, I made this one a while back. I already added ink blending, and you can see how it compares to the one without the ink blending. The one with the ink blending, let me zoom in a bit for you guys so you can see this a little bit better. The one with the ink blending looks a little bit more interesting. It kind of has, depth to it, and it just, I don't know, it looks better in my opinion. So this is what we're going to do. We're going to add ink blending. So hopefully you went ahead and you die cut those leaf pieces by now. Let's go ahead and grab our glue. I'm using the Bearly Art glue and adhere the pieces together. We're going to adhere the pieces together first and then add the ink blending. Because I have found if you do the ink blending first and then adhere the central piece, your central piece will lack the ink blended ink. And while it does look interesting, this is not exactly the look I was going for. So just add a little bit of glue down the center. like this, and adhere your little piece in place. Now for the ink blending, I am going to use inks from Hero Arts and the Spellbinders blending brushes. You are welcome to use whichever inks and blending brushes you have in your stash. You simply want to add color to these and add a little bit of shading. So let me grab my ink pads. For this particular cardstock color, so this is again Oceanside, I'm going to use Nautical ink from Hero Arts. This is basically the darkest blue that I have in my stash. So grab the darkest blue that you have, load up your blending brush. This is the, I like to call it the large and fluffy Spellbinders blending brush. So this is, Spellbinders has 3 sizes of blending brushes. This is the largest one that they have. And it is my favorite one because I can load it up quickly and I can apply a whole lot of color with this blending brush in no time. So see, it was that easy. I just quickly blended this, and you can take more time if you want. You could even come back with a black ink pad and a black blending brush and add even darker color, like add black at the very base of the leaf if you really want to darken this blue. But I kind of feel like I like it the way it is. Also, this is going to lighten a bit. It's not going to be quite as dark because right now I have just applied the ink and the ink is still wet. So it looks darker than it is going to be once it dries. So just something to keep in mind. If you do want this to be darker, maybe add that black ink blending. This is the leaf that I created a couple days ago, and you can hopefully see that it is in fact lighter. Okay, cool. So we have these 2 leaves created. Next, we have a lot of die cutting and a lot of ink blending to do. So next we're going to work on these leaves. So there are 4 smaller leaves in this project, I should say, and I've already die cut these pieces. So the leaves themselves were cut from the rainforest cardstock, and the central pieces were cut from the fern cardstock. So we are using the medium and the dark green. And once again, we want to go ahead and glue those in place. Just add a little bit of glue down the center. This is what I really love the Bearly Art glue for. It allows me to add a very fine line of glue without the glue oozing out to the sides, although it does ooze sometimes when I'm not very careful and I add too much. But if I am careful, if I take my time, I can add just the right amount of glue and don't have any glue boogers. Can we call them boogers? I don't know. Anyhow, I really love, bottom line, I really love this glue for gluing my little die cut pieces in place. But whichever glue you're using, just make sure you're not adding too much, because if you have glue oozing out from the side, it will sort of coat your cardstock, and when you add ink blending, you won't be able to blend over that glue because it will be protecting the color of cardstock that is underneath. It's like kind of like emboss resist, you know, when you emboss with clear embossing powder and then you ink blend over it, whatever is trapped under the embossing powder will remain the color that it was prior to embossing. So that's why it's kind of important you don't have any glue oozing from the sides of your die cuts. Okay, with this one done, I'm also going to do some ink blending, and I actually have 2 colors of ink for this one. Again, I have my large fluffy Spellbinders blending brushes, and I have Moss and Forever Green. So Moss is a slightly lighter color, and then the Forever Green is slightly darker. I am going to be kind of careful because I don't want to mess up this little end of the leaf, but I do also want to add quite a bit of color because I only want the tip of the leaf to remain this true rainforest color. Okay, just like that. And you can actually see I had a bit of glue ooze out here. and now it's protecting my cardstock color and I can't add ink blending over that. Well, that's okay. It still works, but just something to keep in mind as you do your ink blending. Now for this, you could also switch to a smaller blending brush, but I don't want to say that I'm lazy, but I am a little lazy, and sometimes I just love these large blending brushes because I can apply ink in just like no time. Okay, this is good. Now, if you run out of, your colored cardstock, and let's say for some reason you don't have any more colored cardstock left, you could always die cut these pieces from white cardstock and then use your inks and ink blend them to be any color you need them to be. Again, something to keep in mind as you're working on your projects. Because I know not everybody has all of these colors and not everybody has enough of each cardstock color. In fact, when I was getting ready to film this video and I was pulling all of my cardstock, I used my last 2 sheets of the Oceanside cardstock to set aside for the card base of this card. Okay, this is done. You know what? I'm actually going to skip the Forever Green before these leaves because they look nice as is. So hopefully you guys are crafting along with me and my pace is good, so you can not only watch, but if you do prefer to craft along, you have that opportunity. Okay, for the actual flower now. Now the flower is a little tricky. So we have this die. Let me grab the die. So we have this die, and this die has a little score line in the center. This is designed so that you can fold this piece in half, fold along the score line. You can use your bone folder and burnish the fold. Let me do that quickly. Okay, so just burnish the fold like that. And this way you have the flower that is facing left or a flower that is facing right. You also have like this little vessel in the center, a little container where you can tuck all of these colorful petals in. Okay, so the pieces, they all have their names, and I had to look them up online because obviously I had no idea what these pieces were called. So we have the stem first, that is easy. Now the piece that we just folded, that's sepal. Very easy to remember, sepal. Then we have the petals. We'll be making the petals from these colorful pieces. And then we also have stigma or stigma. I don't know how to pronounce that. And that's the little blue piece that goes in the center in between the petals. I hope that makes sense to you guys now. So with the Bird of Paradise, there are a couple of ways, or multiple ways really, to assemble this flower. And if you Google Bird of Paradise and pay close attention as to how these petals are positioned, you will see a variety of ways to assemble your little die cut. You have all the individual pieces, and then you can really play around and have fun creating different arrangements. If you look closely also, you will see that this one is assembled slightly different than this one. I'll grab this card because this one illustrates it a little bit better. I only have 3 petals here, and then I have the little blue piece in here, versus with these flowers, I actually have 6 petals. So again, different ways to assemble. Now, before we jump to that, this piece, the sepal, comes in different colors. I have seen this done in green. I've also seen this done in red. And I've seen this where there is a blend, a transition from like red to green. In my instructions, I do tell you to add a little bit of red ink blending, but obviously because this is a green die cut, you can't really blend red over green. But we do have a little bit of the darker green ink blended here, and if you look really closely, you can kind of see a little bit of that red. Now to bring in more red to these flowers, I had you die cut these pieces from red cardstock and simply tuck them inside the green die cut. So this is another way how you can do this. You could also die cut this from white cardstock and just do the ink blending, ink blend with green on one side and red on another side. In fact, why don't we do this? Let's go ahead and give it a try. So I die cut this from white cardstock, and I'm now going to add color to it. I'm going to ink blend Cranberry, Hero Arts Cranberry ink from one edge, from one side. Going to go rather heavy-handed here. I've switched to my smaller blending brush, although I could have easily done this with a larger brush. So I'm just going to ink this up and then go ahead and switch to, let's do moss for the other end and have these two colors transition one into another. And this is going to look more realistic. So if you want to have this more realistic look, die cut this piece from white cardstock and add the ink blending with red and green ink. I'm curious to see if any of you are going to attempt this, and I would love to see the results, the cards that you come up with in the Facebook group gallery. Okay, so this is that. I'm not going to do this. I'm going to stick to my plan. I'm going to stick to the way I made these on my card example so that there's no confusion. Okay, for this card, so for this flower, I'm going to open up my green piece, grab my ink. Now, because I'm ink blending the darker green, this is the Spellbinders Fern. This is the darkest green that we have. I'm just going to use the darker green ink, which is the Forever Green, and really go in heavy-handed and add like a whole bunch of ink here. Okay, that looks good. Next, let's clean up my work area. And again, grab the cranberry, grab the large blending brush, and apply a little bit of that red to the very tip. It's going to take some time to dry, and it will look different, not quite as dark and dramatic once this is dry. So this is what it looks like now. Okay, very cool, right? Okay, we also have the red piece, and if you want, you could just, you could add the ink blending in the exact same way to the red piece. So let's go ahead and do that. And if you want to, be really fun and wild and experiment with things, you could add green ink blending to this die cut as well, just for fun, just to see what it's going to look like. I'm not going to do that. I'm just going to add a little bit of red. Let's clean this up. And we have the two pieces created. So now I'm going to go ahead and glue them together. Let me zoom in. So I'm going to add glue inside my green piece and just stick my red piece in there and fold in half. I'm not adding glue to the very center just yet. I don't want to glue that down. I don't want these glued together. I'm just adding glue between the red and the green layers. So that's it. So one of these is now created. And you can see that this looks kind of similar to the sepal on our finished card. Now we also have this piece, and this is the stem. We need to add ink blending to this as well and glue that onto our piece. Okay, I'm just going to add a little bit. I'm not even re-inking, not even grabbing any more ink onto my blending brush. I already have plenty. So just re-blending that, and I can now adhere the stem onto this piece. Now I can also decide which way I want my flower to face. And remember, on the finished card, we have some that are facing left, we have two that are facing left, and one that is facing right. To adhere the stem, I like to add a little bit of glue there in the center on both sides. Hopefully you guys can see that. And then tuck this inside like so. And you can change the angle if you want. Like, this is the cool thing about this die set and this flower. You can customize it and make it your own. I'm going to set a magnet on top. I'm working on a magnetic glass board, and I have these magnets, and they really help me apply pressure onto my die cuts or onto my cards, and they free my hands while the glue is drying. So if you've never seen this before, this is a magnetic glass board and a magnet. Okay, let me zoom out a bit. We have the base for one first flower almost created, but we have 2 more flowers to do. So let's go ahead and quickly do that. I'm not going to spend quite as much time on these explaining as I did on the first card, because this is just, we're doing the same thing. So first grab your red die cuts and your cranberry ink. You basically want to use a dark red, possibly the darkest red you have in your stash, because you want to have a fair amount of contrast. Remember, this ink will look lighter once it dries, so don't be afraid to add, you know, a lot of color, a lot of ink onto this piece. I'm going to set these aside, and I also want to add a little bit of red onto the tip of these green die kits. And I can do 2 at a time. See how I'm holding them down with my fingers? So I'm holding them down with one hand and applying the ink with another hand. Well, that's efficiency, I guess. I don't usually do things this way, but it's kind of fun to try. Okay, let me clean this red ink off, flip my die cuts to the other side, grab my Forever Green ink pad, and ink blend those with the Forever Green from the other end. Like that. Okay, cool. And remember, we also have these stems to ink blend. Okay. And with these, I'm not going with a circular motion. I'm rather pulling the ink down, because these are delicate die cuts. If I were to go in a circular motion, I probably would have damaged them, and I really don't want to do that. So I'm just pulling the ink down, like so. Let me clean up real quick, and we can continue building our flowers. Okay, remember that we need to fold these in half carefully. I have them over my finger, and I'm kind of bending them over my finger to make that easier. Hopefully you guys can see that. Okay, like so. Using my bone folder to burnish the fold. It's okay if you folded it and it's not even. Totally okay, because we're going to tuck the red piece inside, and it's not going to be visible if you did not fold it evenly. So just go ahead and fold the other pieces. Okay. The die creates a score line for you, so that does make it easier to fold them, but you still need to be kind of careful and go slow and use the bone folder to burnish the fold. Okay, almost done. Okay, now remember, we need to add glue to the inside of the green piece and tuck the red piece inside. Now, you have control over how far you want to tuck the red piece. If you want more of the red piece to stick out, you don't have to tuck it, you know, that far down. And now let's do this one too. Okay. These are now ready. Okay. Now let's go ahead and add these stems. And remember, we now need to make flowers that face in the opposite direction. Let's go ahead and add glue and adhere these in place. Okay, like so. Put a magnet on top. I also saw J.C. Gaspar. He created a card. One of the bonus cards that he made was with this Bird of Paradise die set, and it was absolutely gorgeous, so be sure to check it out. JC is such a talented artist. There's a lot to learn from him. So go ahead and add glue, and again, remember, you can change the angle. You can manipulate the angle and have these, you know, at a different angle on your card. So the flower bases basically are now ready. We also have these blue pieces, and I've cut 4 of them. just because the die will cut 2 in a single pass. And the die will cut pieces that face in different directions too, so you can adjust them for the different flowers. So I'll probably use this one here. I'll use this one here, and then I have another one to experiment. Maybe I will. Okay, we'll see. So let's set these aside for now. We do need to add ink blending to those. Even though these are very small pieces, I still feel like adding ink blending can really enhance a little die cut. So don't skip this step. Grab your blending brush. I am using my super large blending brush, and I'm just going to quickly add like a teeny tiny bit of ink. And I'm kind of angling my blending brush to make sure I hit the right spot on my die cut. It would have been smarter to switch to a smaller blending brush, but I already have too many things on my desk. And I also wanted to show you guys that you can just as easily ink blend with large blending brushes, even a small piece. So let's go ahead and finish that. We also have the petals that we die cut from colored cardstock. We have petals cut from yellow, orange, and red, and we will be adding ink blending to those next. Let me move these out of the way, clean my desk, clean my fingers, and grab the next set of die cuts. I'm going to grab all of yellow die cuts first. Now these were created using this die, and as you can see, it already cuts 3 pieces in a single pass. And the pieces again face different directions. Let me flip these upside down. So we have a piece that faces right, a piece that faces left, and then another piece that is just centered. And again, this is for you to make it easier for you to create flowers that are facing left or right. I'm first going to grab all of the yellow pieces. These were cut from saffron cardstock. And again, I'm going to add ink blending to those. I have the Hero Arts Butter Bar ink. I have my Spellbinders medium-sized blending brush, and let's go ahead and load it up and add color to these pieces. You want to go heavy-handed because, again, the ink will dry and it's not going to be as noticeable, as visible on the finished card. You know what, guys? I think I'm going to switch to my larger blending brush and just ink blend these all super quickly. I can hold them with my finger. Maybe let's do 2 at a time. That seems easier. Okay, perfect. And then the next 2. You really want to add some ink blending to these because, you know, I feel the finished project is going to look so much more interesting when you have that variation in color and color depth. Okay, these are done. Let me set them aside so that the ink has time to dry. Again, clean my desk and let's grab the orange pieces. Orange pieces were die cut from the Carrot cardstock from Spellbinders. And again, we have 9 in total. We don't really need 9 because we're only going to be using 2 per card. But I went ahead and I die cut 9 just in case, you know, in case I want to make additional cards. And by the way, we do need 1 additional Bird of Paradise flower for the bonus card. So these pieces could easily work for the bonus card. Okay, I'm going to ink blend these with the Hero Arts Pumpkin ink. Let me flip these, load up my brush. This is a brand new blending brush. It doesn't have any other color on it. Okay, these are done. Moving on. Blending these next 2. And I am itching to create with other dyes from the Weekender. That waterfall dye, oh my gosh, you guys, it is so brilliant. And then the chameleon, oh, So good. I mean, all of the dyes in this Weekender are just amazing. But then again, the previous Weekender, if you participated, by the way, let me know in the comments how many of you participated in the previous Weekender. I would love to know. I loved the previous Weekender. The box was amazing. This box is just as good. The dyes are just as good. Oh, look at that. I forgot 2 of those. How did that happen? I don't know. Okay, here's my blending brush. Let's go ahead and add the color quickly. Okay, now let's go ahead and grab orange or red, the poppy. These were cut from poppy cardstock. I'm not going to clean my my work surface because it doesn't matter if I pick up some of that orange, because I am going to ink blend these with the cranberry ink, which will certainly overpower the pumpkin, and there will be absolutely no contamination on the blending brush or, the ink pad. So it doesn't matter if I clean my desk between those 2 colors or not. Okay, adding color to those. And again, these were die cut from poppy cardstock, and I'm ink blending them with the Hero Arts cranberry ink. You basically want to use dark red, maybe the darkest red that you have in your stash. Just blend those quickly. We're actually almost done blending all of the pieces for our card. In fact, I think we are done with all of the ink blending. Yeah, because we have pretty much all of the pieces cut and blended, and then just the flowers are left. And I didn't do any ink blending for the flowers because they were so small. Okay, we have our pieces now nice and ready. Let me go ahead and set this aside for now real quick. And let's grab our very first flower. So the very first flower, I want to assemble this one in the exact same way as I did on my example, just so that you guys know what to do. And then with the other 2 flowers, we can kind of start to experiment. So what I did for my very first flower is I just alternated the colors. I have 6 petals here. I started with the orange. I then had the red. I then had the yellow, and I basically used a variety. Some are facing right, some are facing left, some are just facing to the top. Okay, so let me find that one yellow, and you can see that the yellow ink blending, it's already dry and it doesn't look as dark as it used to. Okay, I've zoomed in a bit for you, so hopefully you can see this now a bit better. Next we have orange, we have another one in red, and another one in yellow, but this one is now facing left. So we have all of these 6 pieces, and you notice there's like a little dot at the end. The dot is there to help you glue these together. So you just add a dot of glue onto that dot and start stacking. Now this is going to end up being quite dimensional, but that's okay because we can easily tuck that in the center of our flower. So just glue these, and you really do need to use glue. I used to not be a fan of glue. I used to be all about like foam adhesive and double-sided tape. But then, I don't know, came a day when I discovered Bearly Art Glue with a fine tip nozzle. I'm like, nope, not going back. I mean, I'm still using the tape runners, and foam adhesive, of course, but when it comes to gluing or assembling little tiny pieces like these, I'm using glue. There's no way I'm using a tape runner to stick these together. Okay, and to finish this flower, we just need to open it up a little bit, add the glue to the center where we have that red area, okay? Tuck the petals inside. And you want to tuck them not at the very end, not at the very front, but like about 2/3 or like 1/3 away from the end of the flower, if that makes sense. And then you also have the blue piece, and the blue piece, it can go in the center or it can be a little bit closer to the other petals like this. And then just squeeze these together so that you get the glue everywhere, and just let it sit and let the glue dry, and your very first flower is ready. See, it pretty much is the same as the one that I created. So let me set this one aside. Okay, next we are going to create this flower. And for this one, again, I started with a yellow petal, a red petal, an orange petal, and all of these are facing right. And then I had, again, a yellow petal, a red petal, and an orange petal. I do want to change this up a little bit and give you a different option. So instead of doing it this way, which is if you want to repeat the card that I have, the flower that I have on my card, this is how you would do it, and then you would add this little blue piece. But instead, I'm going to try and do like two pieces, two blue pieces, if you will. First, I'm going to tuck this one, tuck the blue one inside like this, or the orange one, excuse me. I'm messing up my colors today, apparently. So just tuck that in. You could also use a straight one. Maybe a straight one would be better. Okay, but maybe I push it down a bit. Yeah, I don't want it going outside the edge of the flower, so let's do it this way. I'm experimenting on the go, you guys, so just bear with me. But I think you would appreciate me showing you multiple ways to assemble these flowers. So I have that adhered. Next, I'm going to add a dab of glue and add the blue piece like this. And the blue piece can overlap the other petals. You know, it doesn't have to stand all on its own. It can easily overlap. And then I want to overlap these two. So I want to have yellow and orange. Okay, and I'm going to stick them over the blue piece like this. Okay, cool. And then for my last cluster, I'm going to go with yellow, blue. Let's go ahead and start gluing these. So the yellow is going to go over the blue, overlapping it a bit, okay, like this. Let me zoom in so you guys can see this better. Okay, and then I want to add orange. So here I have the orange and another yellow, but maybe have the yellow face in a different direction like this. See, you can really play and create custom petal arrangement with these die cuts. And that's the cool thing about this die. You know, you have all of these individual pieces. There is no one right or wrong way to assemble these. You can play, you can have fun, you can experiment, and then this is going to go inside here. How cool is that? Oh, I already love it. So just either, take a screenshot of how I have this flower assembled, or go on Pinterest or go on Google and type Bird of Paradise and really zoom in at how the petals are, placed, and use that as a guide to place your petals. Isn't that cool? Oh my gosh. I just love the way this turned out. It's very different from my original flower, yet still pretty, right? Cool, love it. Okay, and then we have the last flower to assemble, and it is this one here. So for this flower, I just used the 3 petals and the little blue piece, and I think I'm kind of going to go with that because I don't want this flower to be too distracting. This is something that I have in the background of my card, so I just want it to be like a flower on the smaller side. So I'll just go with red, orange. Let's stick these together, and then let's add another one, but in yellow. Okay. Like that. and tuck all of these inside. Okay, let the glue dry. And with all the pieces now ready, we can start assembling our card. Now, by the way, look at these. We have all of these little bits. Save them because you can use them for the next bird of paradise flower that you will be making. Now, before we jump to the assembly, we also need to create a sentiment. For this card, I went with a skinny strip happy birthday sentiment. First, because I never have enough birthday sentiments on hand, and second, because it made sense for my design. I wanted a simple strip here at the bottom for my arrangement to radiate from. You could as easily replace this with a vase if you're, playing with other supplies from your stash. See if you have a container and you can use that as a vase for this floral arrangement. You could easily replace that and place like a little container here, maybe push your arrangement slightly more toward the top. But for this design, I wanted a skinny strip for my arrangement to radiate from. So I picked the happy birthday sentiment from the kit. There are coordinating dies available for these stamps, but there is no coordinating die for the happy birthday because it's just a skinny strip sentiment. So instead, I used a banner die from my stash. I'm sure you guys all have banner dies in your stash. If you don't, I will show you how to create one using your paper trimmer. So I have my cardstock, I have my stamp. I am working on the same Oceanside cardstock. I have my Spellbinders clear embossing ink. We also need white embossing powder for this. Here I have one, and an anti-static powder tool. I believe you guys have all heat embossed in the past, but if you haven't, here's how you do it. You first use an anti-static powder tool and you treat your paper with anti-static powder. You need to do this because otherwise your embossing is not going to be nice and neat. The grease from your fingers will stick to your paper and thus the embossing powder will then stick to those greasy areas. So it just helps to pre-treat your cardstock with anti-static powder. Next, you grab your stamp and ink it up with clear embossing ink. You need to use specialty ink for this, the kind of ink that stays wet longer because, well, we need a little bit of time to be able to stamp our sentiment, open up the embossing powder jar, and pour the embossing powder. I am stamping this 3 times. I really don't need to stamp it 3 times. I just need the one sentiment. But whenever I do heat embossing, especially with skinny strip sentiments like these, I know I will mess up. So it helps to have extras right away. Next, I'm going to add my white embossing powder on top. Tap off the excess. Double check to make sure it looks nice. Pour the rest of the embossing powder back into the jar. We don't want to waste any of this. And then we're going to need a heat tool to melt the powder in place. The key to heat embossing is you want to let your heat tool run for a couple of seconds, maybe 20 or 30 seconds, so that your heat tool is nice and hot. And then once it's hot, you bring it to your cardstock and you keep it moving. You don't want to keep it in one spot, just keep it moving. You can also heat your paper from the back until you melt the embossing powder. Don't keep it in one space for too long because you can actually have the embossing powder melt and go into the paper. You can melt it too badly, I guess. And it doesn't take long to melt a skinny sentiment like this. So this is now done. Do give the embossing powder a couple of seconds to cool. You know what I've done in the past? I've embossed it and then I went over with my finger right away and it smeared the whole thing. So give it a couple of seconds to cool and then use a pencil eraser or a wet baby wipe, like a damp baby wipe, and use that to erase the leftover anti-static powder from your paper. You can see that my paper had kind of this milky residue. That's that anti-static powder that was sitting there to help us keep our embossing nice and neat. Well, now that we've embossed our paper, we need to remove that. Okay, with that done, you guys can go ahead and either use your banner die to cut this sentiment out, or If you don't have a banner die, I'm going to show you how you can cut this using a paper trimmer, just in case not everyone has a banner die. So go ahead and remove the extra cardstock. You guys can see that I have like a whole bunch of extra scraps here. So pop this into your paper trimmer. Make sure it's nice and straight and cut. Then I like to flip it to the other side. Again, make sure it's nice and straight and cut. And there we have it. Super easy. This is not exactly perfect. It's a little imperfect, but this will do. And next I'm going to use my scissors to trim the ends and create a little V. To create the V, you just make a little cut in the center like so. And then you come in from the edges into the center, making your cuts. This is not going to look quite as nice as a piece that is cut using a banner die, but just in case you don't have a banner die, maybe you're brand new and this is your first Spellbinders product. Maybe this is your very first Spellbinders die. Who knows? So this is how you can create a banner with a sentiment for your card. I am actually going to use a die from my stash. This is from a very old die set. Here, I have one from this set. This is Stitched Kaleidoscope Arch. This is probably already discontinued, but I have this cool little banner in here, and you can find banner dies like this in many, many, many Spellbinders die sets. So make sure you take a good look in your stash, and I hope you can find one. So with this banner, obviously this banner is not the perfect size for my sentiment. What I'm going to do is I'm going to do some creative die cutting. I am going to tape this. So I've first placed it over my sentiment. Next, I'm going to tape it with my Best Ever Craft tape. This is a key to this because you really don't want anything shifting or moving. Otherwise, it's not going to give you a good result. And next, let me grab my die cutting machine and my cutting plates. I have them sitting off to the side because I don't have enough room on my desk. We're going to use our little Platinum Scout because it's just the cutest little machine ever. Let me zoom out a bit. Get my machine set up, get my cutting plate. So this is the Spellbinders Platinum Scout die cutting and embossing machine. This is the mini machine, but yet still powerful. You could actually use this machine to die cut all of the pieces for this card because we don't have any pieces that are super wide. Okay, so we've cut this piece. It's not perfect yet because we don't have the little banner on the other end, but we can easily do that. We can just reposition our die. Again, line it up, tape it in place. You can also flip it to the back. Make sure it all lines up nicely. And then again, grab your machine, grab your plates, and send it through. And now, because I only need to make a cut right there, I'm not even going to send it all the way. I'm just going to send it a little bit in back. And ta-da! We have our little sentiment banner ready. Let me get this out of the way. And now we have all the parts and pieces and we can start assembling our project. Before we do that though, we still need to create the card base and the card front. So let me show you how to do that. I have 2 sheets of the Oceanside cardstock from Spellbinders. This is from my stash. It's not from the kit. I'm going to cut the first sheet at 5 inches. I'm using the Spellbinders guillotine trimmer. And I also need to cut this at 7 inches because my trimmer doesn't go all the way to 7 inches. I can instead cut 1.5 inches. I know that this is 7 inches, or excuse me, I know that this is 8.5 inches. I need this to be 7 inches. So I can just take 1.5 inches off And this is going to give me a 5x7 panel. Super easy. So we need 2 panels like that. So go ahead and cut the second one in the same way. So just line this up at 1.5 inches, like this. Okay, 2 panels ready. And then we need one more panel that is 5 inches wide and 8.5 inches long. And I'll explain why this needs to stay 8.5 inches long in just a second. We also have these scrap pieces. Go ahead and save them. You might need them for something else. Let me grab my scoring board next. So I have the Spellbinders multi-purpose scoring board. And next I'm going to score this at 1 inch. And you would think you would need to score it at 1.25 inches, but in fact, or 1.5 inches. In fact, I'm going to score this at 1.25 inches. Why? Because when you do the scoring and the folding and all of that, this panel might not end up 7 inches long. It might end up being a little bit shorter. So instead, I'm making this to be a little bit longer now, but I will trim it later so that my card will end up being the true 5x7 size. Okay, so we have this now. We have these pieces. Next, I'm going to take one of the panels and slide them inside this, like so. So set this one aside. So we have the fold, and we have the panel, and I just slid it inside like this. I'm going to go ahead and add glue to this flap. And close it so that I'm gluing the 2 panels together. I also have my magnets. I can set them aside and let the glue dry. Now, why am I gluing it this way? I could have done it the opposite way, because right now, if you look at this card, you can kind of see the seam. Well, I'm actually going to add another panel on top of this, and the seam is not going to be visible. Now, you can certainly make the 5x7 card in a much simpler way and have it be a side folding card, but I really wanted this one to be a top folding card because that just stands better on my desk. It's more stable, you know, I just like it this way. So I decided I would do it in a top folding way. I'm going to set this aside for now because I need to add ink blending to this panel. So this is the very last piece of ink blending that we're going to be doing. I know I mentioned that we were done with ink blending, but I kind of forgot about this front panel. So grab your large fluffy blending brush, grab your Hero Arts nautical ink or whichever darkest blue you have and you were using before, and go ahead and add a ton of ink around the edges. You want to make sure to darken the edges of this panel, but keep the center free from any ink blending. When you add dark ink around the edges, you basically light your panel up. I know this sounds weird and counterintuitive, but because we're darkening the edges, we're now brightening the center. And I really love this technique, or I really love this about ink blending. You can add a whole bunch of ink around the edges and it will instantly draw the eye of the viewer to the center of your panel. And the center is where we're going to have all of our beautiful foliage, our bird of paradise, and all of that. Okay, beautiful. You could also add black ink blending around the edges if you wanted to. I'm not going to do that, but I have done that in the past, and it looks amazing. Now let me go ahead and wipe my desk. I don't want to get this ink anywhere, and I know it will if I don't clean up. So let me just clean up quickly. And now that we have this panel ready, we can go ahead and adhere that panel onto our card base. The card base is not finished yet. We still need to trim it, but I want to get the panel in place first before I do any trimming. Okay, look at that. It looks amazing. I do have a little bit of cardstock here that's sticking from the side. So let me just go ahead and trim that. Okay, perfect. Now this card base is a little bit larger than 5 by 7. So we now need to go ahead and trim it to the 5 by 7 size. Okay. And there we go. We have a beautiful 5 by 7 card base created. Next comes the most fun part, which is adding the pieces in place. Now, as I said, when I said we did the last of ink blending, I remembered that we needed to do just one more ink blending bit. We had these leaves die cut from the other set included in this kit, and I have these here, like, you know, finishing our arrangement. So when I die cut these, and if you haven't die cut these yet, go ahead and do so. You will need to use the darkest color of cardstock. This is Fern. So when you cut these, I suggest you leave them in the paper, because leaving them in the paper will make it a lot easier to ink blend them. These are very delicate pieces. It's very hard to hold them in place if you've already taken them out of the paper. By the way, if you have already taken them out of the paper, you can simply put them back into the paper and they will stay in there nicely for you to add ink blending. So I have found it's just a lot easier to, you know, add ink blending while the die cut is still in the paper. Like that. Super easy. And this is it. Now I really promise you guys, this is the very last of ink blending that we are doing for this card. But ink blending is fun. I mean, I really love to do ink blending. Okay, now let me bring my card as an example. Let me bring my die cuts, and we can start assembling the pieces. To get everything assembled, you will need to use foam adhesive. I like to pop things up because dimension is life. We all know that. And I have black foam adhesive squares. I like to use black on cards where I have a lot of dark colors, because when you use black, it is not visible from the side. See, as I tilt this card off to the side, you can kind of see that you can't really see the foam adhesive. Here on the Happy Birthday, that's the only one where I used white foam adhesive, but that was a skinny strip, and it also is not visible. So I'm just going to add that skinny strip to the Happy Birthday. And the Happy Birthday is basically a starting point for my card. So I'm first going to add the Happy Birthday, and you want to add it about 1.25 inches from the bottom and have it centered too. So somewhere, probably somewhere here, like this, okay? Perfect. Next, when you build a floral arrangement on your card, it is the same as building a floral arrangement in real life, in a vase. And how do you do that? You start with your largest pieces first, and then you add smaller, smaller, and smallest at the very end. A friend once taught me this trick, and it was, well, revolutionary really, because I did not know how to make floral arrangement. And she was like, well, you start with your largest pieces first, because they grab, you know, they take the most space, they grab the most attention. So you make sure you position your largest pieces first, to make sure you have a successful floral arrangement. So the largest pieces in our arrangement are the leaves. I'm going to add foam adhesive squares to the back of the leaves, remove the backer, and now because I already have this floral arrangement, I'm basically copying it. But if I were to create this from scratch, I would first arrange everything, take a photo with my phone, then open that photo on my phone, look at it while I actually adhere the pieces down. So this is a nice little tip for you. I have adhered the first sleeve and I want this to be tucked inside the sentiment, so I'm just going to go ahead and give it a quick snip, cut the excess, and tuck this so that it radiates from my floral arrangement. Let's do the same thing for the second leaf. Remove the backer from the foam adhesive squares, and again, place the leaf. When you use foam adhesive squares, they are very nice and sticky, but you can still move them slightly if you don't press too hard. So while you're building your floral arrangement, it helps to not press down very hard, just like press down lightly to make sure you have a slight grip with your paper, but don't press too hard in case you need to move your pieces. Now with this flower, with the bird of paradise, I'm also going to add a teeny tiny bit of foam adhesive to the stem because I don't want this to sag. And I don't really have skinny strips like that, so I'm just using my scissors and I'm trimming super skinny strips from my foam adhesive squares. I often do this. It's a little tedious, but it makes a huge difference on a finished card. So just add your foam adhesive. I'm not adding any foam adhesive behind the petals. I just added a foam adhesive mainly behind the main element. Okay, and let's go ahead and place this down. And again, snip it and tuck it under the sentiment. I also have this little leaf here, so let's go ahead and place that one right away. So now that we have our largest pieces, it is a lot easier to start adding everything else. Because I already have my arrangement, I'm basically just copying what I have here. And tucking the little ends of my leaves under the banner. Now let's go ahead and add this one because this flower is in the in the background. It is going to be covered by other pieces, so we need to make sure to add this to our card first so that we can layer additional pieces on top. And again, I want to add foam adhesive behind the stem, so I'm just cutting my little foam adhesive squares, or rather large foam adhesive squares, into little strips. Okay, let's remove that. You certainly can simply use glue to adhere this if you are not into using foam adhesive, or you don't want to cut all of these little pieces if you find this to be too tedious. But I really love to add foam adhesive to my projects. It elevates the things, the die cuts, the sentiments, the layers, and it makes a whole, it makes such a difference that I feel it really is worth it. And then we have this last flower, and with this flower, I'm actually going to measure first, trim the stem, add my foam adhesive, okay, and see, like as I'm using my foam adhesive squares, I'm really creating like a little fringe on the backer pieces. And I have the little the little like backer pieces from foam adhesive everywhere in my apartment. Even in the bathroom, even in the laundry, the little die cut pieces or the little negative pieces, they follow me everywhere. I'm sure you guys can relate, but let me know in the comments if that happens to you too. I'd love to know if I'm not alone in this. Okay, so this is adhered. We have the base of our floral arrangement ready. We have our largest leaves. We have our beautiful Bird of Paradise flowers, and now we can start adding additional pieces. At this point, I would have added this sleeve, but I already adhered it. So let me add foam adhesive to the back of the other leaves. And at this point, you basically want to use your little die cuts to fill in any gaps you might see on your card. So I had a gap here, I filled that in. I also have gaps behind the flowers, so I'm going to add those smaller leaves in there to fill those gaps. And this also adds color because we used different shades of green. We have a lot of color variation, a lot of depth. To me, this looks like a very maximalistic floral arrangement, and I particularly love the maximalism style in interior design. So this is like very, very me. Okay, our main pieces have been adhered. We just have the flowers. Now the flowers, I didn't mention the flowers before, but these flowers and then these leaves, these come from the Jungle Blooms set that is also included in your kit. And that is a fun little set because it includes a whole bunch of little foliage pieces, little flowers, monstera leaves. So basically add-ons, I would say, that you can use to add to your projects and, you know, just fill any gaps you might have in your designs. So we have this one. I've added glue. I'm not going to use foam adhesive for this one because this is a very, very delicate piece. This is not something that I would ever adhere with foam adhesive. And then I also have this one, and this one will be tucked behind these leaves, but I need to give it a bit of a haircut so that I have room to tuck it in. And it's going to go in here like this, like so. Okay, again, let me add a bit of glue. I don't want to add too much glue, but just enough to hold this piece in place. Okay, and then we have the flowers. So the flowers were cut from saffron, and if I'm not mistaken, let me double check. I used a light color of cardstock, and this was blush. So I just wanted to bring, you know, a lighter color. I was thinking about adding white flowers, but white flowers would have been a bit too stark for this arrangement. So I opted for this very, very light pink. And with the flowers, I'm kind of just shaping them lightly with my fingers and placing a flower here and there onto my arrangement. Now, the die, the Jungle Blooms, it does come with flower centers, so you can die cut the flower centers. But for my card, I wanted to add gems, so you will see me in a second using black gems to embellish the centers of these flowers. Although they're also white, you also have white gems in your kit, and you can absolutely use those for the white flower centers if you prefer that. So up to you what you want to do. I wanted to add black because, well, this is a darker card. It's a more dramatic card, and I felt like black was just a bit more appropriate for this design. Okay, our card is almost ready. Let me grab my gems. Okay, here I have my gems, and I'm just going to go with the smaller or medium-sized gems for my flowers. I'm also using these gems for my other card, for my bonus card. Not for the flower centers. Here I did use cardstock to die cut the flower centers, but I just scattered a couple of gems in the background for that card. Now you can find instructions for the bonus card in your booklet, so you can, if you want to make that card, if you want to make this card, you can find the instructions there. But this one is basically using a variety of dies from the kit. I have a beautiful background created using the embossing folder from the kit. I love that the embossing folder gives us two different designs. That's 2 for 1. And this is an A2 card, so 4 1/4 by 5.5 inches. For the background, I embossed the fern cardstock with one of the sides of the embossing folder to have this beautiful texture. I then added ink blending using the Forever Green ink. You can also see the same technique was applied on both cards. We have darker ink blending around the edges and a lighter center, and that helps direct the eye of the viewer to the center of the card. For the jungle cat, I wanted to use pinks. I know they don't really come in pink, but I went on Pinterest, I looked for some inspiration, and I found this beautiful pink cat, and I thought that it would be so fitting to make a pink cat. So I used tutu and also blush to die cut the cat, as well as black cardstock. Now the rest of the pieces, these come, like I said, from other sets, and let me double check the set names. So I have the branch from the Tiki Toucan, and the larger Monstera leaves also come from the Tiki Toucan set. These tall leaves come from the Bird of Paradise. These are the exact same leaves that I used here. I also have one Bird of Paradise flower here and in the background. And I also have these cool sideways flowers, and these again are from the Tiki Toucan set. For the sentiment, I stamped one in black ink, and this one just says, "Wishing you untamed joy." So this is a look at the cards I have for you today, created with the Spellbinders 2026 Weekender box. I had a blast making these cards. I hope you guys enjoyed this video. I hope you have your cards ready, or if not, you will have them finished later after the class. Thank you so much for joining me, and I cannot wait. First, I can't wait to see what you will create, what cards you will share in the Facebook group, and also I can't wait to see what other instructors have created. Thanks so much for spending time with me today. Love you all, and hopefully I'll get to see you next time. Bye.
Oh my gosh. So amazing, Yana. I think, yes, we got you back in the window. I had to kind of look. Really, really good. I mean, I've been crafting for a long time, but I still absolutely love just kicking back and watching you do your thing. I'm like, wait a second, I don't think we have your mic turned up. 1 second. Or maybe you're muted. I don't know.
I was muted.
Oh,
I was, because I wasn't sure if I needed to mute myself, because I was nice and quiet here, typing away, like replying to comments. But yes, I was saying this kit is amazing. Like, it is so me, because I love dramatic cards, and you can really go, like vibrant and dark and bold with the Go Wild, because let's go wild. Let's make them bold and colorful and whatnot.
Yes. So fun. So, did your kitties return? Do we get a little shot of your kitties, or are they just too busy playing?
They are asleep, like right over there.
They're
so I can go grab them, but it's
No.
nah.
No, I'm just curious since we didn't get a super big glimpse earlier.
No.
Just because jungle cat, it's just the thing. It's,
Jungle cat. I'll see if I can post a photo of them
Oh.
in the Facebook group later. Yeah.
That would be so fun. Yes, and I totally agree. I'm so excited. This was an awesome way to start off our day this morning. We're so happy to have you kind of be our kickoff instructor, and it's going to be an amazing day, like throughout the whole day. I know it gets late for you sooner
It
or
does.
later as we progress.
I will try and watch a little bit, but I'll be watching most of this and replay probably tomorrow or maybe even on Monday.
There
so,
you go. Yes. And
I hope you
that's
guys
perfect.
have. I hope you guys have an amazing weekender. I can't wait to see all the cards that you create in the Facebook group. And I do want to encourage everyone, please share your projects in the Facebook group. We all want to see each other's makes. We want to cheer you. We want to see your creativity. Don't be afraid to experiment. You can absolutely follow our instructions to the letter and recreate the cards that we share in the booklet, but also go wild, be brave, and experiment and do your own thing and inspire all of us with your creativity.
Absolutely. Yes. Echo that 100%. All right, Yana, thanks so much for joining us. Definitely we'll probably see you in the chat a little bit later on, and have a great weekend, the rest of your weekend too.
Thank you. You too. Bye-bye.
All right, great. So we do have a little bit of time here where we're going to do, I'm going to share one more card with you before we go to our break. Our break is scheduled for, like I said, right around 10 o'clock. It's kind of a little bit fluid, but we're going to aim for that to let you guys get up and stretch and refuel and maybe get your second or third. I think Josie's on her third cup of coffee this morning already. And again, we have Miss Erin in the moderator seat. Say hi, Erin.
Hi, guys. Lots of great questions.
Yeah.
I've seen a couple things about the sticker labels for Yana Swatch Deck. Those are posted in the Facebook group, so make sure you go check those out.
Nice. Yeah, in our Facebook group, I know there's lots of comments, there's lots of things to go through, but there's 2 tabs at the top of the Facebook group that are going to be your friends. One is featured, and then that's going to give you kind of our highlighted posts, and that's kind of easy to scroll through there and check those out. And then also the guides tab. So Facebook tries to make it easy for us. You know, it's not always so easy to navigate, but if you check out those 2 tabs on our Facebook page, that's awesome. And we are still letting people in the Facebook page, so that's awesome. So a few people are still trickling in today. So we're watching that when people request to get in. So we'll get you in and get you going. All right, so I am going to kind of go over a card. Let me show you where we're going to play with for a few minutes here. This is a card that I had on I think it was on the landing page for the Weekender. And we had a few different comments about it. And I'll put a post, speaking of the Facebook group, I'll also put a nice bright picture of this on the Facebook group too. But I'm just going to kind of walk you through. Of course, we did the cheetah last night. And also even regarding, you know, like Yana's card with her cheetah. You guys have kind of gone through this once already. So I'm going to give you a couple little tips on how I switched him up. Or her. I guess it's a her maybe because it's a pink background. Kind of how I switched this up. Walk you through a little bit of this frame and even do a little bit of splattering. I think that would be fun. But let me bring in kind of the pieces I have started already. And again, a lot of these are going to look familiar to my card that I created last night. So I did kind of pre-prep a little bit of it. But let's go over the colors I created. The little jungle cat first. So the background, I did kind of want to switch this one up and just make it look, I don't know, maybe a little more feminine. I'm not sure where I got the inspiration, but the body pieces that are in the background of all these little guys is our cinnamon cardstock. So our cinnamon cardstock is really, really pretty. I think it's one that gets overlooked once in a while. It kind of goes in that like orange family with our carrot and our terracotta, and then our cinnamon is the darkest. Well, I mean, it looks like cinnamon color, honestly. But it's just a really rich, reddish, brownish, just lovely, lovely color. So that's the color I used for the background. And then I used our Tuscan for the top. So before we've shown it, I think, with beeswax and with the saffron, like I did the saffron last night. But this is our kind of darkest, more muted gold in the color wheel family. And so this is, again, our Tuscan color. So I've glued the tail already. Let me glue the body piece on here. So again, just like, you know, Yana even chatted about now, like, so fun to change up colors of the different products and you get such different looks. And that's what we love seeing you guys post your projects. Just this morning I saw a waterfall card, and shoot, I should have memorized the name of the poster, but she put it in the Facebook group. And she did the waterfall. First time I had seen it done in a really kind of more pastel kind of colorway. Okay, my pin was in my glue. Now, come on, be nice. So you guys have to go check that out. So the pastel colorway was really different. I think it caught my eye because, again, it was just a really different look than the real vibrant tropical colors. But so fun to see that come to life. All right. So again, you remember how kind of easy this guy is to put together, or lady.
We've had a lot of people asking about our deep snafu from last night, the missing head.
Oh yes, the missing head.
We did post a little video in the Facebook group last night. Nicole posted it. We did find the missing head. Kim, do you want to tell us where it was?
Okay, so I think what happened is several of you said that it was probably stuck to my like stamp wheel underneath, and probably that's what happened. Was I lifted it up with the stamp wheel. Sorry, this glue is like not cooperating. Joseph, I might have to go get you. You might have to grab me another one. I don't know if there's just a clog in this one or what. So sorry. So cat head. I think I lifted it up with a stamp wheel, and then, yeah, I'm gonna have to rinse this one out.
There you go.
Thank you. Yes, this one works so much better. That hardly ever happens with the Barely Ours. Maybe I left the needle out last night, but so I think I might have lifted it up with a stamp wheel, and then I had put it over here on my right, which is, there's a little cart here holding supplies, and it probably fell off of the stamp wheel platform then onto the cart top, which is where we did eventually find it if you watch the video. But I think that probably I lifted it up. But then when I picked up the stamp wheel to look, it wasn't there, you know, so it was no longer stuck to that because it had dropped off. So we did find it.
And
This
it
is
was
not it,
upside-
though, by the way. This is a different color.
It was upside down, so the black side was
Yes.
up, and so it was lost forever.
Yeah. That did trip us up, too. So I'm doing alabaster for the little chest pieces, which I think is the same as I did last night. Just adds a little softness in the little belly here. Grab this guy. Boom. And then I did want to show you one different thing I did do with her little face. Okay, pop that in there. So the face is basically, as of right now, same as we had last night. I haven't put the little eyes, gems for the eyes. And I had been commenting yesterday when we had the black background, like we just talked about, you didn't have to do anything with the ears because then they're just automatically black. But this particular one, because I used the cinnamon, I did think that I wanted the little highlight of the black ears. So again, just a different way to do it. I went ahead and cut an extra little head, and now I'm going to inlay those two ears back in here just so they could be black. And I don't know why, just because it's a little more contrast. But I think you easily could do these in the alabaster. That might be kind of fun, so the little fluff of the alabaster shows. Or you could just leave it with the cinnamon showing, really. Either way. Maybe because I came in and put the black eyes, maybe that's why I was thinking the black ears kind of coordinated. But anyway, I think it ended up looking pretty good. Let's put this guy in here. I'm going to give her a little head tilt too, because she's pretty pleased to be on this card. And I like the pink background. I do definitely love that you guys had the idea to make a whole cat out of the pink. I think that's totally fun. But I think this one with the pink background is awfully fun too. So we'll be heading here with a blush background, and I think that she's going to be pretty tricky on there. So I won't add the eyes quite yet, but for the frame, a few of you have probably asked about the frame. So this is Hero Arts die set frame, and super, super fun. It was, I think, originally launched in one of their special events, but it is now available on the website. I'm sure on the Hero Arts website, but also we have added it to our Spellbinders website on the Weekender page. So, I don't know. I'm trying to think, maybe you should put the link for that Weekender page, just the home
I can
page.
definitely do that. Yeah.
And I know you guys most of you have already found it and you've been there multiple times, but it is the address for it. We had a few people ask. The address for it does get you, the QR code does get you here, but there also is a Weekender kind of, up here on the very first checklist tab, there is the Weekender long form way to type it in. So if you're not comfortable with QR codes or you don't like them, they, fuzz you up, or you're trying to get on a different device, the address is also here. So just wanted to remind you guys to get to that Weekender homepage. And the reason I think people were asking earlier was to get those guides, kind of those assembly guides. So those are all there. So
And if
just
you're
a
not-
quick reminder on that.
If you're not on Facebook, almost every piece of the critical information that we
Yes.
are doing is there on that page. So we'll
That's
make sure
right.
that we share the beautiful photo of this project and the Kim's bonus stuff from last night. We'll make sure we share all that on the page as well.
Yeah. So and I know people are asking about the discount code for Hero Arts, and I don't think it works on the Hero Arts website. Right now they have a lot of fun, programs and sales they do on and off all the time. But we did put this die set on there just because it's the perfect little frame for this card.
We did.
I couldn't resist.
It is part of the supply list material, like product group. So if you click on the supply list on the page, it's in there.
Excellent. Okay, so I'm using the second frame down. You just saw me pull that second size down, which happens to fit an A2 card just beautifully. And I am doing it out of our Dahlia paper. It looks really pretty with the blush. I didn't have my die cut machine set up. I was so busy cleaning, I cleaned it right off my desk. But here we go. I love this frame. It just cuts beautifully, and it cuts the inner and outer edge, so it's really just one pass. Super easy. Off she goes, off screen. That was a little harder to push through. I should have given the tip that Josie has taught me. Oh my gosh. It actually helps if my die is right side down. Oh my gosh, I think it's still early. Oh,
Maybe
shoot.
you need a third
You
cup
need
of
a
coffee?
third cup of coffee.
I do. I had one only. I need a second cup. Josie, do you mind grabbing me another Dahlia piece?
Of course
I
I
only have
don't.
one here. I was gonna. So this is actually a perfect opportunity. See, this is an opportunity, not a mistake. When I ran it through the die cutting machine, did you guys hear how hard it was to push through? It's because I had this really squared up. So when I get my new Dahlia piece, it's going to be so much easier to cut because I'm going to put it at an angle. And that's really what, Josie, you taught me this, to run those really straight, you know, whether it's a plain square or whatever.
Yeah, because it grabs the corner.
Yeah, it makes it a lot easier to feed in. So I'll demo that. And this is the case for any large frame or really even any more intricate dies. If you do kind of angle it on your platform, it's going to just roll a lot easier through that machine. So
It feels
perfect,
counterintuitive,
we'll do it.
though, doesn't it? It's like,
Feels what?
it feels counterintuitive. It feels like the opposite of what you should do, but it
I know,
makes
like,
it so much
ooh,
easier.
what's going to happen? But yeah. That was so much easier to roll through, by the way.
Because when you have it straight, it kind of acts like a little roadblock.
Almost like like it's hard to pop it through, absolutely. So tip of the day. All right, and there's my adorable little frame. Love it. This pattern was really trendy. Josie and I had gone to a gift show, and we saw this kind of wavy situation happening all over the place.
I see some in our future.
I think we might have something in the future. Who knows? I mean, it's got to have the Josie spin on it.
And we did use it on the edge of the box. If you guys notice the edge of the pattern on the edge of the box.
Use this kind of wavy pattern
Yeah.
too. Did I pick up the wrong glue? Yeah, I think I did again. Okay, I'm putting this glue to the side so I don't keep using it. All right, yes. Do-do-do-do. And again, you don't have to saturate this, but I do kind of tend to use the wet glue so I can kind of get my little frame centered nicely on here, and it gives me opportunity to do a little nudging and, you know, make sure it's just where I want it to be. All right. Very fun. All right, so I am going to pop up my little jungle cat here. And then because this frame kind of is doing the work for me, it's going to kind of guide me on, you know, where to put my flowers and where to put my sentiment. I love that this die cut is so sturdy too, because it has the 2 layers of paper. You don't necessarily need foam all the way down because it just kind of hangs out. So I'm gonna a little bit make her like she's standing close to the bottom of that frame. So, I mean, so cute already. Love it. All right, so a couple little flowers I have, and these again are basically the same flowers I used last night. So you're getting a little bit of a repeat here, but thought it was fun to, again, show you some different colorways. And I saw a lot of people already posting cards from last night. Like, that's so cool.
So many, and they turned out so. I loved seeing how people did their own spin on it. It was incredible.
Exactly. Boom, boom, boom. So the centers of these flowers are beeswax. So we've got a little bit lighter yellow here going on. Just kept it a little soft. I don't want to compete too much with my cute little jungle cat. And then this greenery is pretty much the same. Our favorite greens. Fern and rainforest and a little bit of peridot thrown in. Actually, I don't think I'll use the fern one. Maybe that one's too dark. I'll use the two lighter greens. So rainforest and fern. I'm sorry, rainforest and peridot. I can get my words.
I think I need to go prep you a cup of coffee.
Sounds good.
I'll be your barista today.
So the longer kind of branch, and then this little, small little monstera. And we'll do one vine. So it's just kind of the cluster. We talked about the little cluster effect last night, and it's kind of like, get yourself a little cluster going. It seems to always work, no matter where you put it on your card, whether you're putting it, you know, in the corners to kind of frame this guy, or you're, you know, doing it to kind of accent your sentiment. I always love a good cluster. Okay, so this guy actually trimmed down a little bit. I might do it a tiny bit different than my original card. Grab my scissors here. Pop this in here. All right. And it sticks to my finger, of course. So don't be afraid to trim your little die cuts too, just to give them a little bit different look. All right, I'm gonna pop my flowers on. But you know what? I feel like I forgot something that Doro told me to do this morning. Let me grab this. Yeah. Before we started the show this morning, maybe we'll go to our front camera real quick. Before we start our show this morning, Doro came by. He's definitely still exploring. If you missed the debut of Doro the Explorer last night, he's around, and I imagine he probably will show up at least once or twice more today. But he left me this bird seed, which is actually, as you can see, you know, paper chips. So maybe we'll switch back to my down camera so you can see it too. He asked me to put this out on the edge of my desk because apparently this type of bird seed or bird food attracts the paper macaw. So I had kind of forgotten about it earlier. So I'm going to put this up here on the edge of my desk, and, you know, I guess we'll just see what happens if the bird shows up or not. But I told Dora, I don't know. I don't have too much time to help him explore, but I will do my best and leave my little paper bird seed out there. All right, let me add a couple flowers here. So yeah, one little bit different thing I did with this little trumpet flower on the end here was I kind of made it look like it was coming right out the end of that stem. I thought that was kind of fun too. So a little bit different treatment of that flower. But I did, like I said last night, kind of like the ones where it's feels like it's like coming down from the branch or dropping down or something. But fun, very cute. All right, so next I'm going to do a little splattering, and then we're going to talk about, after I splatter, I'm going to add some gems and I'll finish up this card. But we are going to talk about going to break in about 10 or so minutes. And we are going to have kind of a feed. Don't worry, the feed is not going to stop. We're going to have kind of that continuous looping. Actually, Gavin, do you have that loop kind of ready? I'll just kind of get people prepped. So when we go to break, we'll have, the video will continue on. So we'll have kind of our little loop going on and all that. Are we thumbs up on that?
Absolutely.
Okay, good. Because I don't want people to think like they have to end the break and do anything like that. And then, oh my gosh. Okay, I'm not sure what just happened, but I feel like my birdseed is not attracting the paper macaw. I don't know what magical thing Gavin has going on back there, but okay. Anyway, we'll go back to finishing my card. I don't know if you guys saw what I saw, but, you know, chime in if you did. Oh my gosh, I got Aaron over here having a hysterics. That's pretty funny.
I'm only crying a little bit.
Oh my gosh, okay. Well, apparently that works. I don't know. I don't know what's wrong with my birdseed, but I'm going to recap this so I can show you guys what I'm working. I took the cap off, it's so fast. So this is our Spellbinder Splatter White. So it's just basically a really nice white pigment kind of, I wouldn't even call it watercolor, even though that's what we call it on here. It feels heavier than a watercolor, but I guess if you thinned it out enough, it would be a watercolor status. But we sell this on our website. It's fantastic. I've used it many times in my classes, but it's just the perfect little white splatter, I think. I'm using that same thicker brush that I used last night. And then I'm actually using this little non-porous thing from my little extra foam squares here. So if you have a non-porous surface or a glass or a little, you know, paint palette type of thing, anything like that, you just want to thin this out just a little bit. Kind of load it on your brush. And then I'm going to grab a little scrap of cardstock here. Because I am going to white splatter and you never quite know where this white splatter goes. And I think the only place I really don't want it to really land is right on her cute little face. So I'm just going to put just a little scrap of paper there for a little mask. Just so I don't get a big white splatter, you know, right on her nose or right on her eyeball area or whatever. But other than that, we're going to do similar to what we did with the gold watercolor last night. We're just going to come and tap, and I do it a little tentatively first. Kind of make sure that, ooh, I think I need a little bit more water. You got to kind of fussle it a little bit and make sure it's juicy enough so it does splatter. Oh yeah, there we go. But you also don't want it so thin that, you know, the pigment kind of fades away. So in this case, I'm going to go kind of diagonal across my card. I want most of my splatter to be in the upper left, be a little bit on the critter itself, and then mostly in the bottom right. So I'm not worried about, you know, splattering the whole entire card front. But I think this kind of tends to draw your eye across the card. So you always want that focal point. In this case, I want it to be her little cute little face. So, all right, this is not on a card base yet, so I'm fine with kind of making sure I don't land it in a big old pile of white splatter. But maybe we can come in a little closer to that one, Gavin, and just so we can see a little bit of that white, and then I'll even try to pick it up a little bit. Ooh, yeah, look at that. So see that cute little white splatter, and I'm glad I masked the face because, like I said, chances are I would have done a nice splatter right there in the middle of her nose. So this will have to dry a little bit, but I think I'm safe putting the little eyes on. So this is the same technique I used again last night. The tiniest little black gem that's in your gem kit just is exactly the perfect size. To give
Someone
her
suggested
two little
that
eyes.
we name the cheetah Josie.
Josie!
Aw.
Aw.
Agreed. That's it.
Yes, I agree.
Josie
That's
also
so
has a
sweet.
little bit of a rare sometimes.
Well, she does have her t-shirt on today. That's
That's
all
true.
about. Scoot that one over just a tiny bit. Yeah, the eyes just landing on the cheekbones is just so, I mean, that just brings her to life. So fun. So cute. Oh, I'm going to keep my gems, and I'm actually, this is optional if you guys do recreate the card. I think it's perfectly gorgeous just like this, but I'm going to put a few of our little crystal gems just around these flowers. Again, I feel like they kind of echo the white splatter.
Kim, can you tell us what size of brush you used?
Oh yeah, I think it actually has a size on it. Let me grab it.
I think that's the F5.
Grab it here. We've had these brushes for sale in the past, and I'm not sure that they still are. Oh, this does have a measurement on it. It's a 1/2 inch.
Oh.
So this is a 1/2 inch round. And like I said, we have had these on the site before. I guess we'd have to maybe do a little research and see if we still have any more. But it's probably your typical, 1/2-inch round watercolor brush. It's pretty soft, which I like, so it picks up the paint really nice.
Let me check.
Yeah, maybe do a little research. Might be sold out of that one. But we do have some of the Yasutomo brushes. This is not a Yasutomo brush, but I think we have one that's probably real similar in size.
We do. We carry a few different sizes of the Yasutomo, but I don't think we have that particular one anymore.
Okay. But even if you had something close to that, like I said, I tend to like bigger, bolder brushes. Many people are like, oh yeah, no, that one's a little too big. I'd be happier with, a 1/4 or 3/8 inch brush. And that's fine too. You just might have to load it up with more paint. You saw that this pretty much was just one brush full of paint. So maybe I'm lazy. I like to have a one and done,
I think we put the Yasutomo size 3 in our supply list, which is a pretty good mid-sized one.
Pretty close. Maybe a tiny bit smaller than mine, but yeah, should work perfectly fine. All right, cool. Just one more little extra tip for this guy for the sentiment. I'm going to bring out, just to let that dry, I'm going to bring a piece of alabaster. So again, I would typically probably stamp on white, but this one, because the softness of the Jungle Cat, I thought alabaster would be fun. And shocker, I'm not going to stamp with black ink. I think embossing like Yana did would be absolutely fab for this too. You could do, a variety of colors, but I'm actually going to stamp in pink ink. What? Who am I today?
Wow.
So I've got this here. Oh, it's azalea. You could use really any kind of shade of a nice medium pink or whatever. But let's see, where's my stamp set? Now I'm like, I don't think I grabbed it. Jose, are you out there? She just scooched away for a second.
I think she's making your coffee.
Oh,
Do you need something? I can run out. What do you
Do you
need?
feel like grabbing the stamp set? I could have swore I brought it here, but it must be just right on my island out there. We'll go ahead and grab that real quick, just because I want you guys to see what it looks like with the pink ink, the pinky ink. So like I said, that wasn't really a tease about the break. We are going to continuously keep our stream going here. That's the right name. That's the name I was trying to reach for earlier. So you guys don't have to worry about, getting a different link or anything like that. We're going to continually just go on. We're like, stamp set, yay! I don't even know that I'll necessarily take the time to die cut it, but I do want to stamp it so you guys can look at it. So, Stay Fierce, I think, is the perfect one for this guy. Oops. Scooch out, Jungle Cat. Well, like I said, during break we'll be prepping for your next class, which is with Sarah. Sarah is a new teacher that we've invited that we haven't had very often for our events, and we're so excited to have her. So definitely get kind of prepped for Sarah's class and be ready to go. All right, so I'll bring in this little finish guy. I'll bring in my original card. And you can see, I think it's okay. I think we'll just kind of show the finished ones. It's basically, just taking our Stay Fierce in the fun, funky pink ink, and then just die cutting it and popping it right in that empty space right there. So fun. I hope you enjoyed that. A little kind of quick run through, but like I said, you guys have already kind of learned how to put the little Jungle Cat together. I hope you liked the little splatter effect going on there. Do we have any other questions we want to address before we go to break here? And what are we feeling? How people doing?
I think we're okay. Let's talk real quick about the show special, though, before we go to break.
Oh, let's do that.
Since you guys will have a few minutes to do some shopping.
Okay.
Gavin, would you pop up the show special graphic for us? I did have a couple things that I wanted to clarify about the show special for you. So the show special is 20% off. And free shipping on orders of $50 or more. Now, that is 20% off Spellbinders and Hero Arts branded product only. So if you have $50 in your cart with some other brands' products in there, that's not going to apply. You will see in your cart a lot of the items that we're talking about and featuring are going to automatically get discounted with Weekender 26. You'll see it underneath in your cart. But you do still have to add this code here, just Weekender, into the discount code block in your cart in order to get that free shipping and that 20% off any of the items that are not in our initial supply list. So I just want to clarify that for you.
That's
Make
a good
sure
clarification. I like
you
that.
add
yeah.
that Weekender all by itself. You're actually like really getting some cool discounts here because you get it off the whole store. So take advantage of that. And that does apply. You do get free shipping to Canada. And we do have this exact same sale on the UK site. So you can take advantage of that there as well.
Yay!
So yay, exciting. And I do want to, a couple people asked specifically about the exclusive gems. We don't have this exclusive gem pack for sale by itself, but we do have both the colors that are featured in this gem pack, which is a black, I forget, it's not named black, but it's something close.
Yeah, I wonder if it's onyx maybe or
Onyx.
something.
Onyx. So we
yes.
do have onyx and opal, which is the shiny kind of white one.
Yes.
Those are both available. So check those out if you
Nice.
want to grab more gems.
Yes, we love that consumable stuff where you can just pick up a few more. And even if you just type in gems, there's so many beautiful gems. We kind of are known here at Spellbinders for having the best, most sparkly, beautiful. We even have kind of an AB gem in certain colors that just kind of change colors. You go, we love them all.
A couple more questions
check
about
out all
that.
the gems.
That
Okay.
show special. that
All
I
right,
wanted
yes,
to
let's
address.
clarify before we go to break.
You can use it more than once. So you can
Okay.
use it throughout the show special period. So I think that goes through Sunday,
Yep.
through tomorrow night. So you can use it more than once. Take advantage of that. And the squiggly rectangles die set from Hero is on the Spellbinder site so that you can grab that. I'm going to check on the UK. I'm not sure if we have those in the UK warehouse, but if we do,
Okay.
I'll make sure we get those up as well. So,
Perfect.
alrighty.
All right, yes, and we'll be kind of monitoring. You guys can keep chatting while we're on break right here. You know, if you're going in, like I said, feeling up or getting your second or third cup of coffee. So we'll be kind of monitoring that, but maybe try not to ask too many questions during the break. But like I said, some of us will be popping in and out of there the whole time. But we are going to go to break now, and we are going to be back here promptly at 10:30 Pacific time, which, of course, I don't know what that is in your time zone. But it's about a half hour from now. So give you a little bit of a break. We're going to reset our table, and we'll be back to some amazing wild crafting coming up in just a few minutes. So enjoy your break, and we'll see you in a few. Hello, hello. Welcome back to the Weekender virtual event. We've had a short little break there, and now we're back to get busy crafting again. So hopefully you're hydrated, fueled up, rested, whatever. We're super excited to have you back. So our next class is, like I mentioned in the earlier segment, kind of a new member to our teaching staff here. And her name is Sarah. And although Sarah did pre-record, we actually have two segments from Sarah. First card and second card. We're going to have a little break in between. But Sarah is live with us. Even though she pre-recorded her video, we're able to get her in. So I want to say welcome to Sarah and hi, and come on in. Staff here. She's like, Sarah, are you there? I know there's a little delay, so she's probably like, wait a second. First card and second card, we're going to have a little break in between. But Sarah. She's so busy concentrating. She's like, oh my gosh, hello.
Sarah, you're on. Welcome.
Oh, hi. So I'm trying to figure out how to hear Kim without having to turn on the whole live stream. Hi, everybody. It's really great to see you. So many familiar faces in the chat. I'm excited to be here.
Yay. So I'm hoping you can hear me, Sarah.
Hang on.
Oh, I'll just let you talk, but I want you to.
Okay, Kim, can you try again?
Yeah. Tell us a little bit about where you're at, because I know you're not home, but I'm so glad
Yeah,
you're able to pop in just for a minute here to introduce yourself.
I'm so sorry. Because she looks muted in the Zoom.
Oh, I know there's a little delay. Technology gets us sometimes, I'm telling you.
I have no idea.
Let's try it this way.
Okay.
Sarah, we know you're not at home. Can you tell us a little bit about where you're at?
I'm not. So my kids have been on summer break for a day and a half. So of course, then there's all kinds of things. We're in the Rocky Mountains. Yeah, so I get to do like a fun tropical retreat with you guys and do a little like baseball tournament Rocky Mountain trip. It's going to be great.
Nice. Okay, so I know that you probably can't hear me real well, so I think we're going to go ahead and roll your video, and then maybe we can kind of get our
Sure.
technology a little bit better. If you are able to hang out, Sarah, during your video, I know you're going to be in the chat for sure. We'll see if we can bring you back in after you do your first card, and then like I said, we're going to have a little break, and then we'll have your second card roll in a second, like part 2 of the video. So let's go ahead and roll that, and then we will enjoy Sarah's card making, and it'll be fun, and then we'll be back after the pre-recorded ends.
Hello, friends, and welcome. I'm Sarah Liz. I'm so excited to be here with you today. We're going to make a card that does all of my favorite things. So, of course, we need a really cute critter. We have Huey Chameleon, and we have an interactive element. I love a little surprise, a little moving something. So I'll walk you through that step by step. We'll try to follow the instructions as they appear in the booklet, just for clarity. If you're not a fan of interactive cards, there's a couple of steps you can skip and just make a regular A2 card. So I'll walk you through that as well. If you have questions, I will be in the chat. So look for Sassy's LLC. That's my YouTube channel. And if you can put question all in caps in front of your question, that helps me to see them. Remember that you can stop, start, pause, rewind, do all those things. If there's an element that you want to see again, or if you're moving a little slower than we are, that's okay. These videos are here for you. But I can't wait to get started. So let's go ahead and dig in. All right, so you should have your The Weekender Goes Wild booklet that came in your kit, and my card is a little past halfway, okay? So our card is here, we have our supplies, we'll quickly go over the homework you should have prepared, and then the instructions are all here. I will try to follow the order in the booklet, so if you want to have this sort of nearby, just in case you're working a little ahead or maybe you're a little behind, that's a really great idea. For this card, you're going to need a card base that is side folding. So this is 8.5 by 5.5. And then we have 2 A2 panels, 4 1/4 by 5.5. One of those is going to be the front panel that we're ink blending on, and the other is the back panel that covers up that mechanism. For the front of our card, you should have cut pieces for your chameleon. They're mostly rainforest, the lighter green, but I did cut those back legs out of fern, the darker green. Then we have a little piece of cardstock here that we're going to ink blend on, and then that will be our stripes. So we'll cut that out together. I have a piece of black cardstock for stamping and heat embossing our sentiment. And then we have some accent pieces here. So I have a branch for our chameleon to sit on, 3 flowers. One of them is that squashy flower, and a couple of fronds here as well. For our interactive element, I need this piece of light blue cardstock here. That's what we're gonna stencil on and stamp on. I have 2 of our half circles, right? One that goes on either side here. And then I have some white pieces of cardstock that will be totally hidden. They're just part of the mechanism. I have one that's 5 inches by ½ inch, one that's 2 5/8 by ¼ inch, and 8 pieces that are 5 1/4 by ½ inch. So I'm going to set all of these pieces aside, and we actually have to start by die cutting our half circle, and it gets cut out of each of these pieces. So I need it out of the card base, my front panel, the back of my card base, and the back panel. So let me show you how we're going to do that. So we need to grab the sun die that comes in the Rainforest Falls die set. So I'm going to pull this out, and I just need the one die, okay? And I want to take my A2 panel, and I'm lining this die up so it is about 3/4 of an inch from the top. It doesn't have to be exact, right? It's going to be just fine. And then I'll bring in my tape, and I'm going to tape that on there. I want the edge that is flat, kind of hanging off the end of the card. Okay. And so if I pick this up, you can see, you might wiggle it a little bit. The edge of that die is right here, and that just helps me get a consistent cut across all of the pieces. So I'm going to bring in my die cutting machine. Turn this around. And we're going to go ahead and cut this panel, just the first one. Okay. We'll run that through. All right. And that's going to give me that little cutout. Even if you don't want the interactive element, you want to cut it out of this first panel. Okay. Then I'm going to take my next A2 panel, and I'm going to line these up and sort of trace that half circle because I want them in the same spot. I can always erase later, but this is pretty forgiving, right? It doesn't have to be a big deal. This is going to be my back panel instead of my front panel. I like to sort of stick my tape to my sweatshirt or my arm or something before I stick it down, just so I can reuse the tape. Otherwise, if it's too sticky when I run it through, right, it'll sometimes peel up my paper and I can't reuse it. So here's our next piece, and we'll run this guy through. And then we're going to do the same thing with our card base here in a minute. So I'm going to grab that. We'll set this aside. All right, for our last piece, we have to score our card base first. So I'm going to bring in my scoreboard, and I am just going to score at 4 1/4 inches. All right. And because we're running this through our die cutting machine, I really don't even need my bone folder over there. So I'm going to line up my original panel. I like to use the original panel on both of them because otherwise it's kind of like playing telephone. By the time I've traced number 2 onto number 3, something got weird. So we're trying to avoid that. All right, I'm going to run this through folded. That'll work just fine. I'm using 100-pound white cardstock. And it doesn't give me any problems really. I'm still hanging the edge of my die off of my card to try to keep them at the same depth. Okay, so I'm going to double check. Yes, we're hanging off the side. And then we're going to run one more of those through our Platinum 6. Can I tell you, I was so excited when the purple Platinums came out because the insides of all my bookcases is painted the same shade of lavender. It's my very favorite. So this is my little happy die cutting machine. All right, take that out. And I'm going to tell you right now, mine aren't going to be perfect, and it is going to be just fine. So if I line these all up, they're pretty good, right? I may be off ever so slightly. That second panel, I'm not worried about it. So if yours aren't perfect, it's going to be okay. Okay, so I'm going to set aside everything except that front A2 panel. So we're going to create a rainbow background, and I'm using Butter Bar, Taffy, and Splash. You just need a medium to dark yellow, a medium pink, and a medium blue, right? So if your inks come in trios, that's what I would reach for. And then we're going to start with Butter Bar. My yellow needs to take up quite a bit of space on this background. So I am aiming for a swoop that kind of comes from here and then curves down this way. It's not just a third of the background. Okay, so I'm starting at the top. It's okay that it's kind of dark, but I need this to be my yellow and my pink and my green, okay? So I want to make sure that I'm leaving room to do that. Any place that there's white will be just pink or just blue. Okay, so there's my yellow, and I am going to clean up. I don't want to cross-contaminate my brushes, so I'm just going to spray that down with some alcohol. And then I'm going to come in with my pink. I'm aiming for 3 spots. This corner, right here, and then right here, but I want to leave room for some blue. Okay, so here's my taffy. I used a fairly heavy hand with my yellow because when you're mixing orange or green, it's not 1 part yellow to 1 part blue. It's like 9 parts yellow to 1 part blue. Okay, so I need more yellow than the other colors. So I've inked up my brush really well, and I'm going to tap this off on some scratch paper. You can use the inside of your lid if you want. Okay, but even coverage on the brush will help. And then I'm going to start right here, and I want to overlap the yellow that's already on there. So I'll have a little section of pink, and then you can see we're sort of building that orange as well. This doesn't have to be perfect. And if you don't want a rainbow background, make it another color. That's fine. I'm coming in from the side. I'm overlapping that little section of yellow and then bringing it up so I get some plain pink. I need some of that pink to mix with the blue to make purple, so I'm being aware of that as well. And then I'm going to come down to the bottom, and I'm going right here. Okay, you don't have to do this in the same spots as me, but I'm a little type A. I like really linear instructions, so hopefully this is helpful. You can wing it too, right? That's also a lot of fun. All right, so I have some orange, I have some pink. I'm going to clean up my desk one more time, or we're going to end up with mud. Just using some rubbing alcohol and a little cleanup cloth. There we go. And then I'm going to grab my blue. Okay. I'm using the Spellbinders large blending brushes. Any brushes are fine, but I really like these because the bristles are so fluffy, and because of that, I have more control over how dark my ink is, right? It's easier to get a really soft blend. So I'm going to start off on the side. I'm tapping off just to make sure it's not too dark, and I'm coming into my white spaces. Okay, I want to overlap that yellow to create green, and then down at the bottom here I want to overlap that pink a little bit to make purple. I've got ink sort of collecting right on the sides here. That's okay, that does not bother me at all. I do have a little bit of a line here I'm going to try to buff out. Right, we'll just create a little more green, but I do want to be careful. I don't want to overlap any of those orange sections with my blue brush, because orange and blue are going to make brown, and I don't want brown, right? Okay, I'm going to flip it around. I've got one more white space to fill right up here, And again, I'm being careful because there are places up here where we've made that orange. Okay, so I'm getting a little bit of purple, a little bit of a line there. I'm holding it right on that plastic piece, and I'm going very gently into where I have kind of a harsh line. And if I just keep inking and covering that up, we'll be okay. No one's going to notice. We're also running this through an embossing folder, which is super forgiving. I might want a little bit darker blue kind of in the corners here. Maybe down here. Okay. And truly, embossing changes everything, but there's our panel. So I'm going to close up my ink. I'm going to wipe down my desk one more time. A couple sprays, and that comes right up. All right, so we'll move our inks and bring in our machine. All right, so we're going to stick this right here. And I have my base plate, and then I have my adapter plate because this is a 3D embossing folder. And I'm going to take my panel and I want to line it up inside so that it's on top of the pattern. If you go all the way into the fold, you're going to have a section that's not embossed. Never mind that I tried to run this through my machine with the wrong sandwich just a second ago. You guys, it happens to the best of us. So I'm going to close that up, and I'm just double checking my alignment. I'm a little crooked, but again, this is pretty forgiving. So I have my fold facing my machine. I'm going to put my adapter plate on top, and then I'm going to run that through. You guys, I'm not left-handed. Every time I do this on camera, I'm like, you got to go the other way because I'm right-handed. But do I learn? Not a chance. All right, let's set that aside. And let's take a look at what we've got. He is absolutely beautiful. You guys, I love that so much. I'm actually going to set this guy aside, all my plates and embossing folders, and we're going to work on the chameleon next. All right, so here are my die cuts for the front of my card, and I have this little square. It's 2 by 2 inches of windy cardstock, and we're going to start with that guy. I have my blue raspberry ink, just a medium teal ink. Open that guy up, and I want to ink blend about halfway up from the bottom, and I'm tapping really lightly into this ink. Okay, and I'm just using my same blending brush. This is a large brush, but I'm just kind of using the top here so that I have more control on a very small piece of cardstock. I actually want it a little darker than that. So I'm going to keep going and sort of building the intensity. We're die cutting out of this, so it doesn't have to look perfect. Nobody's going to notice once these are tiny little stripes. Okay. But I like to start lighter and then build my color. It just gives me more control. And you can see how we're going from dark to almost nothing. I'm going to clean up my ink here. Okay, a little spray of some rubbing alcohol. Get that right off my desk. And then I'm going to bring in our Huey Chameleon die set, and I need my stripes. So I want the darkest part at the bottom of the belly. So he's going to go like that. And then I have my little tail stripes, and I'm going to grab this guy. The thicker stripes go at sort of the top or the base, I guess, of the tail. And I kind of like that darker teal towards the base of the tail. I am going to tape those down so I can control that ombre, and then we will grab our die cutting machine. All right, we're moving stuff. We'll bring in our machine. I promise we're die cutting one thing now and one more thing after that, and then I think that's it. I think we can put the machine away. I'm going to bring my belly and tail pieces up here, and we will just run this through. Okay. So a little quick pass, and we are good to go. All right. I'm going to pick up that plate. I want to keep track of the order of my pieces. So we're gonna start by assembling our chameleon here. And I'm just gonna get all my pieces on my desk. There are a couple of different pieces here for the eye. And then I've got this little black dot I'm gonna stick behind the nose. I have both of my sets of legs. And then this little ridge that goes on the back. There have been some absolutely incredible chameleons in the Facebook group. So if you haven't been looking for those, definitely check it out. There's lots of different kind of color palettes you could choose if you didn't want to use this one. And then I'm going to try to bring in all of my belly stripes. He's so cute, you guys. Oh, this is my favorite. Okay. So big belly stripes, I'm missing 2. This one here, that's both of them. Okay. All right. I like to get all of my little pieces lined up here so I make sure I'm getting them placed in the right spot. On this belly, we have these little debossed details. So I want to leave a green section at the end, and then I'm going to start adding glue. I like to add them straight onto the body of the chameleon, and I do about 2 at a time because anytime I do more than that, I get it wrong. I put glue somewhere that shouldn't have glue. So I'm just using my little wax pickup tool. Have you guys seen these? They're the new tools from Spellbinders. And I am keeping that darker blue piece down at the bottom, and I'm carefully sort of going along here 2 at a time with every other stripe. Okay. I really like this. I like assembling these cute little pieces. It's something that's very like clear and linear. At the end of a work day, I like to go assemble die cuts. I don't need to know what they're going to go on, but I just like then having my little assembled pieces kind of hanging out in the craft room. Okay, so here's our body kind of all put together. And next we're gonna work on our tail, which has more little sections. I got super lucky, and a lot of them are in the die still. Okay, so I know that one's number 2. And I'm gonna kind of flip this over, and I'm only gonna remove a couple of them at a time. There's the first 3. So there's 1, 2, and 3. I'm going to bring in a little mat. Sometimes that's a little easier. This is just like a little silicone coaster. Actually, it's nothing special, but something that's a little softer can help me get things flipped around sometimes. And I like to be able to see my little pieces. Okay, so I'm going to go from largest to smallest, and I'm starting at the thicker end of the tail. I don't know if you can see those debossed details. So I'm going to put glue on there, and again, I'm going kind of 2 at a time. I'm going to be honest with you. I'm not entirely sure I have the order of these tail pieces right, but I also know it's going to look cute either way. So I'm not super worried about. Pick up a little bit of that glue, right? I can use my pokey tool here to keep from having too much glue. If the dot is too big, they just sort of float on top, and then they could end up on Pluto, right? That's not really what I'm looking for. So I've got the bigger part at the top. That's the way the curve is going to work. And then we'll just keep going. Every other. I think this is probably the hardest part of this card, right? And it's not really hard. It's just a bunch of little pieces, right? You could, if you didn't want to work with the tiny little pieces here, color those in with a marker. That would work too. So I'm just going to pop the rest of these out, try to keep them in order. Thinking backwards. So we'll flip them around, and now I'm good to go. You could use scratch paper instead of a silicone mat. I've got a couple more. I tell you what, I got to grab my glasses for this. I have glasses that are just for crafting because it's like that. If I got to color or if I got to put together a die cut, I can just use a little bit of help. Ooh, that's a lot of glue. Please don't ooze. Please don't ooze. There we go. 2 more. There we go. Okay, and remember the wider part of these little pieces is going to go towards the top or outside of the tail. I think I mixed 2 of them up. That's not going to stop me. Okay, so we have a tail and a body. Okay, I'm going to bring in my card. You guys have a picture of it in the book as well, but this is going to help me get the arrangement of all these pieces. I'm also going to bring in my branch because I think it's easier to place the legs straight onto the branch, if that makes sense. So I'm going to start with the head, and there isn't like a deboss detail telling you where to put it because you could put it in a lot of spots. So I'm aiming for right here. I'm going to move things a little bit. This guy's going right here. And I want to leave maybe a little bit of room, right? You can see we've got some shoulder showing, kind of like that. Okay. Doesn't have to be exactly the way that I have it. Then I'm going to bring in this blue piece, right? And he's going to go back behind the body of our chameleon. So just a thin little strip of glue. And I'm going to lay that right on top. And again, there's lots of ways you could put this on here where it would fit and look super cute. Okay, so don't overthink that if that's possible. Behind the nose, I have this little black dot. So I'm going to put the glue on the back of the head. Okay, and then sometimes I'll kind of tap that off on my hand to avoid the big mess. I'm just going to lay that down right on top of there. It'll fill that in. Then we have this ridge. I'm going to use my tweezers for this one. He's super thin and delicate. So little glue on the back. And then if you have a piece of scratch paper, I'm going to grab my silicone mat again, and I'm just going to tap that off right there. So my glue isn't oozing everywhere. And I will press that down. There's a little deboss detail to show me where that goes on my chameleon. Next, I'm going to put together my eye. All right. So I have this little white piece and black piece. I'm going to add a little glue. And then I'm just going to come in with my finger and kind of remove a little bit of that excess. Don't mind me. I tap glue off on the back of my hand all the time. It's just more convenient than anything else I could do. Okay. And then I'm going to glue it onto this oceanside piece. There is a debossed ring around the outside edge to help you with your placement. On my card, I added just a little bit of blue ink. And if you want to be delicate about it, you can get a smaller brush, but I am just going to tap whatever ink is kind of left here into that white. I liked the extra color. And then I'll clean up any of that excess ink before I get it everywhere. So I'm going to add my eye right on here. I'll pick it up with my tool if I can, but anytime I add ink to something, it means that it's wet for a minute. So sometimes that wax tip doesn't pick it up quite as well. I can wiggle that with my wet glue. Okay, so we're going to have this branch, it's going to hang off the card. We're going to end up trimming a lot of it. So just be aware of that. We're working on the bottom portion of that branch. And I want to bring these pieces down here as well. I'm just going to go ahead and add my tail. So he goes, if you sort of hold the body vertical, it goes almost vertical and then curving here. So we're going to go kind of like that. Might tuck it in a little more. Okay. It's not really a right way and a wrong way. It'll look cute no matter what you do. All right, then I want my legs, and I'm going to leave those back legs out of it for a minute. I want him down here. right? I want him to kind of hang off at the end of the branch. So when I place my legs, I might grab tweezers for this one again. I'm going to add glue here because the leg is going to overlap the body, and then just on his little toes, just his toes. Okay. And I am kind of touching that back blue piece, giving him a little bit of room there. And I'll press down. So now he's glued to both the branch and the body. Okay. I've got one more, and we're going to do the same thing. I might move my tweezers here. Maybe here. Okay. So a little bit on his hands here, and then up here. That's going to overlap the body. Okay. It's going to get tucked up kind of under his head there. And then I want this hand, it's got like a little thumb. I want that thumb on top of the branch. Kind of looks like it's going around it. I can even wiggle things just a little bit and kind of tuck that behind there. I think that's super cute. Okay. Then I have my back legs. The smaller one goes in the far back. The bigger one is going to go towards the front. It's got that thumb again. It's so funny. I wonder sometimes, I'm like, how brilliant are they designing this that they added a little thumb for our chameleon? The little details make me very happy. Whoop, I flipped him over. Not the first time, won't be the last. Okay, so I like to just pick this guy up, and then wherever it looks normal, right? I want to see a little bit of that leg back there. And then this one, the thumb, I want kind of on the branch again. So I'll add glue on the fingers. Oh, we're getting all gummed up. Hang on. And then I'll add glue to the back here. There we go. And I'll kind of pick things up and might angle that more. Right? I want that thumb maybe right there. Just pick it up and wiggle it. Okay, that'll work. So now we have our chameleon. He's on our branch. Like, we are making big progress. This is pretty great. I'm gonna bring in our panel here. And I know I want this guy here, but if I try to glue him down and then trim him, I know that that is not going to be very easy for me. So I am just kind of putting him where I think I want him, and I'll use my pencil to trace a little line. If you want to be super careful about it, you can make it a curved line even. We're doing our best, right? So I'm going to trim a little curve into there, but we're going to cover up that join with a flower anyway, so it doesn't have to be perfect. Okay. So I'm going to leave him there, and then we're going to grab the rest of our pieces. I like to have everything kind of laid out before I start gluing it on my card in case I decide to move something later. So I've got 3 flower centers, 3 flowers, and 2 of these little fronds. I love those fronds so much. I just think there are tons of different ways you can use them. I want just a little bit of my yellow ink in the centers of my flowers. So I'm bringing that butter bar back in, and I am just tapping in the middle, right? I'm not even blending. I am just dotting that ink right in there because we're going to glue the other piece right on top. I didn't even make a mess on my desk. I'm really proud of me right now. Then I'll come in and I'm going to glue my centers to my flowers. Okay, so just again, a little dot of glue, and then we'll pick up these pieces. I think that little bit of yellow ink just gives them a little bit of depth, right? I like the layering of color and texture and pattern. Okay, so there we go. I'm going to stick those off to the side. We have one more piece that we need to take care of before we sort of glue everything down, but I am just going to kind of stick these in the general area where they're going to be. All right, so we need to stamp our sentiment, and I'm going to put down this little foam mat. This will fit in your craft stacks, and we're going to use one of our stamps that says enjoy the adventure. Where did we go? Right up here at the top. And I am feeling brave. So I'm going to go ahead and put this on an acrylic block. Okay, so I'm going to just use my finger and kind of rub on the back, remove any of those excess oils, use a little anti-static powder. And then I'm bringing in just some clear, sticky embossing ink. Okay, so I'm going to tap that in there really well. And then I will stamp on top. I'm going to give it firm pressure. That foam pad back there really helps with that. Okay, and you can see because of the anti-static powder, we got a good impression. And then I'm going to bring in my white embossing powder. And we're just going to cover this. I know there's a lot of anti-static powder on there, but don't worry. We'll get it off. I'll show you. I'll show you. Tap that off. Maybe one more time. Mine is super fine embossing powder, and so sometimes, right, that second coat is really helpful. Move that. So next I'm going to bring in my heat tool, and I'm going to let this heat up for just a minute. If you have any questions, be sure to put question in the chat and let me know, and I will try to help you out as we're going along. I want to heat this quickly, right? White embossing powder can sink into the paper and kind of disappear. So as soon as it melts, I move on, right? Real quick. Oh, I got a little bit we missed right down there at the bottom. Okay, but try not to overheat that powder. And then I just have a white eraser. I stock up on these when I'm getting back to school supplies for my kids. I learned this from Yana's video, oh gosh, ages ago. And I'm just gonna erase that anti-static powder. And it's like it never happened, you guys. I love that. So we need to die cut the last piece. We're gonna die cut out our sentiment. I'll set that aside. And I'm gonna bring this in here. If you have a die cutting machine and you are cutting into a magnetic mat or sort of a softer surface, I encourage you to cut into the acrylic plate when you're doing your sentiment, because those softer surfaces create more of a bevel at the edge. And when you do that, you can crack that embossing powder and it can look not so nice. So for my sentiments, especially like this one where there's a really nice tight bubble cut, okay, I try really hard to cut into my acrylic plate. I'm gonna put one more piece of tape on there. My tape, friends, is dying. Raise your hand if you have 20 pieces of tape on the edge of your desk or your die cutting machine. All right, we'll put our cover on there and then we'll just run this through. I think this is our last time with die cutting with a machine for this card. I know, we're almost done. We're really just gluing things down and figuring out our mechanism. All right, so here's our sentiment. Oh, she turned out beautifully. Very good. All right, so I'm bringing our card back in, kind of getting the lay of the land. I mostly want to make sure that my sentiment doesn't end up too far to the bottom, but I think we've got plenty of room. So I'm going to grab, again, my little mat or scratch paper or whatever you have. And I'm going to put glue all over the back. We are, a little goober here. We are gluing onto an embossed panel. And so I want to make sure I add plenty of glue because not every place I have glue is actually going to make contact with the card. But when I do that, sometimes I end up with glue oozing out. So I add a little more than I need, and then I can tap that off on my scratch paper or my mat, right? And I should be good to go. I'm lining up the edge of that branch. Want it to look cute. Okay. And I want him like at an angle, right? Where it may be a 45-degree angle there. And I'll just press firmly. Again, that embossed panel sometimes takes a minute to grab. Move my flowers out of the way here. These two fronds are going to go at the bottom, and I want to make sure they're going to look good at whatever angle I have with my sentiment. Okay. That'll work. So I'm gonna grab this one. Let me show you my trick. I'm gonna put a swiggle of glue right here. And instead of trying to put glue all over each individual frond here, I'm gonna pick that up and I'm just gonna tap that right into my glue. Trying not to get glue on the top because I've definitely got it on my fingers. And then I can set that down on my card and there's glue all over the back of that. Okay. Every now and then I'll miss something and I'll just go in and I'll use my pokey tool and like grab a little bit of glue and I might tuck it, say, right behind that guy and glue him down. Okay, so I'll do that with the other one too. You do have to work pretty quickly if you have more than one type of glue. Whichever one stays wettest longest will work, because after a while it'll kind of start to dry on there. Make sure I've got this where I want it. Yeah, I think we want like a little down and swoopy, overlapping them a bit. And I'm actually going to come in with my scissors and I'm going to trim off the bottom of that one. I don't want him hanging out there and maybe poking up from the top. We don't need that. Okay. When I go to add my sentiment down, I want to do my flowers first. And so I'm going to take this one and I'm going to cut off 2 of the petals at the bottom. No one's going to notice, I promise. And then this guy is fine all on his own. So I'm going to pick this guy up. I already have all this glue right here. So I'm just going to pick up some more of that glue and we're going to glue them right here, right? He's going to go kind of right behind that enjoy. This might even move a little bit that way. Okay. And we'll press them down. You could add these onto the sentiment first if you prefer, but this works for me. And then I think I'm kind of out of glue. We'll just add glue straight onto this one. Tap it off a little bit and he'll go down underneath that one. Okay, I like a little bit more showing maybe. I like that he's squashy. I think it's sort of an interesting shape on here. And I love that mix of like a lot of organic elements and then this really geometric circle cut out as well. I've got one more flower that I'm going to add and I'm putting glue just on one side. Okay, so here's my glue. It ends up on the left side. So this flower is going to hide the edge of that branch in case there was like maybe a place where I didn't cut it so perfectly, right? And then it overlaps that circle a little bit, but I don't want glue back there. I don't want to accidentally end up with a mess. Okay, one more piece. We're going to glue down our sentiment. You could use a little foam here if you prefer. Okay, and that's going to go right on top of our flowers. So this is the front panel of our card, and you could absolutely glue this onto a standard card base and then just tuck that little half circle of blue in there and you would have a standard A2 card. So if you don't want to do the interactive element, that's all you have to do to finish. But we are going to do something interactive. All right, I'm going to set this panel off to the side and we're going to work on our hidden sentiment. Okay, so I have my strip of Windy cardstock and I'm going to take one of my half circles I used or I cut using that sun die. And I'm going to line this up on the edge, but then I'm going to pull it a little further this way. So it's actually kind of hanging off the edge here. And I'm going to draw a pencil line. I'm going to draw it lightly, but the goal is because I moved it off the edge, that when I go to glue this on here, this pencil mark is going to be covered up because we're about to ink blend on top of it. And it's really difficult to erase things once you put an ink on top. Then I have my 2 strips here. This is the 5" by 1/2 inch. And I have my other teeny tiny strip, this guy. If I line those up on the end, and again, now they're right butted up against here, but I'm going to scoot them slightly that way. And I'm going to draw a line. This is about 3/4 of an inch from the left, a little under 3/4 of an inch. And that just lets me know this is the area that will be visible once we have our mechanism in the card and moving. So I set those aside, and now we're going to work with our stencil. Okay, and so your stencils are numbered, and they're sometimes hard to see, but it's sort of down in this bottom corner. There's a little debossed area. We need stencil 3, stencil 2, and stencil 4. 2 and 4 are going to create the little tip of this largest frond here, the blue and yellow. So we need that piece. And then on stencil 3, there's this little sort of frond. That's what we want, okay? This is meant to be easy, right? We're not trying to do anything super complicated. I'm gonna start with this one that has this larger area, and I'm gonna put him here, right? So he sort of overlaps this corner. And then I have my blue raspberry ink and my blending brush. You can tape this down as you want. If you want, I might grab a little magnet just to hold mine in place. I am notorious for moving things. And I'm coming in and I'm ink blending. It's not super dark, right? I'm just adding a little color, and I'm being careful of these little pieces of the frond that could lift up. Okay, so you can see I'm kind of coming from the top there to keep them from moving. Just a little bit of ink, and then I've got this really great frond. I got a little over here. I'm not gonna worry about it. I'm just not. Then this guy will line up right with the tip of that one. So this is stencil 4. Okay. Again, you can tape that down, and I like a tiny little gap between them here. I think it sort of emphasizes the shape. I'm actually going to bring this stencil back in just to cover up. There's like a little space right here that I'm going to get really close to. So I'm just going to cover that up with the other stencil. Use my magnet, and then I might tape this off. Okay. So again, I'll grab my ink, and I'm going to go kind of in the same direction as this little piece that I don't want to lift up. If I go too hard that direction, I might run into problems. A little bit more. I think we're good. Okay. So I'll set that one aside. Do our big reveal. Okay, so I have just this great little frond. Might keep my tape. And then on this other side, I want to come in maybe this direction. Okay, so it's kind of coming out from that semicircle. Tape that off. Bring this stencil back in to cover some stuff up and set down my magnet. Okay. And this one's maybe a little bit easier because I don't have any pieces that might lift up on me. I don't have to worry about the part that's on the semicircle. We're not going to see that. It gets covered up. And now we've got our stenciled panel. So I'm going to move this. And actually, my desk is pretty clean. I might do just a little quick cleanup right here. But that's it. Let me bring my foam pad back in because we're going to stamp a sentiment on here. I'm going to use my block again. I want Wishing You Untamed Joy. So I'm going to grab that guy, put him on my block. When I go to stamp this, I want it almost as close to this piece as I can. Okay. Grab one of these and just kind of set it right here as a reminder to myself, because I know that this is actually a little bigger than where that pencil line was. But if I put it too far to the left, you might not see the whole sentiment. Okay, you have more room in the middle than you do at the top. I got brave in the original card and stamped it a little further up, but do what you're comfortable with. If you have a MISTI or stamping tool you want to use, that works too. We're going to go right here. I'm using a pigment ink. I find I tend to get a better impression the first time with a pigment ink. Okay, and then I'll lift up. Look at that. Okay, so this piece is ready to go, except for adding our little semicircles. So I can start working on that now. These are the remaining pieces. So I'm just going to start by gluing one of these semicircles on the end here. Okay, and I want it to butt right up against the edge. It's a little glue. And this is going to tuck perfectly into the semicircle that we cut into our card base. And you can see it's like right up against that joy. And then I want the other one on the back. It's not altogether necessary, but I think it just creates a really clean and tidy look. Okay, make sure I'm on the right side here. There we go. And I can just kind of wiggle that with my fingers. It should fit perfectly side to side. Okay. So there's that piece. So I'm actually going to bring in 2 different colors of cardstock for these 2 pieces. You won't see them when we're done, but this will be, I think, a little bit easier for you to see. So I'm going to start with our 2 5/8 by 1/4 inch piece, and I want to glue this all the way up against the edge. It's going to hang off at the top and bottom. It's a stopper, so when we pull this piece out, it doesn't come all the way out of the card. It doesn't have to be perfect, but I do want to make a little T here, right? I'm butting it up right up against the edge. This part is important because the measurements are pretty precise on this one, okay? But this is going to hang out on the top and bottom, and we've made this little T, okay? Then this piece, you can cut this from white. You can cut it from heavyweight cardstock just like you did everything else. But if you have a thinner cardstock, it reduces the bulk a little bit. I am going to take this piece and I am going to place it. Actually, I might go the other way so it butts up right here. Okay, flip it over. I'm just going to wrap it around the edges. I don't want it to be so tight that it won't move, but if I leave a lot of room in there, then it'll go kind of wonky when you pull that out. Okay, so I'm just using my fingers and I'm gently pressing. Okay, there's a little overlap. I don't know if you can see that. They're going to overlap. We'll glue them together in a minute. But first, I want to hold this and like make sure that that moves. If it feels too tight, try to loosen up the wrap a little bit, but mine is pretty good. So I'm going to lift that top flap and I'm going to add glue just onto the end. I want to be really careful it doesn't ooze, so I will take some off with my finger and then I'm going to press it on top of the other piece. Okay, so now this piece slides freely on this piece. That's really important. So now all I have left are my 8 pieces of 5 1/4 by 1/2 inch. I have my sentiment with my collar, and then I have my back panel. That's just a flat A2 piece of paper. And then I have my card base. We're actually going to add this to the back of the card because then when you open your card, there's still a sentiment. It's like your inside sentiment. Okay. So I'm going to take this piece and I have my sentiment face up and I'm going to put it behind my card. And I'm going to tuck that semicircle right into the sort of notch that we cut out. And then I'm going to grab my tape and hope it has any stick left on it. Okay. And we're just going to tape this right into place to make sure everything's going to line up beautifully later on. Then I'm going to flip the whole thing over. So it's the back of my card, the back of this sentiment, and I need to move this collar as close to that semicircle as I can. I have a little sliver of blue right in between. I like that sliver there. Here's what we're doing. We're going to take this back panel. It's got a little goober on it. Don't mind that. And this is going to get laid right on top with glue on that black strip. So we're actually adhering this whole mechanism to this A2 piece. Okay. So I'm going to add my glue to my collar. And like mine just went a little crooked, that's something I want to fix, right? I'll just straighten that out. Again, I like to sort of smooth that glue out and make sure I'm not going to create a gluey mess that glues my card shut. Then I'm lining up this corner and that little cutout with my semicircle. Okay. And I'm just going to lay that right down on top of it. Perfect. Okay, so I'm pressing right over the collar. I want to make sure that's adhered really well. I've got kind of a low tack tape, so it just pulled right off. That's great. And now I'm going to check everything. I have, from the back, you can see it tucks right in there. And when I pull this out, it's going to stop right there. And it looks beautiful. I can see the whole thing. That's what we want. You could use foam for this next part, but I'm going to adhere the card base and that card back using little shims of white cardstock. I think it just creates a cleaner look in the end and less bulk. So I'm going to line all of these up and I'm going to glue all of them into sets of 2. So I'm just going to start down here and I'm adding glue to either one. This doesn't have to be perfect. It doesn't need to look great. Okay. We're just making a little bit of a shim. You could try gluing the back panel straight onto the card base, but it gets tight, right? If I want that sentiment to move really nicely, this works well. Okay, so I'm just stacking them up, right? Kind of press one into the other. I like to do all the glue first and then all the assembly second. Just saves me a little bit of time as I'm working along. Okay. I didn't cut mine perfectly, but they're close. They're pretty close. Okay, so that's gonna work nicely. Now, I need to add these around my sentiment. I have to make sure that there's gonna be room for this teal piece to move. Yours is white, but same idea, which means I have just enough room at the top for one of these strips. So I'm going to add my glue here in a little squiggle. And I'm going to tuck that right into the corner. And then I can trim off the excess with my scissors. But I'll kind of do a bunch of them when I'm done here. Okay. Then I might just draw you some lines. We're going to go here and here. And then you can kind of see I need to leave a channel here, but I do want a piece here to make sure that I'm not going to have a saggy middle. There's not a lot of lift, but there's enough that I notice, but I'm picky. So I add glue here and we're going to overlap this one. This is going to fit perfectly. So if you hung this piece a little too far, right, you might run out of room. You might have to trim a sliver off of that to make it fit. And then here, I think I want this one right this way. I don't want to erase any pencil, but I definitely don't want it to be seen. And then right here. And while that glue is wet, before I press very hard, okay, I want that parallel to the bottom, I'm going to double check and make sure that this guy can slide. And he can. So we're good, right? And I'll bring out my big mama scissors and I'm going to trim away the excess. And I am going to use maybe just one of these extra pieces to fill in one other spot. Okay. I want a piece that fits right here and he's kind of perfect. So we'll do that. And then I'm hemming and hawing. There's a couple ways to do this. I would like a little more stability above and below. So very carefully, I'm going to take one of these and trim it in half. Like that. Okay. And then that will keep this from wobbling too much as it's coming in and out of the card. So I'm going to go right here and right here. I don't want anything past to the left of that black band. Yours is white, but just so you can see it better, because then the stopper will hit it and it won't pull all the way out. Okay. So when I add my glue, I'm so close to that mechanism. I'm going to lift a little off with my finger. And then I want this guy kind of right here. Then we're going to do the same up here. You could add the glue right to the strip. It might be easier to like smooth it out. Make sure you don't get too much. And then I'm going to take, right, I cut part of that with my scissors. I want the flatter edge kind of right up against that. Okay. This guy can still move maybe further than he's supposed to. I can get that to wiggle. I'm going to tuck him out of the way while I trim this, just to make sure I don't accidentally cut some of that teal cardstock. Okay. But then that's it. We're almost done. We just have to glue this panel to our card base and our front panel to our card base. I like to do them separately in case something goes wrong with the front panel or something goes wrong with the mechanism. Then I'm not starting over on everything, just on one part or the other. Okay, so the glue is only going to go on those raised surfaces, and I'm going to be really careful anywhere that I'm getting close to the mechanism. So easy glue on these big strips here. Right, I really like wet glue for this because I can wiggle it and I can sort of move everything very carefully into place. I'm going to come in, smooth that out just on those little skinny pieces. And then I can even pull that out just a little bit. I'm going to tuck this guy right into the corner. Okay. And then I'm going to tuck him in there. And I want to try to line up this semicircle. People are going to notice that more than anything else. So I can always trim my sides just a little bit if I need to. Okay. All right. Then I'm going to bring this panel back in and we're just going to glue him onto the front. Remember, this embossed panel has a lot of texture to him. So I'm adding glue maybe more than I normally would for just a flat panel to make sure I've got really good contact. All right. And when we add this on, because we cut that semicircle out of all 4 layers of cardstock, there's nothing to get in the way as your fingers go to pull that sentiment out of its little slot. Again, I'm paying most attention to 2 things, the semicircle and the fold. You can't trim the fold. I have a little extra white up at the top of my card. I'll probably trim off with my scissors. And that's it, you guys. That's our finished card. We have our chameleon, enjoy the adventure. This element pulls out. You certainly could stamp pull on it, but it moves on its own a little bit. Most people, if they see it move, will see if they can do something with it, or you can write a note inside. And I like too that when you open it up, there is then that inside sentiment and it's not just a plain white card. Before we wrap up, I wanted to show you a couple of bonus cards. So this one is in your book. I love this toucan. He's just majestic and dramatic, but maybe more than I love the toucan, I love this background. It's pretty simple to put together. I will pop up on screen here a screenshot of just the back panel before I put this front panel on in case you want to see the layout. I'll also post that photo in our Facebook group in case that's helpful for anyone. But I just kind of twisted and turned things until they looked good. And I love him. A really simple, just happy birthday for our sentiment as well. Then I love a rub-on and I wanted to do a fun background for this one. So I used our stencils and I've used 3 colors. I have Lost Shadow Distress ink, I have a silver pigment ink, and then I have like a black shimmer ink. You could use Versamark or an embossing ink and maybe a mica powder if you don't have that. But I just thought that was really beautiful and dramatic. And then I just put our Bird of Paradise rub-on on front and it says Wildly Thankful. I used our Spellbinders acetate. You can get that in the Spellbinder shop to just glue my sentiment here. I glued one on the back just to keep it kind of tidy. And then this is a tri-fold card. Okay, so that one was actually pretty quick, pretty simple. And then I have one more that I did here. I love the purple in the background. I thought at first I was going to do the darker purple on the bottom, but I liked it better this way. And this sort of greenery rub-on goes all the way side to side on your A2 panel. So we did Celebrate Loud. And then this one, I have a flap on the front, but then this just opens up
like a regular card. So I thought that was really fun. And then I have one more for you. These birds of paradise, you guys, I did a little ink blending around the outside and I splattered it with some gold watercolor. And then I just assembled my die cuts, right? Nothing fancy about it. And you're gonna see this die set used in our classes. So you'll get sort of a step-by-step guide. It's just about arrangement. You are made to stand out. And I love that. This is such a fun die set, a very unique and dramatic plant as well. So one last look at all 5 of the cards that I made. If you have questions for me at all, you can go ahead and put them in the Facebook group and I'll be replying as Sarah Staroska. Okay, so it's not Sassy's LLC over there, just Sarah Staroska, and I'll get back to you as quickly as I can. I hope you really enjoy the day. A huge shout out and thank you to Spellbinders for inviting me to participate and join you here. I am so looking forward to the rest of our event. So I will see you there.
So good. Oh my gosh. Sarah, we're so happy to have you on. Now, I'm hoping that we have our technical difficulties. Do we have Sarah in a window?
I can see you guys, but I can't hear you.
You can hear us now. That's fabulous. So, that was, you said you could hear us, right? And all of a sudden I'm like,
Checking settings. Sorry, friends.
I can't hear her.
yeah,
Okay.
we can hear you.
Okay,
Just
now
it's a
we're-
little
now
bit
you're good.
smaller.
Yeah.
Lower, I mean. Thank you, Sarah, for card number 1. That was so awesome. I know toward the end you kind of were showing card number 2, but never fear, we do have an actual full-length video that we're going to show right after our little intermission break where you actually walk them through more of your second card. So I just want to give people a heads up on that. So thank you for doing that. Was it good? Now we're like, got Sarah? We don't have Sarah.
I don't think we have her. I think we lost Sarah.
And if we don't have, it's no big deal. We'll just talk to Sarah and she will catch up after.
Oh, I could for a minute and now it's gone. I don't know.
Okay, so are you back with us now, Sarah?
Yes. Hi, guys. How are you?
Hi,
Great.
sorry about that. I know, this is
No
sometimes a little bit hard when we're, especially we're not in our familiar environment.
Yes.
Or we're trying to patch you in, so who knows who's on either side it is, but it's all good. But I just was saying thank you so much for that first card, reminding people you are going to have another video after our little intermission here, where you do walk them through more of that second card. So I was just reminding people.
Yes, I love that second card too, but I know the interactive mechanisms can be a little trickier for people, so I wanted that to be like the slower video where
Yeah.
we really went step by step for sure.
Exactly. It was perfect. I loved your pace. You're so, I don't know, it's just relaxing to watch you craft. So many kudos to you.
Oh, thank you so much. This has been great. I don't know if everybody caught last night, but this has been so much fun and a lot of laughs. My kids were watching with me, so yeah, delighted to be here for sure.
Yes, and again, we're so happy to have you. Okay, so we are going to let you go, Sarah, just now. We're going to just take that little 5 or 6 minute break right now, and then we're going to roll your other videos. So definitely, if you're able, hang out in the chat. I love how people are just like, Sarah, and asking for her YouTube channel and stuff. That's
Oh,
perfect.
yeah. Yeah.
So yeah, we'll see you back in a few minutes.
Awesome. Thank you.
Yep. Okay, so now we do have this little information, and we need to find out what this box is all about.
I look
Let's bring
outside?
in Erin.
You guys, I was thinking about the jungle and I was thinking about Survivor.
Okay.
And I really wanted to do one of those like gross out feel it challenges with like a lizard or like a tarantula. But then Nicole was like, Erin, that's kind of mean. And I was like, fair. So
Thank you, Nicole.
I do still have a jungle challenge for us from the Spellbinders Jungle. But this one is for tropical fruits.
Oh,
so,
yum.
girls, I have 5 tropical fruits.
Okay.
You're going to reach your hand inside the little holes here.
There's
and you're
nothing
gonna-
here right now.
There's nothing there
Okay,
right now.
All right.
And then you're going to have to guess what the tropical fruit is.
Okay.
Okay? All right.
We
Are
can
you
do
ready?
I don't know if I'm being very good
Okay,
at
girls,
this.
look away. Close your
Okay,
eyes.
so we have to
Do it.
Okay,
Okay.
look away,
All
look
right,
away.
Here we go. Here's our first one.
Okay, tell us when.
All right, go ahead.
All right, ready?
Okay, and by the way, we do have a monitor in the studio, but it is covered.
Covered.
We can even take a photographic evidence
Oh,
that
I think
it's
I know.
covered.
I think I know what this is. How many guesses do we get?
You get one.
Oh,
Do we have to agree?
I mean, come on, you guys.
Mango.
No, you each get. It's a competition between the two of you.
oh, I didn't know that.
Oh, it is?
Now you do.
Oh.
I'm gonna say papaya.
That's your call.
Okay.
Okay.
That's my final answer.
Your final answer.
And I'm gonna go with mango just to be different because I don't know which it is.
Kim takes this one.
Oh,
Girls, it is a mango.
I thought a mango would be too obvious.
Well, I gotta say no.
Okay.
Okay.
Look away,
Here
look
we go. Look
away.
away. Close your eyes. All right, here we go. Here's our next one.
Okay. Ooh, this is kind of creepy.
Oh, I know
Imagine
what
if it
this
was
is.
bugs.
It's a dragon fruit.
Oh, it has a little, it does have the little things, but is there another one that has bubblies?
There is. I don't
Things on
remember
it?
what it's called. You guys, I'm old and I just can't remember anything anymore.
I do think I agree with you that I'm gonna go with dragon fruit.
You are both correct.
Yes.
It is a dragon.
And there it goes.
It's falling apart a little bit. Okay.
Okay.
Are you ready?
Okay. Oh
Here
yeah.
comes the next one. Close your eyes.
Blah, 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 blah.
It's stuck in my bag. Hold on. Okay. Go ahead.
Okay.
Okay.
I don't trust her.
I'm like, where is this?
Oh, I know what this is.
If only it was
It's a
snake.
plantain.
Oh, because it sort of feels like a banana, but not.
Not a banana?
Like it's not a banana. It's a banana, but not a banana. Oh. Okay.
I'm gonna say plantain.
Yeah, I agree.
You
Even
are
though I
both
feel like
correct
they're
again.
wrong.
Yes.
I feel like they're normally smaller than that. Is that how big they
No,
are?
plantains are bigger than bananas.
These are true tropical.
Interesting.
They've also been sitting in the office
I was
for a
gonna
few
say.
days, so they are a little the worse for wear.
Are you gonna fry those up for us and make some chips later?
No, I'm not.
Ooh. Oh.
Aaron.
All
very
right,
hungry.
close your eyes. girls.
Oh, sorry.
All right, I got another. Okay,
All right.
feel it out. See what you find.
This is the sister or brother of the dragon fruit.
The baby brother? Ooh, it's
It
got
is-
knobblies.
Passion fruit.
Ooh. No, but isn't there one that's called like star fruit or
There is. I'm gonna call it passion fruit.
It
I'll say
is.
star fruit, but
It is another dragon fruit.
Oh.
It was a trick.
oh, that's kind of I've never seen that before.
haven't either.
There's two of them. Like they're very
Oh. Yeah.
yeah.
Interesting.
Okay, so dragon fruits. All right.
Okay.
We have one more.
One more, okay.
One more. Are you guys ready? Yes.
You guys can do this at home too if you want. No.
Okay. Here's your last one.
Okay. I'm waiting for something to be like super tiny. Oh,
This is
dude.
huge. Is this a mango?
fatty.
Like a giant mango? A mango on
Is that your
steroids?
guess?
Yeah, I'm just gonna guess a giant
You're
mango.
gonna guess a giant mango.
I'm gonna do one, and this is back from like, what were those books about the scary books? You read as a kid. No, you guys help me out here.
What does it have to do with fruit?
The little no, because there was a thing about a cassava melon, and I'm gonna just
Oh.
guess. What is it?
Scary stories?
Some kind of scary story thing. There was a story about a cassava melon. I don't even know what it was, but I
I'm
just
gonna give you
remember
a
that
hint.
name.
Kim, it's not a cassava.
I'm gonna pet this melon.
Are you guys ready for the answer?
Yeah.
I'm still gonna guess cassava because I have no idea.
Okay.
A giant mango.
It is a papaya. It's crushing the box.
Papaya's that
It
huge?
is a papaya. That is a very fancy
Dude.
papaya.
Okay.
So, congratulations,
Wah.
ladies.
All right.
Well, you won.
You
I don't
won.
know.
You
but-
won.
Actually, no.
No,
because
'cause
she's
I
won.
guessed
You guys
wrong.
tied.
We tied.
They tied. But ultimately, I think you were
Teamwork is the dream work.
you were both a little bad at this game.
We are.
Alrighty. Well,
Okay, well.
thank you for
You know why?
participating.
We live in the desert.
That's true. Tropical fruits aren't really our specialty.
They're not.
But I guess I'll let you both stay on the jungle island.
Oh,
Aw,
thank you.
Thank you.
I'll take this.
All right. So now that we've had our little brief intermission, thank you so much for just playing along with us. We are going to bring Sarah's video. We won't bring Sarah back quite yet. We're going to roll her second video, and that's her second card in the booklet there. It's a little bit shorter video, so we'll be back in not too much time, and then we'll bring Sarah back in, hopefully, and say our goodbyes. Does that sound like a plan?
Sounds great.
Yes.
Let's go.
All right, let's roll video number 2.
Hello, friends, and welcome. Sarah Liz here. I hope you're having a wonderful crafty weekend. I have a bonus card to share with you featuring the Tiki Toucan die set and Jungle Blooms. This is going to go a little faster than my actual class, but you can always pause or rewind. And I'll be in the chat as Sassy's LLC to answer questions for you. The complete cutting list for this card is in the homework instructions for the Weekender kit. But I have my whole toucan cut out and a few extra pieces from that set, 10 fronds, 7 flowers, 5 squashy flowers. So I'm going to take all of my flowers here and I am just tapping a little bit of Butter Bar ink right in the middle. It's a medium yellow and it doesn't need to look perfect. We're going to put another die cut right on top. And so it covers up a lot of it. We just want a little bit of yellow that will peek out from behind that other die cut. I didn't even get a bunch of ink all over everywhere. So this was pretty quick and easy. I added glue to the tops of all of my flowers, and then I'll just use my pickup tool with the wax tip to set the centers of the flowers right in the middle, and then I can set those aside to dry. Next, we're going to assemble our toucan, and there's just a couple of pieces that I want to ink blend. One of them would be easy enough, that large piece that goes on the breast, but the rest of them are pretty small. So I drew a line in pencil so I could add some removable tape runner. If I don't draw the pencil line, you guys, I cannot find it. And I sit there sort of tapping with my finger. It's a hot mess, but this was easy enough. So on my 2 blue pieces, I'm just coming up from the bottom with a little bit of blue raspberry ink. It's a medium teal ink, just to add a little bit of color. Spoiler, that little blue piece I'm working on right now is upside down. That's okay. It still looks really cute when we're done. Then I'll bring in taffy on some of that light pink cardstock. Taffy, despite the ink pad looking super bright, is a little darker and very powerful. So I'm like tapping that off on my glass mat to make sure I don't end up with way too much color on there. I'm going to begin by assembling the beak. I just think that the way this was designed is brilliant because he's so easy to put together. There's debossed details for all these little pieces. You can see as I'm twisting and turning that little blue piece, I'm realizing that I ink blended the opposite side of what I was planning on. But I will get it all turned around and then I'll use my pokey tool to kind of push everything into place. But then those debossed details let us know where to put everything. We're going to begin by adding the breast onto our bird. Ours is in blue. I like to play with the colors of my critters and try new things, different ways to put them together, and I certainly did that here. And then I can start adding my beak onto my bird. This was designed so brilliantly. It's easy to put together. I just added glue around the debossed areas and then I can lay that black die cut right on top and wiggle it into place. The same with this lower one. There is a little piece of black right below the beak and that is going to nestle right up against that blue die cut that we cut out. And then there's a little sliver of the beak that will layer behind the top of the beak. Okay. To put our eye together, there are 3 pieces, and I really love that the eye is recessed. It makes it look so much more natural than when you end up stacking the pieces of the eye on top. So I have the white and blue piece that fit perfectly together, and then that little black piece of the eye is going to float almost in the center so that there's a little bit of white around the black and then some blue. There is a debossed detail on that blue piece to let you know where to center that to make the eye look best. And so I just put glue on the back of the head and I will lay it down right on top of that eyeball. For this wing, the 2 pieces go together really easily, but then we have to be careful when we put this onto the bird. Later, I'm going to add this onto a branch and I want that branch to tuck sort of underneath the wing. So I'm going to draw a little mark on here for you. I'm only putting glue on that white spot. So down at the bottom, the wing can still lift up and it will look much more natural on the branch that way. Otherwise, the wing gets tucked entirely behind the branch, even though the bird is on top of it. For the tail feathers, I love Oceanside and black for this. I almost wish I had added some kind of shimmer to the Oceanside cardstock. That sort of iridescent shimmery blue-black color would be beautiful here. So there's 3 layers and then on top of that there's again those debossed details to let you know how to add that onto the bird. I'm doing something similar with this wing, though it's not it's not quite as tricky. I'll layer my two pieces together, but I'm being careful to make sure that the bottom of that wing still has room to move a little bit, because we need to tuck one of the feet back behind the bird here in a little bit. I like to add the feet once I have all of the other pieces of the card and the branch, so that it looks really natural how the feet go from the bird to the branch, okay? So all we have left now is the tail feather, and he's gonna perch right on top of there. And he is just so beautiful and so majestic. I'm a sucker for a critter die. I don't have anything like this in my stash. I love him so much. Next, we're gonna work on our background. And I have cut each of my palm fronds 6 times. They are a little bit different in size and they curve in different directions. So as I'm laying these around the edge of my cardstock, it's an A2 panel of Oceanside cardstock, I'm making sure to look at the ways that these can sort of nestle together. None of them are overlapping, but I do want some of them hanging off the edge, or most of them really have some piece hanging off the edge. It makes it feel like the entire panel is covered, even though that center piece is going to have something on top of it, because it seems to continue and spread out beyond the edges of it. These have a lot of tiny little pieces, right? My general philosophy on gluing down a die cut is to make sure that the tips all have glue on them, but then don't worry so much about the middle. But here it's like everything is a tip. So this is what I do. I have made a squiggle of glue on a little silicone coaster, but you could use scratch paper for this. I like black because I can see if my glue is drying up. When it starts to dry and sort of thicken on there, you can end up with sort of globs of glue sticking to the back of your palm fronds, and we don't want that. So I added a little bit more glue on top to make sure I'm picking up really wet glue and not glue that's half dry. And I will just continue to move around the outside edge. I ended up adding 2 more squiggles of glue to get through all of these palm fronds, and I felt like it went pretty quickly. Once I have them all glued down that way, I can look and see if there's anything that's still lifting up. And so I just used a little scrap of paper to tuck some glue right underneath the little points that maybe weren't glued down quite as well as I had hoped. Then I'll use my scissors to go around the edges and trim off the excess, and then I'll double check for loose areas again after that. Sometimes when I trim, I find little places that have moved. I want to add my flowers on here, so I'm bringing in my small blue panel to make sure I'm not tucking anything so far to the center that you're really not going to see it anyway. But I put an eraser underneath so it's got some lift, so it's really easy to tuck things underneath. It's not going to move anything if I pick it up. I made this card twice, and the first time I just set the panel down, and this worked so much better. I make a lot of cards that have a center panel kind of like this, so I'll definitely be using this technique again. I'm placing my flowers so that I have a mix of things hanging off the outside edge and tucking underneath the center. If you wanted, you might be able to cut fewer flowers, trim the excess, and then add the leftover pieces on strategically to fill it up. But I thought the flowers were pretty quick to put together, so I just used a whole bunch of them. I thought that worked pretty easily for me. It lets me visualize a little better where everything's gonna end up. Then I can lift this off, and one at a time, I'll just glue those down. I could pick them up and add glue onto the back using my glue press, but this was so much faster. Again, I've left myself just a little pool of glue there, and I will tap right into it. I can also tap that off somewhere else. You can see on the other parts of that coaster where the glue has started to dry. That's what I meant about using black to make sure you know where your wet glue is. Again, you could use just black cardstock for that. It doesn't have to be a coaster like I have, but this was a really quick way to get all of those flowers glued down. Once they're on there, I can go ahead and flip this over and just use my scissors again to trim off the excess. I ended up adding one of my leftover petals that I trimmed off to an empty spot on the side. But aside from that, that panel is completely ready to go. For our focal panel, I have a piece of Windy cardstock that is 3 inches by 4¼ inches. And I'm gonna come in with some blue raspberry ink. And I'm using a light hand. I want this to blend from like a medium teal on the bottom up and into nothing. So I'm using the large blending brush. It has super soft, fluffy bristles, and that makes it a lot easier for me to control how dark my ink is and where my ink is going. It's also worth noting that I had just cleaned my brush. A lot of times I will get splotchy ink blending right after I clean them because there's an uneven distribution of ink on the brush itself. And so I'm just being really careful and going extra slowly to make sure that that doesn't happen. Then we can move on to our sentiment. I want to add a stamped happy birthday to the top left corner of this panel. And so I'm going to use a black pigment ink and my foam mat to try to get a really good impression. I am so proud of me for not having my head entirely in the camera right now, and it's still straight. So if you have a stamping tool that you want to use instead, you certainly can, but I was feeling brave. I got a tiny little bit of a double stamp on the H. And so I am just going to come in with a thin black pen and fill that in, and no one's ever going to know. And our panel is ready to go. Our toucan is going to fill the entire panel. It's a really tight crop because I wanted to preserve as much of that background panel as we could. And so I'm adding him on here, filling that panel, and then I've got glue on the bottom of the bird, like on his butt, if you will. And then I will tuck the branch right up underneath that right wing. Remember, we left room so that we could do that. Then there are 2 claws. One is smaller than the other. That's the one I have right now, and that's going to be on the right. And it sort of tucks up right near the wing. It's not touching the wing. And then I want to curve it right around that branch. Then this other one needs to tuck between the body of the bird in black and the wing that's blue and black on the left. So remember, I said to be careful not to end up gluing that too tightly to the body, but it just tucks right in there. And you can see as I sort of lift this up, it has a longer top to it, so it reaches back there better. You want the bigger piece to go on the left. Once that's assembled, I can add this onto my panel. I do have a couple pieces of greenery that we're going to end up tucking behind that branch along the way. But I'm going to work fairly quickly, use some wet glue, and I will loosen up those couple of places as well after I set this down, and it's going to work just fine. So I'll use my tweezers to audition where I want him to go, make sure that he's centered and the fit looks good, and then I'll press down. I'm going to squiggle down some glue again because especially in those die cut pieces on the top right, there are some thin, delicate areas, but I'll begin on the left. This piece is going to hang off and sort of fill that space between the branch and the happy birthday. The glue on that branch is still wet because I just laid it down and I didn't press very hard on the branch itself, so I can easily lift that up and tuck it right underneath. And then we can continue adding our pieces from there. I've created a little visual triangle on the left. Some dark green, some light green, and a flower. And then over here, we're doing something similar. So I'm going to tuck just the tip of that one underneath and fill that space coming up. And then I have these 2 little branches or vines that hang down. I love the hook on the top. It just makes it look so perfectly natural. And tapping this into glue makes it really easy to make sure I have really great coverage without having to spend a lot of time adding tiny little dots all over the back. So I will tuck that on there as well, and I have a few pieces to trim off. I have plans to make a couple of these where I really give this toucan and all of the greenery space to spread out a little bit, but the crop I think looks beautiful as well. So I'm going to go ahead and add this panel onto a slightly larger black panel. So the blue one is 3 by 4 1/4 and the black one is 1/8 of an inch bigger. So 3 1/8 by 4 3/8. And it gives me just the tiniest little black border, a little something to step it up. We also have a lot of texture on that background. And so the extra layer of cardstock helps with stability so we don't have weird lumps and bumps happening here. The wet glue gives me just a moment to wiggle it and make sure that it's centered, and then I will press it into place. I like to flip it over and press there because I just stamped with that ink. I've got lots of little die cuts. I would hate for something to happen to it at this point. Then I have an A2 top folding card base, and I'll add my glue all over the front of that and finish off putting my card together. Friends, I hope that you have fun making this one. I've seen some wonderful examples in the Facebook group already. He is just delightful. There's tons of texture, lots of color, and of course, I feel like he's such a great critter friend to our little chameleon as well. If you have questions, you can tag me in the Facebook group. It's Sarah Staroska, and I will get back to you as quickly as I can. Thank you once again to Spellbinders for inviting me to join you all. I hope you have a fabulous weekend.
Oh my gosh. Yes. So I think the third time's the charm. What are we thinking, Sarah?
Yes, and I can hear you. It's magical.
It's
absolutely magical.
I love it so much. So I do want you to repeat, and apologies for that. I know everyone knows that you're not at your home right now, but you are in the Rocky Mountains. And are you like in a hotel room right now or what?
Yeah, so I brought my camera with me. I'm at the hotel now. I've got one kid playing baseball. I've got one kid on a dinosaur trek. It is, summer has started.
That sounds like an adventure right there. Are you sad you're not on the dinosaur trek with him? Are you okay?
Yeah, I mean, and it's my youngest on the dinosaur trek, and so he's probably losing his mind. But that's okay. That's okay. We have lots of stuff planned.
Oh, good. Oh my gosh, I love that so much. Where is your hometown? Remind me.
I'm from Omaha, Nebraska.
Okay.
Yeah, so not that far.
Somewhere there, yeah. We have school here gets out like middle of May. So I was like, okay, so you must be on the school schedule that goes a week or two longer. Did your kids go to school
Just
after
my
Memorial
kids.
Day or no?
Usually my kids would have gotten out like a week and a half ago.
Okay.
All the other schools in town did. I don't know why they went late this year.
Okay.
But I'm a teacher. I'm an English professor. And so I got done a week before they did. So I got to spend a whole week crafting. It was the
Love it.
best.
You're like, this is mom time right now.
Yes.
Oh my gosh, that's so awesome. Well, I did want to thank you again for like creating and sharing all your creative and your creative energy with us. And I know a lot of people commented on those bonus cards and the acetate. That is fantastic because we hadn't really shown off, especially the rub-ons too much. I did one little short project yesterday, but that was so nice of you to create those extra cards.
Oh, thank you. There were a ton of questions in the chat about like how do you attach the acetate. I just
Okay.
cut it big. I created a flap on the top. So
Perfect.
6 inches by 4 1/4, and I scored at 5 1/2. And so I just sort of wrapped that around the
tucked
back.
it under.
But those rub-ons make for such quick and easy cards, and they're so beautiful.
And another tip for the acetate I have found when I've tried to create that card, do you use like a super strong like double-sided tape, or how do you attach it then?
I do
Or just
both.
glue?
So yeah, I'll use the white liner tape, the double-sided tape on
Okay.
that flap, and then I'll do wet glue too because I don't trust adhesive.
Yeah, same here. No.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. And I will remind folks that we'll have some additional cards, and I know some other instructors have a few extra cards, but we'll get those in the Facebook group, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I'll add
least
photos
pictures.
of everything. And then the background for that toucan card I'll add in there for you guys too. If you have questions, just tag me at Sassy's, or not Sassy's, it's Sarah Staroska in the Facebook group because it's my personal page.
Okay.
And I will find your questions and help you out as best I can.
That's so awesome. Thank you so
Yeah.
much. Yes, so we're about kind of almost halfway through our day here. Not quite. So it's getting to be lunchtime in Arizona. But we are going to be still having a good long rest of the day for us to craft. So it's going to be a fun time.
Yeah, great cards coming up.
Awesome. All right, Sarah. So once again, thank you so much. We'll see you in the Facebook group and enjoy the rest of your vacation.
I will, and thank you so much for having me. This is delightful.
Yay, we're so happy.
All
See you
right.
later.
Bye, everybody.
Okay, I'm so happy we got to chat with Sarah just for a little bit there. We could all hear each other. That's awesome. And you guys are so kind in the comments. I love everyone that's just commenting, and so many people have already been fans of Sarah and posting in the group. And I think someone posted her YouTube link. That's pretty easy to find if you follow the Sassy. part. So yeah, definitely Sarah has some great videos. She did a club along with us before too, and that was really fun. So if you go to our YouTube channel and you check out the club alongs, you'll see that Sarah was a special guest during one of those too, and she made an awesome card, or 2 awesome cards during that one. So super fun. All right, so we're kind of winding down a little bit, like what I'm considering our morning session, even though, like I said, we have 3 more amazing instructors coming up soon. But Josie and I kind of had a little idea after, I think it's only fair, Erin gave us a little challenge. So I think we have a little challenge for Erin before we let you go to break. What do you think? Oh, excuse me, Josie. I think we should say Connie. Is this what we're saying?
I'm Connie, the Sicilian Carmen Miranda, also known as Concetta.
Concetta.
Yes,
Ooh, I
yes.
like it. I like when she speaks Italian. Can you say something else?
Sì, ciao bella.
She knows more Italian than that. I can
do.
guarantee. Awesome. So actually, I'm going to switch places because I think we have our challenge is going to be involving trying a la Conchita some of the fruits that we were challenged with before, but we might have even mixed it up a little bit,
Oh, we
right?
did?
I think we did.
I think we did.
Ooh.
All
Okay, so
right.
Erin, come on in.
Hey, wait a second. I didn't agree to this.
This is not on the agenda.
Well, you know.
Hey, listen, I'm a very serious person. I don't want any of these shenanigans.
Oh, right. So,
I have to
because
stay
you're going to be
first.
taste testing, you're also going to be blindfolded. So, lose the glasses,
oh
please.
gosh. All right. What am I
We
taking?
promise we didn't do anything mean like put chocolate covered ants or anything in there. It is all fruit.
Or did we?
But it may or may not be the fruit that we
What?
tested. So, we're going to see how
That would
tricky
be
you
too
are.
easy. That would be too easy.
I don't know. 2 different kinds of dragon fruit? I hope they're both in there.
All right.
Okay. So, I think Conchita, you can't really see, right?
No, I can't.
She's
see.
going to put the fruit on the fork, and then you can just grab the fork. Are you going to try to feed her?
I'm going to feed her.
Oh, this is happening. Okay. Fruit number 1. Tick tock, tick tock.
It's very, very sweet, very ripe. Very mushy. I'm gonna guess this one is
Descriptions
papaya.
are good. Papaya, ding,
Yes.
ding, ding. You got it.
You ready?
Yep, I'm ready.
Okay.
This is one
Fruit
of my
number
favorites.
2. I'm like, I'll put my mouth. I want a piece of that
Do
fruit.
you want a piece of that?
I think this one might be overripe.
Uh-oh.
Oh, no.
Not the best.
Oh, sorry.
Um,
She did say these fruits have been hanging around the office for a couple days.
They were a little furry.
I think underneath the green taste, it's mango,
Nope. It was dragon fruit.
dragon fruit.
Oh,
Okay,
could you-
well maybe
could you
it
not feel
wasn't.
the little seeds. I haven't had dragon fruit in
Yeah.
a long time.
It felt very slimy,
It
mostly.
kind of is. It is a little
And
slimy.
maybe it wasn't unripe. Maybe I just don't like dragon fruit.
We had dragon fruit, so Josie and I have both been to China on business trips before, and they have a lot of dragon fruit there.
Yes.
But I don't remember it being slimy.
No, I mean, it's better over there.
Well, maybe it's just the
Better over there.
maybe
This
it's
is
just the
Arizona
mouth
dragon fruit.
feel, you know, like
Nom,
when you
nom,
just
nom.
have it shoved directly in your
right.
mouth.
Sorry.
we
Okay,
do next?
fruit number
Okay.
3. I'm like opening my mouth like a baby. When you feed a baby, you open your own mouth. You're like,
Can you please do the choo choo sound next time?
do the
Sure,
choo-choo
ready?
sound.
Okay.
No,
this
wait,
is-
she got to choose
oh, you
this
gotta
one.
guess.
Okay, what
that
is
was a
this?
really big piece, guys.
Oh, oops.
This is definitely a mix-up one. This one is very distinguishable. This is definitely an apple.
It is
Yes.
an apple, but you
You're
know what
so
kind of apple? Sorry, extra challenge, extra bonus points.
There's like
So many.
3,000 variations of apple. Maybe Honeycrisp?
Nope, this was an envy.
Ooh.
I don't even know what that is. I've never heard of
Well, now you've had one, and it's good, right?
That is good.
It was good. At least that one wasn't mushy. Okay,
Okay.
fruit number 4.
Ready?
Hold on. Your mouth is still full of
chew-
apple.
Okay, still finish chewing.
Okay.
Are you ready?
We need a palate cleanser between.
Chew, 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 chew. Open.
Ooh, ah.
Okay. This one is soft. It's like, but soft and firm.
I love
Banana,
Conchita over there. I just can't stop gazing
But-
at her headpiece.
but starchy. I'm guessing this is the plantain.
Ding,
Yes.
ding, ding. Yes!
You guys, I've been practicing all week for this.
She's walking
Show
around
us, do a little
balancing.
shimmy for us, Josie. Wait until I can see again.
Oh.
maybe.
All right.
Okay, last one.
Ready?
Ready?
Okay.
Mangia que te faranno. That means eat so you'll get big.
I like that phrase. I want that phrase
That's
in
what
my
my mom
life.
used to say. Mangia que te faranno.
This. I can't see, but I know what happened right there.
Hold on.
She's getting choked. Wait, you step this way just a little bit. I'll help. Conchita. Are you okay?
Yeah.
What was your guess?
I mean, that last one was definitely a grape.
It was a grape.
Was it?
Oh,
I think it was green.
I would say red or green.
I think it was
I
green.
think it was green. You just have to have your headpiece.
So how
It
many?
was green! Yay!
How many? I got 4 out of 5.
4 out of 5.
That was pretty good.
You can take off your blindfold. That was better probably than we did, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, I'm very competitive. Very competitive.
Conchita will have to do the shimmy for you later
Oh.
when she puts her
Oh.
fruit hat back on.
You lost it.
Shimmy lost my
It
hat.
actually stayed longer than I thought it would.
I did pretty good.
You did pretty good.
It's very heavy. We have been joking about it all week about how we just didn't know how it was gonna last.
And
So
they
by the
picked,
way,
they
this-
picked me.
This was
They're like, we know who's gonna do this.
this was also a Nicole creation. So Nicole's gonna be popping in here in a little bit, and so we have to give her kudos for
She did quite a lovely
even,
job.
even a
What a pretty,
Chiquita
uh,
banana over here.
Put my
A plantain?
No, it's a Chiquita banana. Okay, I'm
Oh,
not good
are
at
you gonna
singing.
do the shimmy?
I'm not good at singing. You guys do the shimmy. Do 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 do.
I like how every shimmy is slightly different.
wasn't it like
goodness.
this?
No, that's
Yeah.
something else.
Wait,
That's
is
not
that-
a shimmy is like
Oh,
this.
but this is
No,
what
but
Carmen and
Chiquita
Randy used
banana.
to do.
What
Oh,
does she do?
Chiquita banana. I
Yeah.
don't know.
Someone let us know.
Yes.
In the meantime, again, thank you so much for powering through the morning session. We are going to take a break right now, and I think it'll be a couple minutes longer than normal. But as I mentioned earlier in the morning, we will start on time for JC's class.
Yeah,
He's
I'm
going to be
super
next,
excited.
so we're so excited about that. We're
And
so
he's
happy
also
to have
live,
him.
right?
He's live, yep,
Yeah.
yep, and he'll be walking you through both projects just straight through. We won't do an intermission for JC. We'll just let him power all the way through. But again, hope you're enjoying your Weekender virtual event. The link will stay streaming. We're just gonna have our fun little toucans
Yeah.
keeping you entertained while the break. But get yourself fueled up, get yourself hydrated, get your crafty mess kind of cleared away and ready for the next class, and we'll be good.
I think I'm gonna go have
See
some more
ya.
fruit.
Let's do it.
All right.
All right, thanks,
We'll see
guys.
you soon.
Bye. And welcome back, everyone. Thanks so much for sharing that little break time with us. We're getting refreshed, we're getting hydrated. I myself have a strawberry basil lemonade. How fancy is that? I feel like the basil makes it healthy, right? I don't know. So chime in with your beverage of choice. I'd love to see what you guys are having over there, maybe even your snacks or whatever. But we are ready to start what we're calling our afternoon session. It might be more toward evening for you, or who knows? We have crafters from all around the world participating in the Weekender, and it's so much fun. But right now, we are very excited and very happy to have JC coming on board. So hopefully we'll bring him in a window here. Hi, JC.
Hey, Kim. Good to see you. Can you hear me?
I can hear you perfectly. Yes, we are all on board now. I feel like we got the glitches worked out here. This is awesome.
Yeah.
But welcome.
Thank you. Thank you for having me. It's good to be back for the second time over at the Weekender. So,
Yes.
yeah, I appreciate it.
Awesome. And you guys are going to, if you've never seen JC teach a class before, maybe you have, because we've had him even teach some classes with some of his own collections here at Spellbinders. So I would consider you part of our Spellbinders family. But students, if you've never had a class or never had the chance yet, you are going to be just entranced, first of all. And second of all, it's just your voice, JC. I think we could just sit and just listen to you teach all day long.
Thank you. Thank you. Well, I appreciate it. It's always good to be back. And yeah, I think we're going to be in for a good session today. And we're about halfway through, right, Kim?
Yeah, about halfway through. So yes,
Awesome.
we're ready to go. I feel like now we just warmed up. We've got them all warmed up for you, JC.
Yeah.
Awesome. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're basically going to turn it over to JC. He is teaching live, so he might not be able to kind of track on the questions quite as much. Do you have a way to see any questions at all, JC, or not really?
Yep, I do. I have my
Okay.
YouTube chat open,
Oh.
and I should be able to, if you don't mind, I'm actually going to pull somebody up. You should have
Okay.
seen this come up right in front of me. So throw in question in front of your question. It'll help me see it, but as you can see right now, the chat is going by really fast, so I will try to catch it as quickly as
For
I can if
sure.
I see it.
Of course you have that all figured out. I should have known.
I'll be around too, JC. So don't
Perfect.
worry. I'll help answer questions as well.
That's what I was going to
Thank
say.
you.
If you can't catch every single one, we'll definitely try to chime in and help people out too. But I can kind of guarantee you, once they start crafting with you watching, I think they'll be so mesmerized they won't even worry too much about chatting.
Well, thank you.
Okay, let's make JC full screen now, and I will say, take it away, and let's enjoy the next two cards you're going to make.
Awesome. Thank you. Thank you again to the Spellbinders team. And welcome back to the Weekender. We're about halfway through. And I've got two cards to show you today, as well as maybe a bonus card. My name is JC. I'm a full-time scientist, part-time content creator, and card maker. And I'm from Denver, Colorado. And it is warm already today. It's about 2 p.m. my time. My cheeks are hot. So we're ready for the jungle. I have my plants behind me. So we've kind of got ourselves right in the mood to do a little bit of scene work, right? So on this first card, I've prepared a few things ahead of time, and I've asked you all to prepare a few things ahead of time as well. So on the Facebook group, I just put these images up. So you should be able to see. I'm not so good at Facebook, but I think if you search to the media tab, you'll see these images pop up. Here's the first set, and here is the second set. So if you want to return back to this video, or you haven't prepped your die cuts ahead of time, which is fine, at least these reference images are there for you, so they all coordinate with your cardstocks that you got in your kit. And let's see. So let's go ahead and bring it down. Let me just clear all of these out real quick. And yes, the first thing that we're going to make is a scene card. And I don't know, I couldn't have like a flat waterfall in a card, so I wanted something that had a little bit of layers and dimension. So this is definitely not a card that you'll be able to easily mail, but you should be able to throw it in a nice little box and yeah, hand it to somebody who you like. So, okay, let's get started. The first thing I had here was this scored panel. So this is 7 1/4 by 5 1/2. So your standard A2 size tall, but it's just a little bit wider for some folding that we're going to do. For those of you at home, I'm going to leave this off to the side here. And this is that unfolded panel. We'll just go ahead and do this on camera for if you have any questions on that. So again, 7 1/4 by 5.5. And we're going to make 1/2 inch score lines starting from the outside. And we'll do that 3 times in. And you'll end up with a center panel that is 4.25. So the center panel will be a standard A2 size card. And I don't have a scoring board that's large enough to do like the instructions. I think the instructions mention 6 1/4 by 3 3/4. My scoring tool doesn't go quite that far. So what I'm going to do is just score this at 1/2 inch, 1 inch, and 1.5 inches. Turn this around and then do the 1/2, 1 inch, and 1 1/2 inches. In order to create your bellows for the window, you'll start on the most inside fold, so this one right here, and fold it inward. And then, you'll basically accordion fold this fold. So in and out, like a fan, like a little paper fan. Just like this. Then we'll repeat that on this other side here. And just a reminder, I have you for the next 2 hours. So yeah, it'll be a good time. Fold this one in. Just like that. So let me try to manipulate this in a way so that you can see it. This will be the front of our card. This is the back, okay? And so the folds face each other, essentially, okay? And I think I remember somebody mentioning, yes, there will be timestamps during the replay. So once we're all done here, the wonderful Spellbinders teams will add the timestamps for, I'm sure, when classes start, when the first card starts, when the second card starts, and so on. So that'll be there for you. And like I mentioned, this will fit in a 4 1/4 by 5.5 inch card. So after all of our folds and everything, this will be our nice guideline so that it fits on a regular size A2 size card front, okay? And then when we're done, it'll also stand up very nicely so that you can admire the scene once the card is opened. So, okay, let's set this off to the side for now. We won't need it quite yet. And then in the homework, I also asked you to cut all of your pieces ahead of time. It's just going to save us a lot of the headache during our little live session here. So I've asked you to cut this. One of the main back panels is 4 1/8 by 5.5 inches. And that's just so that it fits in our background really easily. So that was just a general guideline. It's really a A2 size panel, just slightly trimmed on the side, but that was more of the exact measurement I gave you, okay? And then there are all of these white heat embossed pieces for your sentiments, the clouds, the foliage that supports this. So this is really foreground, background elements on this tray. This is our most background element, and I'm using the Spellbinders trays here. It helps really keep me organized with everything. And then background, sort of middle, and then this is really our most foreground element here. So again, more still photos of this are on the Facebook group. I'm just not so good at Facebook. I don't know how to pin nothing, so I'm sorry. But if you go to the media tab, that's where I found my images. So hopefully it worked. Again, not so great at it, but I tried. So there you go. And all we're going to do right now is honestly just start assembling everything. So we'll just start gluing all the layers together. We'll start with our most foreground element since I have it right here. And I'm just going to use a liquid glue to match up the smaller die cut pieces with their coordinating base layers, I guess. So just a liquid glue to do that. I wasn't able to tune in too much this morning to the earlier sessions, but I got to see a lot of what your other instructors made for class, and of course, they're absolutely stunning. And it's funny, I live in quite the opposite climate, I guess, of a tropical area. So I'm in Denver. It's warm right now, but we're very dry here. I guess similar to the team over at Spellbinders, it's just much higher altitude. They are just much, much warmer over in Arizona. So yes. Are we? All right. Just layering this up. That was fog on top of anchor. And I've got them oriented in a way too, so that these are like the foreground elements more towards the top. And then these are more towards the bottom, I guess. So hopefully this doesn't confuse y'all now that I'm removing these pieces from here. And if there's any question on this, I did use cardstocks that were specific to your kit. So all of these colors should have been in there. Again, fog on top of anchor. And yes, we are live. I am teaching live. So I am trying to keep track of the chat as it goes on the side. So, or on the side for me, I guess. So please throw in your questions in there on that. There we go. Raven is going to go on top of these base rocks here. I just wanted a little bit of variation between the rocks to frame your waterfall, just so that it's all not like the same gray. And also, I just didn't, I didn't want to introduce a lot of ink blending or any ink blending on my cards because number one, I wasn't sure how long this was going to take. This is an interactive card or a window frame card. So I just wanted to make sure that you all are able to walk out with a completed card at least within these next 2 hours. And yes, I am live. So yeah, please throw in your questions. Y'all, I'm just not so good at the pre-recorded videos to like really lull in the middle of them. I just feel like can't really do that. It's not my strong suit. Some people are really good at filling in their pre-recorded videos with, side conversation or banter. I'm not so good at it. I'm better at it live, I think, because then you all ask questions and it's just so much nicer to interact in the chat. So I appreciate you all again joining and throwing in those questions. So here we go. And these bottom rocks here. The etching really helps align the layers as you assemble. So there's really no question on how these lay down. And if it's not perfect, it's a rock, so it's all right. So on these ones, I did fog on top of anchor, and then these are raven on top of anchor for these most foreground stones. Again, I felt like it helped give a little bit more depth, but something that you could do if you're watching and not creating with me live, which is totally fine. You can also, add little white highlights, maybe with pigment ink. Do some direct to paper inking techniques there. What else can you do? You can use a black ink and really stipple onto these, anything to create texture. What's the Hero Arts ink that we used last time? Or any of your like really opaque inks, maybe you can give the rocks a little bit of moss. So some just additional ideas to really further embellish these elements. But really, I'm just giving you the basis to layer these images and so that you can create something today and also finish it hopefully during the live section. And thank you. Thank you. You know what? I'm going to be honest. I made these, like a lot of us, we made these cards a few months ago. So I had to refresh myself. Um, I was a little nervous that I forgot what I made. But we're all good. I feel good about it. We're going to find out together is what I was going to say during this. So always a very well orchestrated team over at Spellbinders. Very easy to follow. So, and they give you a really nice pamphlet to hold on to so that you can reference these instructions later. So this is our little lake at the very bottom of the waterfall. So what I did was I put Celestial on top of Cascade. So Cascade was our base layer on this. And yes, I was going to say Distress Oxides, but I just don't have them, so I'm really not quite sure. But if they go great on top of the colored cardstocks, then that's awesome. That works great as well. And there's that. And then this more, what do we call this? This splash layer, I guess, just gets put right on top of here. I don't think there was really a right way to do it. So we're just going to kind of go with it on top of here. Give that a little bit of forward dimension just like that, okay? Let me take these off of here. And get this just nicely arranged on my tray so it's easy to grab as we need them. And again, I've arranged these in a way as we go through the instructions. And I know I'm not really quite going step by step by the instructions, but I'm trying to give you the layers that we're working with. So this is our most foreground layer, aside from a few embellishments that you'll see in a bit. But otherwise, these are your most forward bellow or fan on the card front. So these are the elements that are going to go on this most forward fold here, okay? Next, let's go to this more inner piece. This will be your middle layer, and that's this next tray that's coming up. So let's set this off to the side. And then, there we go. I am a scientist. So yep, I'm a laboratory technologist. I work at a local hospital here. So that's what I do full time. And then this is just my fun job is what I call it. So I get to come out with collections with Spellbinders. So I have 2 right now, which you might see in a moment. And yeah, it's a very interesting time to be had with the 2 aspects of my life, right? So alrighty. Yes. And yeah, just another way to embellish these elements as you work through them. You can ink blend if that's all you have, Distress Oxide or Distress inks to give a little bit of that moss texture, whatever you have to give it a little bit of, a little bit of extra stuff. And these are the Spellbinders trays. Let me see if I can show you the logo right down there. So they come in a set and it's just really nice to organize everything. I did insert like just to give you a general area of size, this is 5.5 by 8.5 is this piece of paper that I have in here. So it's just slightly larger than that. There are magnetic inserts that you can use to hold the dies as you work through them. But this is what I like to use the trays for, is to really help mise en place, if you must, like sort of with your food to just help organize everything as you see here. So this is the middle layer. Again, I'll just kind of give it a pause for those of you who are catching the replay so that you can see all the cardstock colors that I cut. These are all in your kit as per usual. So Raven, Anchor, all of these elements here, Celestial and Cascade. So the same colors that we cut for the waterfall, okay? Oh, thank you. It's the Craft Stacks. I couldn't quite think of the name. Why can't I click on it? Hold on. Yep, and that's me. Technically MLS, but that is me. Craft Stacks, there it is. So thank you, Scrappy Cat. That's what they're called. So on this one, we're gonna kind of do things in an unusual order, but this is what's going on the middle layer, okay? Let me get this detail layer to the waterfall put on first. Again, just using a liquid glue to make sure that these are well put together. And hello, good to see you again. And I know many of you in the comments, I was watching a little bit of the class previous to this, and I know many of you mentioned that you all saw me over at Simon Says Create. So it was good to see you all. And yeah, glad you could join us for the Weekender. So there we go. There's that waterfall layer. And then these little detail pieces fit on top of here. Again, I wanted it to be the most back panel. So with the most background elements is a loss of detail, or less detail. I shouldn't say a loss of detail, but there's less detail. You see a lot less of the fragments of the rock faces, the rock facades. So I did a little bit of a tone on tone here with anchor on top of anchor so that you get a little bit of the texture, but not so much of the detail. And it just helps make your scene look a little bit more dimensional, which is why I made that choice to do that. So hopefully that idea transcends into other projects you might have as your scene building. But also, I think it's really in my nature to think really hard about these ideas. So this goes somewhere here. We'll just say it goes right there. Okay. And then this one goes right here on the side. So hopefully you're catching that detail in the live feed. Yeah, okay. And something like that, right? Let me just give this a tilt so that you can see it a little bit better. Okay. So yeah, we're just adding those details over to, this is where the waterfall, this waterfall will rest on, okay? Any questions right now? It sounds like the craft stacks are 20% off. Hopefully that I'm pulling the right comment on that. But yeah, I love mine. So I use them all the time. I use them on my live sessions over on my channel too. It just helps keep everything in place. So, okay. Let me move this off to the side. We're almost to the part where we're going to start assembling everything. And I did want to spend the majority of the time going through the assembly of the window portion of this card because it is going to take a little bit of time. We're going to go back and forth between layers. So I really want to make sure that we can answer any questions that might come up during that time. So let's get our sentiment ready. I feel like the sentiment is always the last bit of things I'm rushing through when I start assembling the card. So let's just get this layered up. I white heat embossed one of the sentiments included in the Weekender kit. Go where your spirit feels alive. I just felt like it was really fitting for like the reveal of a waterfall. Like here in Denver, we don't have a lot of water, especially this year. And so, you know, being able to see some sort of scenic aspect at the very end of your trail or the loop, you know, is sort of a rewarding aspect. So I thought the sentiment was really fitting for that sort of journey, right? And good to see, good to see you, Vicky. And there we go. And there you are. Yeah. Excellent class, Sarah. I watched a little bit of it, so good to see you. There we go. Okay, there's the sentiment. Let's just throw it here. Now, where are we? Actually, before I put this one away, I think we'll just foam mount this now. So I did put a little thin piece of foam tape behind the waterfall, just so that it looks like it's cresting right, or the top of the water. It doesn't look like it's all on the same plane. So let me just do that real quick. I have a variety of foam tapes. Mine are going to be from Altenew, but I know Spellbinders does have the foam squares and the foam sheets. So just for what I have, is this too wide? Nope. And the thickness of this really doesn't matter. For me, I like to use the 1/8 inch foam tapes. There are not quarter, 1/16 inch wide foam tapes, which is what I'm using on the back of the waterfall here, but please feel free to use what you have. Oh, shoot, I'm clicking the wrong one. Sorry. The waterfall is not attached yet. This is what we're doing right now. So we're going to bring the waterfall to this anchor piece. And I am aligning that bottom of the waterfall to the bottom of our anchor piece, anchor cardstock, just so that they're on the same level. Okay. All right, there we go. Now let's start. Okay, I think now we can start assembling everything. So let's bring in this piece. I'm just like trays everywhere, which is so nice with the craft stacks. I don't have die cut pieces, to really fetch for. So, okay. I'm going to bring in all of those foreground elements on this tray. So it was this one. Just trying to keep track of left and right rocks on here. If you're recreating this at home on a later time, you might find a different way to organize and layer all of these images. But I try to mentally plan this so that we could do it in an order that doesn't jump around too much, but we are going to be jumping around. I'm not going to try to be light about that. So let's start with assembling the lake down here, okay? So just like this, I want the bottom of the reservoir or lake, right, to align with the bottom part of our window. Okay, I don't want this to go too far down. It just really helps support the scene, okay? So, and I am only going to glue one side of this. It's just going to make it more difficult to assemble this window if we glue down both sides. So right now I'm just going to apply glue just to my left side. Maybe if you're left-handed, maybe it might be easier to do the other side, but either way, I am just gonna start gluing everything on one side of this window, okay? So with my strong liquid adhesive, and the reason why we're doing that is as we're gonna add in middle and background elements in phases, and in order to help with the alignment of everything, it's we're just going to be opening and closing this side piece here to slide in all of our embellishing pieces, okay? Um, go. Then we'll just start framing this left side here. I did use more foam tape to put on top of this. Actually, I'm going to take this medium-sized rock here, which is this one. Sort of hide this side area right here. Oops. Oh no. Lies. I told you lies. It's this rock. My bad. This one is what goes on top. So I'm kind of aligning the bottom of this larger side rock to the very top part of this lake. Okay, just like that. Then we'll put this other medium-sized rock on top to cover that up. And this is the one I used foam tape on. My bad. My bad, my bad. Kind of helps if you have a foam tape that's 1/2 inch wide for some of these, because you'll put them right on this fold here. Just helps with a little bit more dimension. There we go. Just like that. Then let's repeat that on the other side here again. Let's see, this will be a little bit harder to get down on here. Gluing this right side rock directly to the fan folded window, just like that. So just notice that this is kind of got a hinge right here for the time being. And I won't put this rock or this one down quite yet, okay? It just helps with the alignment of everything. So it's gonna look really odd, but I promise we'll get everything layered beautifully, okay? Alrighty. And we'll just pull this comment up. Hopefully, oops, wrong one. Hopefully the text is big enough there. So give it a pause, give the live section a little pause here, and then you can see what Sarah's helped put down here. So next up, we'll get that middle layer. And this is the part that takes a little bit of maneuvering so that you don't catch the bottom edges of any of these die cut pieces. And what I mean is, you know, you don't want to slide this in here and your waterfall is like really far from the lake. So which is why we haven't completely closed off this window yet, okay? We'll do a little bit of a dry fit that might help you, which is what I'm going to do here. And as the instructions mention, sometimes having a pencil will help align all of these pieces here. And you can sort of mark off where you need to apply glue on all of these. So it looks like a good placement of my waterfall is about right here, so that it's not too high. Again, or not too low so that you lose a lot of, the card front. So it looks like right here is a good place for that to go. While holding that in place, I can use a pencil to just mark the inside boundaries of where I should apply glue, okay? Let me just open that up a little bit more so that you can see. So I want to apply glue generally in this area. Just like that. All right. And then these pieces up here also help frame and support, the waterfall, okay? Because the waterfall piece is not quite 4¼ inches wide, so it is slightly reduced from that. And this will just help create a bridge between these elements, like that, okay? So take that left side piece, this is cut from Raven. I'll apply a little line of glue just along one side and into that middle bellow right here. So here's our frontmost one. That's going to go on this most inside portion here. Okay. The right side is going to be the same way. I want to glue this one down, creating a symmetrical side up here. Here we go. And then this will be supported by the overhang of the two Raven pieces on the side here. But I only want to glue one side. As this window card, gets compressed and opened just like this, it just helps give this a little bit of stability or wiggle room as it's, added to an envelope or whatnot, so that it doesn't buckle. And maybe just I've learned that from experience from making a few of these, is that leaving one edge unglued in the centermost panel or the middlemost area of your scene card will just help it compress a little bit better. It'll help, it'll help it not be so wrinkled, I guess, in your envelope. So, and no, Wendy, oh goodness, I keep clicking in the wrong one. We did foam tape behind the waterfall. So let me just turn that over to the side here. Hopefully you can see that on your screen here. So yes, I did put foam tape behind the waterfall on top of the anchor base waterfall piece. Okay. So again, glue just to one side. I'm going to use the left side just for consistency's sake. Just like that. And it's going to float on this middle panel. And just watch as you're gluing this part down that your waterfall is still vertical. And that the horizon of it, right, this bottom edge is also perpendicular to your scene. So I'm kind of just twisting this a little bit so everything lines up perfectly. Just like that, okay? Did any place inspire this card? Not really. I was just trying to remember very vaguely, I'm in Colorado. We have no water here. So at least on my side of the Mount Rockies, maybe those of you on the west side of the Rockies have a lot more water than we do, but we definitely don't. But anyway, I did spend some time over in Japan as a as a kid. So there was a lot more water there. And I do remember just making those scenic drives, just on the highway where the waterfalls do meet the highway because it's a really mountainous area and whatnot. So just the feeling of that, I guess. It's not any particular location, but maybe just the feeling and the reveal of a waterfall at the end of a journey or during the journey or whatnot. And Joanna, not quite yet, at least for, sorry, I'm referring to this question. Will the right side be glued at any point? Not quite yet. As we're assembling all of these layers that we're doing here, it's not glued yet. And for this centerpiece, at least right here, this is pretty much done. We're not going to glue down this right side. And maybe as I compress this, you'll see, like, as the fan goes up and down as you add it to add it to your envelopes, that it kind of moves around a little bit. So I don't want it to crease as it gets folded down just like this. So it has a little bit of freedom to come forward or whatnot. So it's this little raven piece right here that helps support it from the back so that it comes forward as the card stands up on a desk, right? So maybe this top view also helps reveal everything that's going on. So, okay. Now let's work on the most background piece. Oh, let me get the sentiment out. Again, another layer we're going to have to sort of imagine and dry fit. There's going to be a lot of manipulation as we move forward with this scene. So this is that 4 1/8 inch wide by 5.5 inch tall panel. Again, I slightly reduced it because it was just so much easier to slide in and out of this background here. This one right here. Now, those of you doing the replay at home, maybe you want to ink blend this panel, create a little bit of that misty area in your clouds if you've got time to do that. Or, you want to add splatter, or maybe you want to stencil on this background, what have you. This is why I did a separate panel for this piece here on the back, is so that you can add further embellishments to the scene. But for this live section, it was just for ease of access as we're working in this most background area here, okay? So what I'm going to do is take this blank piece, slide it in our background. So now we have that 4 1/8 inch piece on the most back area here. So let me just pull this apart. Sorry, it's going to look really odd, but that's where that piece is, right on the back. And again, we're going to do some dry fitting with the sun, cut from Tuscan. This right here. Oh, geez. And then the two cloud images. So this is Windy and Breeze. And I angled this in a way so that they're kind of framing that little sun that crests over the waterfall. And you do want the sun to be centered. So I'm really trying to make sure that as I'm dry fitting and planning these pieces, that, no edges of the cardstock are visible, but also that we're using as much of the cardstock real estate as we can. Centering that sun on here. And I will use that pencil to help position and guide what I need to trim from this cloudy piece. Here's the other half that I asked you to prepare it ahead of time. So I need it like that and like that. So you'll see it's really rough. You're not going to see these elements in the background anyway, so I'll just use a pair of scissors, the same scissors I've been using to cut my foam tape. And I'm watching the position of that sun there. I don't know if recreating this card is bringing the weather into my craft room, but my craft room is right above the garage, so I get really hot up in here. It's okay. Whew, we brought ourselves to the jungle. Is the waterfall... Oh, sorry, I clicked the wrong one. This is the question I wanted to bring up. Teresa Conte, is the waterfall glued to the Raven Rock? It is only glued to the Raven Rock on this side, on the left side here. So right to this portion, and then also to this center bellow of the fan. Sorry, I caught that a little late, so hopefully that helps still. I think the sun is in the most perfect spot, so really trying to make sure I get that just right. Okay, let's slide that out. Add some more pencil reference lines. Hopefully you can see that on your side. And we'll glue that down. Thank you. Thank you so much. I appreciate it because I knew this card was going to be interesting to make live. And you can't always write down all the instructions, so definitely was trying my best here. So I got the sun down and I kind of pulled that panel up now that I got the sun in the most perfect position I could. And then we'll start adding the, what colors were these? Where'd they go? Hold on. The windy and breeze clouds to the sides of the frame here. I'll glue this directly to this panel. Just like that. Same with the other side, okay? Just give it a test, slide that back down, perfect. Okay. Again, ink blending right on the top here. You won't see anything that's below the level of the clouds, except for maybe what's down here. So if you have a coordinating ink that matches the color of the cardstock on the bottom of your leg, maybe you can use that to add a little bit of ink blending down here so that it matches, or you'll want to add a little cardstock layer to it, what have you. There are just other ways that you can dress up the background. Maybe a little bit of a bird image on top, something like that. I don't know, just all these ideas I'm trying to throw out at you. So yeah, but for what I'm going to do right now is I'm going to open this up and glue this panel to my most background piece back here, right? And I appreciate the feedback on this one. Looks like I've had you all for about 50 minutes. And what I'm hoping is that we can get this card done in maybe the next 20 or so. So we'll spend less time on the other card, which is okay because it's much less involved than this one. I think Yana made a much more prettier version of the card that I'm about to make just now. But I tried, okay? I tried to channel my inner Yana. And that's what I could come up with on the second card. There we go. Hopefully on your side, you're starting to see how this is coming together. Just like that, right? that finishes the most background, that actually also finishes the middle portion here. So now we can kind of close this so that it doesn't pop open anymore like this. Here we go. And this is where we're going to finish off the remaining rocks on the right side, as well as the splash, okay? So let's get this one foam mounted or glued on this right side. Trying to make sure that I'm hiding that gap right here at the base of the waterfall. Use that foam tape just as I did on the left side to adhere this rock. Okay. Then also going to use foam tape on the left and right sides as well. Oh, and this is the part where to help close this, we'll kind of use like a foam tape bridge to help hold this to the other side of the waterfall. Just like that. Okay, so now it's all closed. Oops. There we go. Now it's all closed. And it freely moves up and down. So that's sort of what I'm doing as I'm pressing this down, is you can see like how that center area kind of moves back and forth. So that, which is why I didn't want to glue it to this most right side here. Okay. Now we can start embellishing this. I'm so excited. It's going to start looking like an actual scene now. More foam tape on these rocks. However you want to dress up your scene. Like that. Another one on the other side. And this is going directly on the lake on the bottom. Perfect. Then we'll also add that splash right down here. Kind of hides that, you know, little gap that we have here on the top of the lake. More foam tape, because why not? Right to the center there. Okay. That is the basic structure of this window card. So yes, thank you, Angie. Very dimensional. Thank you so much. So that's just basically the framework of this card. You can go as far or as little as you want with the embellishments on here. I've seen so many of you tag on the Spellbinders group recreate this card with additional floral elements, additional fern elements from the kits, Many of you have made really colorful scenes as well. I think Kim's card is also a really colorful one. So yeah, there are just many ways to add to this, but at least for the structure of the dimension of the window, this is what I've got for you. So yeah, feel free to add as little or as much as you want. I'm going to add just a little bit since we have the time to. So I've cut a few of the pieces on here from Rainforest, Fern, and Peridot to, just add some greenery to this because there is life around a waterfall, and why not? So I am using, oh, sorry. Oh, I keep clicking the wrong one. The chat is going so fast, sorry. I am using the 1/8 inch instant dimension foam tape. That's just what I used. I think it just helps. Truthfully, it just shows up much better on camera in my lighting setup, which is why I have it like this. So if you have the 1/16 inch, feel free to use that. It doesn't change the outcome of your card. It just shows up a little bit better for me as I'm talking about this. And yes, I can. This is top-down view before I start adding the foliage elements. So that's what that looks like. Here's our most background piece. This is the back of the card. Here's our most foreground piece. Our middle layer is kind of being supported by this raven here. And then all of the rocks, waterfall pieces, the splash, the lake, that's all right down here. Maybe this view will also help. This is the left side tilted up so that you can see a little bit of that dimension and where things are glued along the side here. Just like that. And no, I did not glue the right side of this big rock here. So you'll see it's kind of just floating right in the center here, but it is supported by this raven piece on the side there. That's how it gets propped up without it losing like the ability for it to get pressed down into an envelope if you have one. Good question. So let's add some of the greenery to this, like I said. I just felt like it helped break up a little bit of the symmetry on here. So I'm going to glue them, to whatever areas I feel like need some greenery. There's a lot of anchor cardstock just kind of floating around on this card. I love these pieces right here, these little vines. I feel like they help cradle and give a little bit of interesting shape to the waterfall. Because, this is a really symmetrical card. I'm always about a little bit of balance with symmetry and asymmetry. So by trying to disrupt the scene a little bit, create some interesting layers with some foliage, I think is just a nice little detail to add to this waterfall. Yes, and I've seen, again, there have been so many cards I've seen on Instagram, so from many of you who've picked up the Weekender kit and were eager to create. You all have made such beautiful cards with the kit, so it's awesome. And of course, the video is yours. This video right here is yours to keep and reference as you want to recreate this. Maybe you're like, oh, I really want to recreate a window card, maybe not with the Weekender products, but I want to see the base of what JC was using to, recreate this window. This video is for you to reference as well. So, all right. And yes, this does help with positioning. I just thought during the live section, if I try to glue them directly to the back, it'll just be harder to glue down. But also for those folks who are recreating this at a different time, it was just a nicer way to maybe create some ink blending on the back. If you want to take this just a little bit further, maybe you want to add a nice little, I don't know, pink and purple halo to the top, instantly turn this into a sunset waterfall instead of this bright daytime one. So just other ways I was really trying to expand on different ways to use that back panel that weren't just in this card. Because again, this kit is for yours to use as many times as you want. So just wanted to give you all a different perspective on that. Where did I add this? Definitely glue the greenery to different layers of your window. Again, like there are many different layers and aspects to walking up to a waterfall scene. So don't add them all just to your rocks, add them to the waterfall layer, add them to the most foreground layer just to, make it a little bit more interesting. Alrighty, and we're right at an hour. And we will move on to the next card in just a few moments. I definitely want to try to fill up as much of the time as I have with you all, especially since this is your moment to ask any questions during the live section. So don't want to cut it too short and then, you have something to ask me as we are working through the more complex assembly of this one card. Framing the waterfall with more vine pieces. Oh, and another thing you can do with these vines, right, if you just want to use some greenery, is ink blend on these as well. Create some interesting dimension. Again, just so many other ways you can further this thought. But I really wanted to make sure you all could finish this card. So the splash right down here is actually glued directly to the lake right here. Let me get this glued down real quick and I'll show you from the top view. Hopefully that'll help. Or maybe the bottom view here. That splash is glued directly to the lake. Right there. Okay. And I kind of put it on top of the rocks here, which is why I used foam tape. If you didn't use foam tape to assemble any piece of this, then you don't need it. But because these two rocks are on foam, I'll have to put my splash on top of it too so that it, rests nicely on top of everything. And let's see. Let's get the foliage here from Fern. Where did this one go? Let's put it up there. Glad to hear that. See, that was the whole point, right? Definitely the whole point of that. Were you going to slip a strip of blue to the back layer to mimic the lake? That was just one of the ideas I had as we work through that back panel, which is why I had to cut that 4 1/8 by 5.5 inch panel. You can definitely add a little strip. Sorry, let me just move your comment right here. You can add a little strip here. You can add ink blending possibly to change up the color of the water, maybe create a little bit more of that deeper blue. I just didn't want to use things that weren't in your kit, aside from the essentials, obviously, to assemble everything. I know many of you are picking up this kit for the first time, so maybe your stash is not quite as full and you don't have inks quite yet. Or ink blending tools, but that was just my perspective on this kit. I didn't want to bring in anything that you couldn't have or you didn't have. But I definitely wanted to mention these ideas as we were working through so that you had them. If you do have them, you could add them yourselves. Yes, you can add it to, once we're done, you'll just add it directly to your folded note card base. So I'm actually at a step where I can do that. Oh, goodness. Let me fix this a little bit. And if you like to add splatter, I'm going to do that now. Otherwise, you can add your sentiment to this open area right here, which I so nicely planned for. But so what I used was the Yasutomo Pearl Silver. This came out with my collection, Jack of All Trades, just to add some nice metallic splatter. White splatter's just fine. Blue splatter, if you've got distress, the little refills for the distress ink, if you've got Altenews, whatever you have to create some beautiful splatter on the background of this. So just going to use a little bit of water. And I like to use a fine-tipped water brush to suspend the pigment. I like the synthetic bristles. I feel like they spring a lot better and I get a little bit better control on where I put my splatter. And I say put this splatter everywhere. Everywhere it goes, wherever it's going to fall. I want that feeling of like that invigorating feeling, right? As when you like staying close to a waterfall, that water creates that nice little mist on you. And it's something I could definitely use right now in the craft room. I'm boiling up in here. But yeah, just to, again, this is all about that relieving scene to create that invigorating feeling of a waterfall. So much splatter. Don't put this away if you've got it. We'll need it for the next card. And then once that dries, we can add our little sentiment on top. So I will still full mount this on top. I'm going to use a thinner one, actually. This is now a 16 of an inch thick instant dimension foam tape to raise up my sentiment. I just use what I have. I've had these brushes right here, the ones that, you know, have the little reservoir for water in them. I've used them just forever. So that's what I have. And it's always worked for me. So I just don't bother to change it. So good question. So much splatter on there. I love it. Let's add our sentiment right there. Is that right? Good enough. And real quick, hold on. This is the part where we can add it to a folded note card base, and then this will stand up real nice. Let's get this glued on. 4 1/4 by 5 1/2 inch. I used a side folding portrait-oriented card base. I just don't know how well this would work with a top folding, you know, because it's got so much forward dimension on it. I don't know if it'll stand up quite as nicely. But definitely give that a try before you commit to something like this. So there we go. That is our first card using the Rainforest Waterfalls set. So again, so much dimension on here. I love where this went. So many great items in the kit. And of course, please feel free to use, the floral images that are in any of them. There are other wonderful supporting images to really build on this scene, but at least you have the framework to create what I have. Oh goodness, here, what I have going on right here. There we go. Right here on the screen here. So okay, let me just make sure I'm not missing anything before we move on to the next card. Again, we've got another 15 minutes another 50 minutes with me. So we're a little bit more than halfway now since we finished this card 1 of 2. Right here in the jungle, so hot. We are so warm right now, but we're gonna power through it. I have my water, don't worry. And that's right. Sorry, I'm just scrolling up to see a few of these comments. So real quick. Oh, that's not it. Where did it go? Oh yeah, thank you, Adriana. Yeah, that's what helps like create that compression as you get this in an envelope. So, and that's a good idea too. So this is another great idea for expanding on that panel. Instead of putting that piece that we slid in and out, you can use it to create your sentiments. If you have a stamp set that creates the pull tab, just another great idea there to expand on the scene. And yeah, oh, we were supposed to put jewels on that. Let's do it in a second, okay? Let me have a little reset and I'll start talking to you about the second card. Alrighty, card number 2. So we're working through a bird of paradise. I have one in my house. I have 2. It would not fit through this door. So of my craft room, it would just completely swallow me in this craft room. So I don't know. I love Strelitzia. I got mine from IKEA and it's just lived this whole time. So it's nice that I got to reference a real color palette and the colors in the kit are true to it. Mine has never bloomed, sadly. So I just had to imagine the colors of a blooming Strelitzia, a bird of paradise. And yeah, this one's a little bit more easygoing. So a lot less assembly, but just the same feeling. I wanted that botanical feeling, that botanical frame, as if you're peering, through the foliage and seeing this garden or seeing this plant like in a garden center, because it's always a good time. So, oh, yes, they are. Sorry. Side note, I picked these peonies today. I'm so happy. Just letting you know, it's like one of the last days of these peony blooms. So I thought we all could just enjoy them together in my little craft room, because I'm sure tomorrow I will lose all the petals on this and it just won't be as pretty. So yes, thank you for noticing, all of you in the chat. They are my real flowers from the garden. So let's start assembling this. It's so easy. I'm sure Yana explained it much better than I can. But we'll just start adding the layers to the etching that's found on the leaves here. So let's add the little stems to the etching on the larger leaves. I'm just going to use liquid glue. And then we will wrap this up in about 45 minutes, just to give you a gauge of time for those of you crafting along at home. And I did try to arrange this. I'll get to that in a second. Never mind. Hold that thought. Let's just get all of these glued down. I have mystery cat hair on all of these. So hopefully I'm not giving this card to anybody, because they'll get a little bit of my cats on these cards. Oh, I'm so glad everybody's picking their peonies from their gardens. Yes, I do have ants on my blossoms, and I just think it's like such a healthy indicator of a nice thriving garden. Like I try not to Aside from aphids, I try not to get rid of pests, right? I think they're all creatures, right? But um, the ants don't really bother my peonies too much. They're just on them, I guess, but they don't destroy them, at least not for me. And since we're on the subject of peonies, I have 3 in my garden. Colorado's frost damaged the other 2, so I had thriving buds on them. I tried my best to insulate the plant as best as I could, but I don't have blooms on them this year. So I was a little bummed, which is why I was like really trying to thrive on the peonies that you saw over on the side, and keep them as long as I could. But that's just how nature goes, can't really help it. But yeah, I had blooms, or I had foliage really early. By the way, this is really early for Denver to have peonies. I usually have peonies a little bit later next month in June. But we had frost like 2 or 3 times, and I had to run out there with my trash can, try to cover it, and it just didn't work. It didn't work on the other 2 plants. It worked on the plant that I got peonies from, but anyway. How do we find your splatter? Let me see if I can type it in the chat real quick, but I think it is actually in your instructions. It is this one, the Yasutomo Pearl Silver. You should be able to find it on the Spellbinders website. I'm sorry if it's not there anymore, but last I checked, it was there. So definitely right in here. Yasutomo. I did not know this. Gonna have to look that up. I definitely have the ants. Okay, where are we? Let's get these sepals onto the spathe. So sepals, these images down here. Spathe, which is this. And to assemble this, I just followed the score line that was already on them, folded it right in half. Just like that, it creates a nice little canoe to hold all of these sepal elements. Now this, I did have to use some sort of reverse tweezer. It kind of helped hold everything as I glued them all together, because this has quite a few layers on it. And that was for the splatter. That's right. That Yasutomo Pearl Silver. I do have these arranged on my tray. Sorry, these sepals in a way. This is carrot and saffron. Carrot, saffron. And I have them arranged so that you'll get 6 sepals per spathe. And they've kind of fanned out already. So here's my second one. Here's my first one. I'm sorry, it's kind of like crammed in this area, but it's how I fit them on my tray. And I'm gonna let that get a little bit more tacky before I start gluing the layers together and alternate them. But for now, just gonna layer this. Like that. Okay. Oh, and I did that to the previous sentiment. I don't know if I ever mentioned it out loud. I think I just did it. Here we go. Let's fold this one too. I know I'm kind of going in a weird order from the instructions, but it's the nice thing about the live session, right? The interactivity. There we go. Then we're going to layer these up, creating that nice little fan of sepals. alternating between saffron and carrot, or carrot and saffron, depending on which order you have them on your card. Oop. Like that. Yay. I'll use the reverse tweezers just to hold that. Oh, goodness. There we go. Just like that. Repeat that for the other one. There we go. Then those go inside the space, but let's get the, what was this? This is the anther. I cut these from Oceanside. I think Oceanside was also in your kit. And there is a right and left facing is what I called it. Right and left and right facing bloom to the bird of paradise. So just adding these layers together in here. So let's just go ahead and do that. I learned so much about peonies, just like reading through the chat here. And yeah, I definitely had the ants. I just had the frost. And that was the problem. I lost them to the frost. I could not protect them. There we go. Let's get the other piece in. We'll be seeing this anyway, so not so worried about what it looks like on the inside here. Before we get into the last few minutes of this live session during the Weekender, I just wanted to say thank you all for attending and being part of day 2, I guess class number 3 with me. It's been a joy to speak to all of you, and many of you have mentioned that you saw me at Simons is Great, so I appreciate that. So many of the instructors are also on the chat, so thank you for the support as well. And yeah, because always the live session, we always scramble to finish right at the end, but just definitely wanted to mention that before we finish today. Let's get this one assembled here. So again, just adding the glue to the inside of our spathe, adding the sepals. Hopefully this is dry now. Oh, that is okay. I glued my tweezers to them. That is okay. Red to the center. I'll have to look at my die set. I guess I'm not quite sure what you mean there. There we go. Adding in this little bit too. Oh, geez. Here we go. That's that. And then that will be on top of these stem pieces here. So, all right. Just a second. I'm like curious now what she made. Oh, okay. It creates that nice little edge, right, to this space. Sort of like how the leaves sort of have that same piece in the middle. Of course, Jana was going to notice that detail much more than I was. So, of course, it's going to be so beautiful. I see. Okay. Thank you. Let's go ahead and add these pieces now to our background. I just wanted to give it like a little bit of that botanical frame. At least referencing what I have in my own home garden. And typically with plants like this, right, the center leaves or your newest leaves are going to be the larger ones. Your older ones are going to be a little bit smaller. So that's what I was thinking about as we were recreating this floral scene, right? So floral scene slash bird of paradise scene. So just trying to recreate that. The leaves grow out from a center stem. And I tried to just get them framed really nicely within the arch here that's on the center. And this is the embossing folder in your set. So just trying to recreate that. Lots of dry fitting here. I did trim off a little bit of the stem on the bottom. So I turned mine over just to make it look a little bit more of a natural cutoff instead of just a straight edge. And I followed the curvature of the base of the leaf. So I could still have that colorful detail, right? But just the leaf portion of it, just like that. And we'll start assembling everything essentially, just with a lot of foam tape. Again, I'm using a thicker one just because it shows up a lot better on camera. There we go. I'm just using tape runner to hold everything down. I like teaching this way. It's just my preferred way of holding things down as I craft. Many of you have like the glass magnetic mats. It's just so that you all aren't like getting seasick, right, as I'm creating. That's why I do it. Definitely not necessary though. There we go. Adding in these smaller leaves just to frame everything real nice. I like creating a little bit of an interesting shape. I like a triangular formation. It's what I think about as I create these. So just another way of thinking. Oh yeah, thank you. I know it's not so good right now at getting the movements. There we go. Hey. Cute. Okay, let's keep adding the pieces here. Different heights of the stem. Maybe I'll take down this piece a little bit so that they're all not the same height. Just like that, adding the stem right to where the base of the spathe looks a little bit more natural, you know? That is a good point. Usually, newer leaves are going to be lighter than your older leaves. Just as they get their chlorophyll, right, then they start to get darker. So yeah, I would deepen the bottom leaves here with a darker ink. Let these really show through a little bit of a light color. So yeah, that's a good call out on that to create a little bit of depth on these leaves if you're trying to go for that more natural, realistic feel to it. So yeah. Definitely a good call out to create, just to make it a little bit more realistic. Well, I think we had time to, but I just didn't want to rush anything. I didn't want to overcommit. You know, like again, I want you all to be able to finish these cards during the live. So always the feedback I get when I teach during these sort of events. Cute. Love that. Okay, next one. Again, I'm using all this really thin pieces of foam tape just to add everything to my frame. Perfect. Do we like that? I like that. There we go. Ah, love that. Then we'll finish off with this leaf right here in the back. This was just something, I don't know, to really help fill in everything. Or maybe I like it down here, actually. Kind of switching it up from the original card. Let's just do that. We'll just go with it. Why not? Just a card. Cute. Okay. And then we'll add our little sentiment here right to this area. But before we do that, then I'll add a little bit of splatter. Again, everything has sort of like a shape to it, right? It's really nice triangular formation to really frame everything. So just a thought as we're working through plan pieces like this. So let me see. I had my head down a little bit, so I want to make sure I didn't miss anything. These are a tropical plant, so it needs a lot of humidity. Which is not what I have in Denver, and a lot of fertilizer. And okay. And thank you. Let's add some splatter to this. Again, I have that Yasutomo Pearl Silver to really dress this up. using a little bit of water. And again, I just prefer to use a fine tipped water brush. It has never failed me. And I like a lot of splatter, as you can tell. It's just like the perfect little embellishment for me. Then we can add the sentiment. Right there. Love that. Okay. As that dries back, let me bring in the other card real quick. I didn't use the embellishment I said I was going to use. So here's our other one. And I did use the Weekender gems that were in your kit to just really frame and highlight the sentiment on here. So let me just do that. A nice little tip for you is I like to use the jewels as some sort of like, almost like a constellation. Let me show you what I mean. So what I'm doing is creating a line of jewels. So that my sentiment, I'm using the jewels to draw a line through the sentiment because I feel like it helps draw your eyes more towards it. Many folks like to do the random approach, but I like to create with some sort of intent when using gems, sequins, what have you, to highlight a sentiment. So that's how I like to use it. It's just my perspective on that, which is why if you've seen any other videos of mine or any of my live sessions, that's why I do it in that sort of way. So again, adding these jewels and gems to draw an imaginary line through my sentiment. And I think it just like helps create a guideline of where to put jewels. You know, I'm not so good at the random approach. It just doesn't feel quite as healthy to me as it does maybe for some other creatives. But if you need some help with placing jewels, that's certainly like how I like to do it. So then we'll do that for this next piece. Maybe it'll show up a little bit better on my bird of paradise. Oh, goodness. So now that I put that down, so here's my line down here and another line of jewels right there on my bird of paradise. Here's that line of sequins or jewels on this left card. And then here it is again on the right card. So anyway, that finishes that second card using the Bird of Paradise dies. Again, I really wanted a nice full botanical frame, something a little bit more true to the actual formation of Strelitzia, Bird of Paradise, and just again using the cardstock colors in your kit. And just to give you a general time frame or botanical frame of how I like to use and reference these images. So let me just make sure I did not look at the chat during those last few moments here. And yes, thank you. Thank you for the reminder, Joanna. Sorry, I'm just scrolling up to see these comments here. So we did add the jewels. Okay, well, 20 minutes left. I did have one other card to show you that wasn't in the pamphlet. And I I don't know if you all know, but if you don't, I do have two collections out with Spellbinders. One is called Jack of All Trades that came out in January 2025. And this year I had All My Senses. And I did see a few of you mention All My Senses in the chat, that you all love the collection. So I really appreciate that. And if you didn't know, All My Senses came out in March 2026. It was my way to really perceptualize and personify, I guess, the human experience, right? The interconnectivity of all of us through shape and through linear aspects, to create this sort of cubism and linear art sort of merge, right? And so that was my intent with All My Senses, especially during this time, to create some sort of humanity and different perspective with these dies, right? And the dies and the better press plates. And I just love the way that you all created yourselves and put yourselves, your skin tones, into these cards, or created them with other people in mind. So that was the whole intent of the collection. And with that note, I did use a little bit of my collection to showcase or create a little bit of a bonus card, a really quick one, by the way, a really quick bonus card for the Weekender and All My Senses. So I did use Sensory Gaze. I'm sorry, fragmented gaze to create this really subtle Chiquita Banana, I guess, woman. So I embellished her with a few of the die cuts or die cut pieces that were in your kit, and used the same frame that we saw earlier with the embossing folder. And yeah, just a really quick card. Die cut this figure out using some Spellbinders cardstocks, use the white background to just create a little bit of texture on the background, and then framed her with a little bit of pieces and gave her that little nice little fruit embellishment piece right at the top of her head, to create that lifelike Chiquita Banana. So otherwise you could do that is with the dies that are in the set. I ran out of time, so I didn't want to spend too much time on doing that, but just a different perspective on doing that. So yes, and again, I wanted to call out the fact that, many of you have used All My Senses to use your own skin tones, use other people's skin tones, maybe unrealistic skin tones, whatever have you, just to create that human connectivity and interactiveness with these cards. And with that being said, I'm actually letting you all go a little bit early with my segment of the Weekender. So I know Kim has additional projects to show you, and I know they have really fun things happening over at the studio. But otherwise, I just wanted to say thank you again to all of you for attending the Weekender, spending your weekend with me. And hopefully I'll see you in another one. Otherwise, if you haven't checked out my stuff before, I have my links over on the side here. I'm a little bit more active on Instagram than I am on Facebook. So if you have any additional questions for me, please feel free to shoot me a message over on Instagram. Otherwise, I will try to monitor the chats over on the Weekender Facebook group. So yes, I just want to make sure if there are no other last minute questions, I'll give you about 15 minutes back. We'll get a little bit of a longer break, I guess. And yeah, otherwise I'll see you all very soon.
Well, thank you, JC. I thought you were going to blink off right there. So I just want to say thank you before we let you go. And I'm glad you brought up your other collections, because as you were kind of winding up, I'm like, oh, I hope he talks about them. In particular, just briefly go over real quick your first collection with this Jack of All Trades, because that's when those fun little Yasutomo splatters came out, which I tried to link in the comments, but anyway, we'll make sure it's linked again. But tell me a little bit more about that first collection.
Yes, Jack of All Trades was, it's based on the French deck of cards. So, your ace all the way to king. And it was much less about the game, right? It was much less about gambling. I wanted Jack of All Trades to feel like the nostalgia piece, right? I'm a millennial, so I spent a lot of time on the computer playing Windows 98 Solitaire, watching the cards cascade down. So it was really just an homage to that. And time spent together and less about gambling. So
Nice.
thank you for the call out on Jack of All Trades. It was my first collection with Spellbinders. Many of you have given me such amazing feedback on last year's Weekender. I did do a little bit of a merger on that. So those of you who were able to see that during that time, you all saw that during that kit. But yep, that was my first collection. And then I had All My Senses this year. So
Awesome.
Yeah.
Both collections very dear to our heart here at Spellbinders. We've
Thank
just
you.
enjoyed both of them. And as you said, so many of the creations that, our end users create, that's what really makes, that's what touches you. Like, oh my gosh, you guys took it and made it your own.
yeah.
Very cool. Okay, so thank you again, JC. We'll let you go. I do have a couple little cards here I'm going to show before we let you go to break. So perfect timing. It gives me a couple minutes to do that, and then we'll carry on. So thanks again. All right. Oh. Well, I was going to show some cards, but maybe you can help Doro. How's it going?
It is going pretty good, I suppose.
Yeah. Okay.
Doro overslept a little bit today.
Oh.
I didn't get up in time, and I had to have my morning rich tobacco.
Okay. Well, I have a feeling that our viewers out there are going to let you know that I think you missed one, maybe two sightings of the paper macaw.
Menagerie! Oh. I thought in my tent this morning, I thought I heard the distinctive caw. No, I'm sorry, that is not it. That is a regular macaw. It was caw.
That's
I thought
that's
I
right.
heard it, but
Too busy sleeping.
I
Sorry.
was sleeping, So I hope that you guys are still looking out for the enchanted paper caw.
Yes.
And
they are.
I don't know if you can tell, but Doro grows more manly each night. Each night when I sleep,
when you
my
sleep
beard,
in your tent, that's what happens. There's
my
no
beard
shaver.
comes in richer, darker, richer, and so
also-
manly.
It's got a very distinctive
No, that is my jungle funk. Don't worry. Don't worry about the jungle funk.
coffee smell, I was going to say. But
Oh,
it's
yes.
not unappealing, I have to say.
Doro did have a lot of coffee this morning.
Well, at
That
least
goes with
woke
the
you
tobacco,
up.
Well, it wasn't really this morning. It was more like this afternoon,
No doubt.
I
Okay.
do what I got to do, but I want everyone to help. I still search
You're
for the
on the
paper caw.
job now. You are up and you're at 'em and you're ready to go.
My time is running out. I have to go back to Italia very soon.
Okay, yes. All right. We will help you keep track. I am going to share a few cards, and then should I come help you search after that?
Yes.
During the
please,
break?
please.
I'll help him out a little bit.
Oh, I see. There's
make
a bird here, but
Yes,
it is
yes.
also another ugly one. I only want the enchanted paca.
It's true. That is the best one, I have to admit. But-
Yes.
Okay, I'll come find
All
you,
right.
Doro.
Thank you.
Good luck.
Ciao, ciao, bellas. Ciao, bellas.
So you're hearing the chow over here, and I've got Josie in my moderator chair. Let's say hi to her. Say hi, Josie.
I'm just sitting here.
Well, she does have a computer. If you guys have a question, she can answer it. But I did want to just take a couple minutes and show you. I think these products we loaded onto like the Weekender landing page where you click for the supply list. But of course, you can find these products on our regular page now that you've got your fun special code Weekender, where you can kind of shop throughout the whole website. But this is, let's go to the down camera. This is a collection that we released, I guess, a year ago. Does that sound right, Josie?
I think so. Yeah.
Called Cheerful Chirps. So those of you who are also fans of Scrapbooking Cards today know that we've done some Spellbinders classes with them, of course, with our product hosted by Scrapbooking Cards. And that's what Cheerful Chirps originally was. And then after a period of time, we usually wait, kind of give those consumers first dibs on the products, and then we release them on our website. So kind of a win-win, really good situation. But I wanted to share this card that I created, just kind of talk you through it a little bit, not necessarily create the whole thing, but two of the products I thought would be really fun because they just absolutely match the theme right here. The Pretty Birds Die, again, part of the Cheerful Chirps collection. I'm saying that so if you wanted to go into the search bar and just type Cheerful Chirps, you're going to find all the products. There's a stamp set, there's other fun things too. But the Pretty Bird, so cute with his little swing. And of course, this kind of reminds you, hopefully, of the card I made last night using the rub-ons. So cute. This even comes with a little kind sentiment, die cut sentiment. And then this is the one I used for my little extra project for today. It's called Flying High. And I just love, and I think someone else did this in the group too. They've already used some of these kind of foliage pieces and mixed and matched them. Works so, so well with all the things in our Weekender kit. So this little guy, I did use, I'll show you this embossing folder in a minute, but I did use the embossing folder from our kit. So kind of angle it, you can see that a little bit better. So that just gives a cute little frame for this bird. Oh, thank you, Gavin. And although this has a branch in the die set, I used the branch from our Weekender. Love the texture on the branch that you guys got. So I popped my little bird on there. And then, of course, I mixed and matched the rest of the foliage. You can see this is the newer foliage. This is the newer flower from this die set. But then I added the... I love this vine. I don't know. I think it's one of my favorite touches. Just so classic jungly. And then, of course, some of the draping vines. And just super fun to kind of mix and match that together. To create this background, I cut this out of Peridot cardstock. And then I just inked a little bit of kind of a aqua colored ink on top. I want to say it was the Pool Party. Yeah, I think it was Pool Party ink from Hero. But you could use any kind of, kind of tealy, light teal ink. And I just thought that was fun to add just a little bit of blue. Kind of ties in the little blue flowers here. But really cute. And then, of course, the Stampin' Die from the Weekender. So cute little mix and match. I did add a little inking on here. Like I said, I'm not the pro at inking, but I could get a little stencil brush and add a little ink here and there. But I think it does add a cute little depth to my pink cockatoo that I have. And sorry, Doro, this is not an ugly bird. Silly Doro. Okay, the embossing folder, I know a lot of you have been showing off products using a bamboo die, which is fantastic. But don't forget we have this bamboo screen embossing folder. I guess the number is E3D121, but it is called Bamboo Screen. And again, would be a fabulous background for any of the fun little, toucans or chameleons or any of the fun things. So that might be a fun one to check out too. So, oh yeah, I just brought in our Weekender dies here just to show how cute they all are together. So much fun, guys. Love it, love it. Okay. So I think we're pretty much ready, and I will post a picture of this too in the Facebook group. Somebody asked about posting on the landing page, and we can do that too. We'll have to wait till Monday or Tuesday when we get all of our graphics team back in to get those loaded up. But yes, we'll make sure that happens. In the meantime, unless you see any dramatic questions over there, Josie, I think we're ready for... Good. Yeah, I think we're ready for another short break. So what we're going to do is we're going to kind of break again, kind of get prepped for our next segment here. And Nicole Sporer is, I'm sure, waiting in the wings. Maybe not quite yet, but she will be here. And she's also teaching live. So we'll bring Nicole in at her time, which is about 30 minutes from now. You guys have the schedule. So we'll be starting her class right on time. And be happy to welcome her and do our next segment of creating. So congratulations to you for hanging in so far and keeping up with us and powering through. Maybe now's the time to get yourself a little boost of energy, maybe a little candy bar.
A little
we just
sugar.
had Josie and I just had another cup of coffee, so
We shared
I
a
think
cup.
we're ready to go. We shared a cup.
We
that's
shared
true.
2 espressos.
Half a cup. So in the meantime, enjoy your break, and we'll see you back in about half hour. Hello, hello, and welcome back.
Yes.
Got Josie here with me now because she's like, "Ooh, you're introducing Nicole? I want to come
I
see
want to say hi to Nicole.
So let's go ahead, since this segment is all about Nicole Spohr, let's go ahead and see if we can bring her in the window and say, "Hey, Nicole!
Hi. Look how cute.
How cute do you look? Can you hear us?"
I think she's on mute.
Oh, wait, maybe you're muted or we're muted. Hold on one second.
Did I unmute
There.
myself?
We can hear you now.
You're good.
Perfect. Hello. How are
Hi.
you guys?
How are you? I feel like we
Good.
have a little visitor coming in here too.
Oh,
We're being all kinds of silly.
I love it. Well, I took your dress up for the Weekender to heart, so.
That is perfect. You look adorable. Oh my gosh.
Okay, but we're going to have to actually be able to see, so.
I know. I did the same thing when I was wearing we did our club thing and I had my glasses on. I was like, okay,
Yeah.
no. These are going to have to come off.
You had crab ones on. I was wearing pineapples.
Oh, yeah. Yes, those were super cute.
So fun. So again, welcome, Nicole. I know you've
Thank
got
you.
some fun cards. Everyone's super excited to see all your fun tips and tricks and techniques. Did you have fun with the Weekender kit?
Oh my gosh, so much fun. It's so unique, and yeah, the dies are absolutely incredible, so.
Yay.
So excited.
All Miss Josie here, as always.
Thank you, you guys.
As always, she's amazing.
Oh my gosh, you're going to make me blush.
So I think we're not going to have too much further ado. I think we'll go ahead and kind of make you full screen here, Nicole, and just tell you, hey, take it away. And we're going to be obviously on the, things helping answer questions or whatever
Perfect.
you catch yourself is great. But otherwise, just craft away.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you.
All right.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to my class for the Weekender. It's so good to see everybody here. For me, it's evening, and thunderstorming. So I hope everybody has had a wonderful day so far. And we're going to go ahead and dive right on in to our first card. We are going to make both of the cards from the book today, and I'm trying to do about an hour per card. So we shall see how close we get to that. But we're going to try to take our time and just have fun creating. So I'm going to put myself picture in picture unless that bothers anybody. You guys let me know, but I thought you might like to see a little bit of me in the screen here. Let's see. Hello, for me it's Deep Night. Oh my goodness, yes. So for the first card that we're going to create, we're just going to jump right in. You guys have been crafting all day. You are all warmed up, right? We're going to work on our cute little Tiki Toucan card, and this is the card from the book. I'm going to somewhat follow along with these directions. Truth be told, it's been a little while since I have written these out, so I'm not exactly, I did familiarize myself with it, so we'll try to go somewhat in the order, but we're going to start with our background. Let's see. Of course, we want to see you. Well, thank you. Let me get rid of these sunglasses, though. Okay, so one of my favorite products from Spellbinders, I mean, besides the amazing dies, are their embossing folders. And when I saw this embossing folder in the kit, and this is called the Tropicana texture, I had to look. It is a 2-for-1. And so we are going to do one of my favorite techniques with embossing folders, which is the blackout technique. I'm going to use the side of the embossing folder. I'm going to put my cardstock behind it here, where we kind of have this beautiful frame. So I've got a 4 1/4 by 5.5 inch panel of fern cardstock, and we're just going to place that right here in our embossing folder, and it perfectly fits to size. Oh, thank you so much. I am going to grab my die cut machine here. So this is a 3D embossing folder. So our sandwich for this is we need our platform base, then we need our embossing folder with the cardstock, and then you're going to want your adapter plate for that. So I am going to simply roll this right on through my beautiful lilac shimmer machine. And let's move this right back out of the way and let's see what we have. So when you pop this out, then we are left with an absolutely stunning background. Now, your choices for embellishing this, obviously you can leave it as is. You could do this out of white cardstock and ink blend in your green cardstocks if you want to. Another one of my favorite techniques is a white pigment ink pad, very lightly over the raised images, and it's going to pick up that ink. But for us today, we're going to flip it on over just like this. And I like to grab a nice black ink. I'm going to use some of the Hero Arts Intensified black ink. This is going to be kind of messy, so you're going to want to put some paper down. I'm working on a glass mat, so I can just wipe it up really easy. And we are going to just go in and give it a really nice brush. And this way, since we flipped it over, we're using the debossed side. That means everything, all of the design is going to keep our beautiful fern green cardstock color. And then all of that solid area is going to be black. And it's going to really make the details pop. It's a super quick and easy way to create a very beautiful, dramatic background. So, so pretty. Josie is an amazing genius. She sure is. All right. Let's see, I made it to the live. Yay! I love crafting live with you guys, so I'm so excited to be here tonight. Let's see. Jan says she has tea. Fantastic. Oh, and who else has their tea? Handmade by Ruby does. Fantastic. Okay, so we're going to take our background now. This would be a good opportunity. I didn't do it for the card, but if you like some splatter, some white splatter, sparkle splatter, that would be amazing on here at this point. And I like to do it now so that it can be drying while you work on building your die cuts. But we're going to keep it kind of simple today and just have that beautiful, dramatic black background. Can you do this with another shade of ink other than black? Lynn is asking. You absolutely can. Depending on what color of cardstock, I have done it with, like, if you're doing an ocean scene, for example, and you have an ocean kind of embossing folder, if you do a light blue cardstock and then use a dark blue cardstock for the quote unquote blackout technique, it looks amazing. That's just one idea. There's lots and lots of different ways to do it, but yes, you absolutely can. Yes, I did use a felt ink pad for this. Let's see. Having coffee. Oh my goodness, you guys are so brave. I can't have coffee or I'll be up until 3 in the morning. All right, so I have all of my pieces for our card inside of here. These are the craft stacks from Spellbinders. I know I saw JC using them in the last class. This is the medium size. There's also the large size. I use these all the time for prepping my cards and keeping everything where it's supposed to go. I love, love, love these. We're going to start by building our little toucan here, and I'm just going to grab my black pieces. Just like this. And then I'm also going to grab these beautiful, is this the Oceanside maybe cardstock, if I'm not mistaken? And we're going to grab those out first. Oh, you couldn't miss. You told your friend you couldn't. You would have to miss the shower because you couldn't miss. That's funny. So what I'm going to do is I am going to add a tiny bit of shading. I'm just going to show here in the book really quick. I'm going to add a little bit of shading, not a ton, but I think a little bit helps make the image come to life. So I'm going to take a little Black Soot Distress Oxide ink. You could use regular distress ink. You could also use any kind of dye ink that you want. I just had these close at hand, so I decided to use these. And then a detail blending brush. I do want to talk about this really quick. I almost always use my Spellbinders detail brushes, but to know which ones are for my oxides, because I don't want to mix them up, I do use a different brush. So I am going to use that today, but I do use those all of the time. They're my absolute favorite, but so I don't mix them up, I do use a different brush for my oxides. Drinking coffee out on the deck. Oh, nice, in Michigan. Fantastic. So I'm going to take a little bit of this ink and I'm just going to gently blend this in, very, very little. It's probably not even going to, you won't see a lot of it, I guess, probably until we start putting it together. I don't want to completely cover up the beautiful dark teal color here, but I do want a little bit of definition. And I'm going to switch out my glue. If I take more coffee, it could, oh, let's see, it could be my first and last weekender. Exactly. I'm going to live, I'm going to just hope I stay awake. I've got water. No, I'm wide awake. So I am going to layer my little tail feather piece on here first, like so. And let's go ahead and put this piece on here as well. We're going to do our wings. And I find when you're working with really detailed die cut sets, breaking it down into small manageable pieces makes it so much easier to put together. So I'm trying to just go nice and slow. Let's see. Having a beer, it's been a day, Donna said. Oh, Donna, I love it. Hello, my friend. Definitely don't want to do that for me right now. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and we're going to pop our little wing on. And there's great little score lines on here that help us line everything up. We're not going to do our tail feather quite yet, but I am going to, I'm going to hold this one up so you can see. So this has that nice little score line right along the edge. That's where I'm going to pop my glue. Had some ice cream with caramel and chocolate sauce. Peggy, I'll be right over. That sounds amazing. Okay, so here's how our sweet little toucan is looking so far. Oh, I'm so glad that you love that technique. Now we have a little bit more to do for our little tail feather here. And this is going to line up on the larger piece. So I'm just going to go ahead, and this is out of, I believe it's a little pomegranate cardstock, and a little bit deeper red. And then if you can see here, there's a nice little score line. I'm going to have it right here at the top. So something happened as I got older. I used to say my superpower was I could have caffeine at any time of the day and then go right to sleep. And for the great majority of my life, this was true. But over the last about 3 years, 2-3 years, that superpower has gone away. And now I'm up all night. No, 0 stars for that. I don't like it. So I have quit drinking more than, usually I only have 1 cup of coffee first thing in the morning, sometimes 2 if I'm feeling crazy, and no caffeine after 2 p.m. Man, getting old is not fun. Let's see. Oh, you have to leave now. That's okay. You can always catch the replay. Okay, so now I'm going to work on the rest here of our little toucan. And I'm just going to kind of look at my pieces. I always kind of like to think about it before I start assembling. And so we're going to do our little bill of our bird here, our beak first. And I'm going to use a little gathered twigs or just a nice neutral brown ink of any kind is going to be great. And I'm going to just tap a little bit of that off. And I'm going to start off of the cardstock and blend my way on. I don't want to change the color. I more just want to give that nice illusion of some shading. So I'm just going to kind of maybe brush that on this piece too. Oh my gosh, been caffeine free for 23 years. Awesome. So I am going to put a little dab of glue on here. All right, I'm going to break out my handy craft tools here from Spellbinders. You guys, these are amazing and I love them. So I'm going to use my little picker tool to put my tutu and blush cardstock pieces on to my larger carrot piece. And then we're all going to put a little bead of glue along that top edge. Same thing happened to you, Sandra? Yep, it happens. We're going to go ahead and pop this little portion on. So here's how that is going to look. I don't know if I got that put in quite right. I think I maybe need to, there we go. Need to adjust real quick. You know what we're going to do? I'm actually going to put this on first, just in case I don't line this up exactly right. Let's put the eye, or the dark portion here over the yellow, just line that straight up, and now I'm going to attach this. Where do you get the glue gun? It's called a Misty Glue Press, and you can get it at lots of different stores. Has a nice fine tip applicator. That's what I like about it. So there is this portion. I'm going to do a little bit of black right here. We're going to do this little piece. And then we're going to take this little chest piece that is die cut out of alabaster, and I'm going to blend in just a little bit of gathered twigs on that as well. Try to make no harsh lines. I love, love, love my glue gun. It's great if you have trouble squeezing things, I think. Or just if you just like it, because I do love it. All right, so here's where we're at so far. Now, what makes this come to life is for sure the eye. I think the eye on this is absolutely incredible. Let me find all of my little pieces. So I want to show these. And we also have got to get our little feet here. So I do want to kind of be thinking about where these are going to go as well, because he's going to be sitting on a little branch in that beautiful background that we just created. I should have tucked this under the wing a little bit. Let me see how much this is glued down. And if it, oh, it's really glued down. So, oh no, it's not. We can fix it. So I like to take my little piercing tool, not just for piercing and poking out our die cuts, but sometimes I need it for performing a little surgery to my die cuts. Like if I need to kind of slide something underneath an edge, I will often use the little piercing part to do that. So I'm just going to put a little bit of glue. Let me grab my branch really quick. We're going to use it as a guide for placing those feet. I think right about there is going to be good. All right. Let's see. Love the color. Thank you. The only time I gave up caffeine was during pregnancy. Let's see. Love how real you are. That's funny. I forgot about Toucan Sam. Oh my gosh. Yes. Toucan Sam. I love that. All right. So on the alabaster portion, I'm going to use my tweezers to kind of help keep my fingers out of this glue a little bit. I have a little bit of Wendy cardstock here. I think I used Wendy for this. Yes, I did. And I'm going to glue that right to the alabaster. You could also use white if you wanted to. And really the only portion of this that we're going to see is that teeny tiny little blue ring. And we're going to place that behind here in just a minute. We're also going to take the little black portion, going to just add a little teeny tiny bit of glue. In fact, that's probably too much. I'm going to tap off a little bit with my finger. And we're going to just pop this in here, right in the center. Like so. Little teeny tiny pieces die cuts are my love language. Oh, nice. You used a yellow tone for the feet. I bet they look amazing. The thing is, you can use so many different colors and make it your own, and it's going to look incredible no matter what. All right. So here's where I feel like our little Tiki Toucan comes to life, because as soon as you add that eye, he just, like I said, he comes to life. He looks real. I love, love, love him. Yes, Anchor Gray is the color I used for the feet. Any other questions? Let me see if I missed anything. He is beautiful. Thank you. Yes, Heidi says, Nicole, you know I love the fussy bits. Yes, I know you do. So my branch here is out of a little truffle cardstock. And see how the feet just look like they're clamping right on? We're only going to get that little hint of red back behind here. But I want to pop all of this up onto my background. So really, we want to have our toucan and our branch done, popped up, and then we can play with all the fussy bits to bring it all together. So that looks pretty good. I am going to just use my tweezers, I think, to hold that there for a minute. Let's use them right here. And I'm just going to put a little dab of glue to have those feet connect. Right like that. I used glossy paper for some of his parts and it looks really neat. I love that idea, Shelley. Love that idea. That's fantastic. Great, great tip. And Spellbinders has some amazing specialty paper. Have to figure out where I put my foam adhesive. I got it all out. So I really like I think it's the 1/8 inch foam adhesive strips from Spellbinders. I think it's good to have a whole arsenal of foam adhesive in your stash. And if you peel off the backing paper, from both sides, you can manipulate your strip, which is what we want to do here. So I want my strip to go and follow this branch. So you can see that I'm just kind of manipulating it, and I'm going to trim this one down a little bit. I use that same embossing folder and toucan for your card. Nice. You use the other side and added a touch of gold on the high areas. That is beautiful. I love that idea. Love the Oceanside cardstock for the wings and tail. Thank you. Okay, so we're going to do the same thing here. Just kind of manipulate that. That's going to give it nice stability. And then we're just going to add some foam throughout the rest of the body. Whoops. Guess I peeled the backing off that one. To pop this guy up. And I'm using a combination of like large and small foam squares. Just whatever fits the best. Oh, use glossy paper for Huey the Chameleon too, and he looks really cool. Oh, I love that. Okay, what is you guys' favorite Spellbinder specialty paper? You guys tell me, and then I'll tell you which one is my favorite. Okay, we're going to take our background now, and this end right here is straight, and this one is curved. I want that curve up here at the top, so that's the way I'm going to position my bird, and I want him basically in the middle, and I want him straight on. I don't want him to be skewed one way or the other, I guess is what I want to say. So if you have to trim a little bit of your branch, that's fine. I'm more concerned with getting him where I want him on that background. Heirloom ivory, only worked with cardstock. It's all new to me. Their cardstock is phenomenal. My favorite. Love all of the Spellbinders cardstock. Brushed black, yes. Brushed black, lots of brushed black. I love that. The brushed cardstocks are my favorites as well. All of them. Brushed gold, black, silver, and white. All my favorites. Okay, so now what we're going to do is we're going to take all the beautiful greenery, and I am using greenery not only from Tiki Toucan, but we're also going to use the Jungle Blooms. I felt like I love Jungle Blooms, just works with any of the different sets. So I have a lot of different pieces here. Actually, before we do all of the little hangy bits, we want to get this hanging vine onto our card first. And it's a nice little delicate piece, and I love it. So I want it to kind of look like it's hanging, and then we will work on manipulating all of the other vines around this. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to take a little Lucky Clover Distress Oxide ink, and I don't really want to completely change the color of the Peridot cardstock. Peridot is my favorite green color of the season because it accepts all different colors of green ink so well. You can't go wrong, but you can start with that nice limey color, and depending on how much shading, how little or how much you want of the shading, it looks amazing. So we are going to put a little bit of glue just in a couple places here. We're going to tuck that little edge under and tuck this one up on top. So I'm going to go in and just going to kind of hook my vine like so. And I might need to maybe put this one, hold please, come here. There we go. And I'm going to grab that with my tweezers. I kind of like to use my tweezers as a clamp. I'm going to grab another pair. So I have a working pair. What did Mindy say? I think we should drop a hint to Spellbinders that we need brushed in every color. Mindy, yes. I agree. So now I'm going to do the same thing for the other little piece, and we're going to hook this one as well. So it gives us this nice little kind of continual vine, just like so. The squeezers are so handy. Yes, they are. Mindy, I think you're onto something there, that we need that brush cardstock in all the colors. Okay. This little guy is giving me a little bit of trouble. It's just not delicate, and I'm trying not to make a giant mess, but we're going to disguise any gluey messes with some vines, so I think I'm just going to be gluey. How about that? So then we have all of these incredible greenery pieces, and I'm going to quickly add in some shading, and then we'll see how many we want to use. But again, it's a combination of the palm leaves and the vines from both Jungle Blooms and Tiki Toucan. And I have all of these die cut from either Peridot or Rainforest cardstock. All right. So I like to have a nice little variety in all of my little hangy vines. And again, I'm just going to go in with my brush, or my blending brush, pardon me. And I'm kind of running it along the center. I find that to be the easiest. We're going to do all of our little limey green pieces first. I don't want to lose all of that great peridot color, so it may be darker at the top, and I just kind of run it down. And you can use, again, as much or as little as you want. I love all the little fiddly bits. I know Heidi here in the chat likes all the little fiddly bits. Who else likes all the little fiddly bits for our die sets? I didn't know what to do with those vines. Now I can add them to your card. Oh my gosh, awesome. I'm so glad, Sharon. We're even going to take the same Lucky Clover ink. You could grab a different color if you want to, but I keep it easy. So even on the Rainforest, I think that this looks great on here too. Just pick a nice, whatever kind of green ink you have, experiment and see what you like. But it's going to add, you can see, well, I don't think you can see that great in their light. Maybe I'll hold them up. In real life, you can see it a little bit better, but on the camera, maybe not so much. Okay, we're going to go into those palm leaves. We're going to do a little inking on those as well. I've got a little one here for some variety. Again, diving into those Jungle Blooms a little bit. Love paper piecing. The bits really make the die cuts come to life. Yes, love the fiddly bits. They are fabulous. Oh, I love hearing how everybody loves them. I mean, we are, after all, creating with Spellbinders. So we definitely have all the wonderful little fiddly bits. Okay, so now what we want to do is we want to hang these vines kind of either like, we can do some back behind, we can do some in front, and you just kind of have fun with it. I'll see if I can replicate exactly what I did, but no promises. It'll be fine no matter what. Oh, good. I used the inks you had. Well, I am glad for that. Unintentional, but I am super glad. And really, you guys, you can make any inks you have work. I promise it's going to look amazing. I'm going to tuck this one up and under, kind of have it hanging. And the goal here is, if there's anything you don't love, then we're going to go in a little bit, and we're going to add in some pretty little flowers, little flower bits. So it will kind of disguise some of the things hanging on the branch. So many details, but they really make a card pop with interest. Yes, they do. Oh, thank you. I'm glad you like that dark background. I thought that it would look really cool. Have you tried the blackout technique? I meant to ask that when I was doing the background. I'd love to know if you've tried it or if that's new to you. Okay, so here is another tip. This vine is going to be a little long if I use it as is. I don't want to really lose the little hook end here at the bottom. So what we're going to do to shorten it just a little bit is we're going to go in with our scissors and we're just going to snip off about 4 leaves there. That's going to shorten it up. And if I tuck it kind of underneath the edge, it fits the card better, and you're never going to know that you had to perform a little bit of surgery to it to make it fit. I'm going to put that one right there. You've never done the blackout technique. It's a showstopper, like almost every single time. That's what I love about it. Now, these bigger greenery pieces, we're going to kind of have coming up here alongside. I'm going to put a couple things as placeholders. I'm a big fan of placeholders as I'm working on my cards to make sure that I think everything is going the way I want it to. Love all the different vines and flowers, and mix and match. I know Kim has been showing other die sets from Spellbinders that will work with these Weekender components. For anybody who gets the club, any of the clubs, but this last month, May had a wonderful little tropical bird in the large die of the month. He also would be darling in this little scene if you want to do something a little bit different. Have fun with it. Just so many fun ways to mix and match these with things that you already own. Yes, thank you. I will pop those little pieces out. Thank you for the reminder. Okay, yes, I'm going to put this one on here first, I think. Playing around with all the little fussy bits definitely is the most time-consuming part of this. But I say take your time and enjoy the process. Okay, let me pop that out before I forget. Thank you so much for the reminder. And get rid of my little trash piece too. Okay. So I already put a little glue on here. We're going to go ahead and go right there with that. And I tend to die cut more than I think I'm going to need sometimes. I think for this, I tried to die cut exactly what I did for my sample card, but if you want to do more or less, do what you want there. I'm just going to clamp that. I think it'll stay. Okay, what do we have left? I still have, I think we need to do one of these. A little late. My favorite specialty paper is brushed black. I think brushed black, if there had been a poll, it feels like I saw a lot of brushed black. I'm not for sure, but it sounds like brushed black might be the winner. Which I have to say, I wholeheartedly agree with. I love the brushed cardstocks, all of them. But yes, black especially gets a lot of love from me. Okay, so I have 2 extra little pieces here. I feel like I maybe die cut more than what I actually used on the initial card. I am going to put this little one though. I think that's going to give us a nice little bit of variety. And then we're going to start working on some of the bigger flowers. Looks like we're doing pretty good on time too. Yes, and let's see, Cat Card says, thank you Spellbinders for adding all of those other tropicals to the supply page. Had the birds from Crop and Create, but love the other tropical ones. So good. Yeah, now is a great time to grab those, and it just helps extend the life of all of these different products and allows you to use them in different ways, which is incredible. All right. So we also are going to, like I said, we're going to build out this bigger leafy branch, and we're going to make it appear kind of like it's coming up over here on the side. And we're going to have a couple of these little leaves. Let's do some little placeholders, and then we're going to put together our flowers. And we're going to also have a bigger leaf over here. Lots of greenery, but I feel like that really helps with the scene. Are you going to use that little piece of the vine that you cut to make fit better? No, I'm not for this, but you could definitely keep it to use for something else if you want to. So all of my little flowers are from the Jungle Blooms set. Instead of the Tiki Toucan set. They're a little bit smaller, and so I decided to use these instead. And I've got all my little flower centers over here. And this is the wild berry color of cardstock is what I die cut all of the flowers. They're going to provide a really good pop of color. And then we have a little bit of, these might be beeswax, it might be saffron, yellow, it does not matter, just a nice yellow for our flower centers. But before we add the flower centers, I am going to add a tiny bit of shading to these as well. Yeah, the treasure, if you haven't checked out the treasured cardstock packs, there's great different textured papers in those, and they're incredible. The Black Mirror cardstock is amazing. And had it been out in time, I might have used it for some of the accents, like this part of our toucan and the eye. I think that is a fantastic use of that mirrored cardstock. If you don't have it, no worries. I'm going to use glossy accents on mine to make it kind of shiny and pop, but that is a great option. If you don't want to have any liquidy mess, it's really, really nice. So highly recommend that as well. Okay, I'm going to take my little blending brush here, and I'm just going to kind of pounce this in the middle to darken it in the center, but keep the beautiful wild berry color out on the edges of the petals. And then we're going to just go in and add a little bit of glue. Whoops. Well, I would suggest putting the glue in the center of the flower, not out on the petal. Okay, we're going to put it right here in the center. I'm just going to go ahead and do a little dab on all of those. Then we're going to use our handy dandy pickup tool. Planning on creating him using the treasured aquamarine with one of the treasured onyx and go from there, Dina says. I love that. All right, so I'm just going to go in here then and grab my flower centers and pop these right in here on our flowers. There we go. All right. I have all of the treasured cardstock and the black mirrored. Love it all. Full set. Yes, I love it. Hi, Rochelle. So now we are going to start putting in these bigger pieces. And I kind of want it to look like they're framing him up, if you will. And naturally, when I was designing this, I really thought about where do I want my sentiment to go. I should have mentioned this earlier. And I decided to go with a simple sentiment, which we're going to add, and it's going to kind of be almost be framed up right in this spot. You could do it up here, but I kind of liked how when we put it right here, it's going to feel like it's a little bit more part of the scene, if you will, but not be overwhelming. This card has a lot going on, so it's one where I think a simple sentiment works good, but then you could totally use one of the bigger sentiments on the inside of the card for, you know, to kind of help share whatever it is you want to share. Oh, how fun! I love hearing the different ways to use the embossing folder. So glad you didn't pass it by, Sharon said. I'm glad too. So I've put a couple of my leaves down and we're just going to pop in the little flower, and this instantly brightens up the card too. Let's go ahead and layer in some of our bigger leaves, and then we'll have fun with a few more little flowers. And you're going to notice as we put these in, the florals are going to kind of go in a diagonal just to kind of draw your eye through the card. So part of this leaf is kind of over our little toucan. In fact, let's put just a little more glue on the edges of those petals so it stays put. There we go. I'm going to just use a little magnet to hold those there for a second. And then our other one, we're going to kind of tuck underneath, almost coming out from up here. Just makes it a little taller. Gives it a nice little bit of height. And we're also going to tuck another big leaf. Let me see, right here. Just like so. And then we're going to fill in the rest of our little flowers, and they don't all have to be up on top. So for example, I'm going to kind of just lift up a little bit of that larger leaf and tuck part of it underneath. We're going to have another little flower down here, and the last two are going to go up high. That just kind of helps draw your eye throughout the card. Oh, great. Let's see. Sheila says her kit is expected on Tuesday. That's perfect. You can watch all the replays and craft and craft. I love that. I'm so glad you were able to get one. Okay, and then we're just going to kind of go kind of up here maybe. It's a little different every time I make it. There we go. And there is our panel, our scene all built. Now I'm going to pop this on my card and we're going to work on this sentiment. And I'm going to double check to make sure no white is going to show around the edges of this before, in case I would need to trim down my card base. I don't want any of the white edges to show. And we're just going to pop this in place. You could even go in with a little sparkle splatter or white splatter or whatever color splatter you want. And I might like cover up, like take a tiny Post-it or a little scrap and cover up a little bit of the toucan's face, but you could really be generous with it all over. There we go. We're going to use some magnets to help hold that down for a minute. The little pop of color draws your eyes to the toucan. Oh, thank you. That was my hope. I know the toucan does look so lifelike. It is amazing, all those little details. Okay, so we're just going to scoot him over to the side, and we're going to grab our stamp set. And I've got a little Raven cardstock here, a well-used and loved piece, but it's still got plenty of life in it. And I'm going to take the hello sentiment. A nice basic sentiment. It also allows you to then stamp anything you want inside of your card and really customize it. So we're going to stamp with a clear embossing ink and heat emboss with white embossing powder. That's my go-to. And one of the reasons I picked black for this, and I do this no matter what color my background is, I would say 9 times out of 10, I like my sentiment to blend. I want it to stand out, but I also want it to blend. So the dark edges of this are really going to kind of blend into the background where you only end up seeing the white embossed area. So we're just going to move that. Grab our white embossing powder. Oh, I'm so glad you're going to be creating this tomorrow for sure. I love that. Okay, let me add my white. Okay, and we're going to heat set that. And then, of course, I am absolutely over the moon that there are coordinating dies for all of these. Jill says she sees I cut out the cheetah tail. If I move a little bit, there might be a sneak peek in the background. We'll share with everybody in a little while. I did cut the cheetah tail out of this. That's funny. You guys know exactly what I did. Okay, I want to make sure that that's cooled off, and then I'm just going to buff away any of my powder that might still be on there with a dry rag, not anything that's wet. And we're going to take a little coordinating die, and it cuts nice and tight to our greeting. It's fabulous. And I did not put any of my platform back together correctly. So let me get all of these pieces in the right order so we can die cut. And dies for the sentiments a big A+. Same. I'm so glad you guys agree. And then see how you don't even really notice that it's on that black background. That's what I love. I want it to blend in, but also still be prominent, if that even makes sense. And I am going to pop this up with a little foam adhesive. We'll just piece a couple of little pieces here. Do I see a sunburn? I don't think so. I am super fair though, but so when I am out in the sun for very long, I do get a sunburn. We are going to pop in our little hello. Look how cute. And then, as I mentioned, I'm going to take, oh no, I'm not. You know what? We don't want to do this yet because I'll smear my hand through it. So we get some awesome gems in our kit. And I'm going to take, I pulled out a whole nother sheet because I used all those already. I absolutely love Spellbinders gems. So I'm taking the opal gems and we want to do a nice little scattering of these. And we're going to kind of follow the flowers. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go in and I'm going to probably use the 2 smallest sizes predominantly. We might even put that right in that flower center, just like so. It adds an extra little touch of sparkle and shine. And I never, ever want to be out of my favorite gems. In fact, I just placed an order here a few weeks ago for more of these from Spellbinders because they are my absolute favorite gems and I use them all the time. You would never give this card away, Ruby said. I love that. You know what? You wouldn't have to. Leave the sentiment off and pop it into a frame. If you wanted to, you could easily do that, and I think it would be super, super sweet. Let's see. Do I want to add any more? Yeah. Why not? Let's add another little one right there. There we go. Okay, so now I added my little gems. And now we're going to place that glossy accents right here. And that way we can set him aside to dry while we work on our second card tonight. And I know it looks milky right now, but it's going to dry with a super awesome raised finish. It is such a close cut on the word hello. I love that about it. Okay, so I am going to put this one safely over here, way far away from my hands, because I literally smeared my hand through glossy accents earlier today. I mean, it happens. Okay, did anybody have any questions? Any questions on our Tiki Toucan card before we pull out Mr. Huey Chameleon? Thank you guys. I'm so glad you liked it. So for this one, we are going to do a little color block stenciling. We had some really fabulous options in the Weekender with our kind of 2-for-1 embossing folder and then of course the stencils. And I thought we're going to take a lot of the same elements that we used for our toucan card, like the branch and the vines. A lot of that's going to be very similar to what we just did. But of course, this time we're going to do our little chameleon with his little rainbow, which is going to provide that fantastic pop of color. And we're going to start with a light blue background. I really love the windy color of cardstock. And we are going to use Distress Oxide inks. Again, use whatever green inks you like, or you can make it rainbow. There's lots of ways to use that set. So I'm just going to use something to hold my cardstock in place. And we're going to start, I think this is windy cardstock here. It is. I don't know why I said I think, I know. And I've got my stencils in order, 1 through 5. And then we have 4 colors of Distress Oxide ink that I'm going to be using. Now to build each of the leaves in this, we're going to do portions for each. So there's going to be a lot of going back and forth among the green colors, but that is totally okay. So we're just going to start with stencil 1. I'm going to use the little registration marks in the corner to line that up. And we are going to start with a little Twisted Citron. So I have Twisted Citron, Mowed Lawn, Rustic Wilderness, and that Lucky Clover that I've been using. Ha 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 ha, Sheila, I love it. Got a little Boy George going on. Yes, I do use glossy accents on eyes. I opted not to on this one. I did. Okay, so full disclosure, I did a sample card before the card I sent in to the office, and I did not like it. So, I did the toucan, and I took him off and I redid the toucan. So I just didn't like it for this one. I think if I was going to do something special for the toucan's eye, I'd probably do that Black Mirror cardstock. This sticky mat, I think, is a Simon Says stamp one. There's lots of different ones out there. Love Karma Chameleon. Yeah. Okay, so I am going to I got my Spellbinders blending brush here, and I also just have like a microfiber cloth handy because I'm going to be doing a lot of color switching. And this leaf that's going to be up here is going to be my Twisted Citron. So I'm going to go ahead and go in, and I love ink blending on colored cardstock. I'm doing it out of range of camera, but I'm just doing a quick wipe. This leaf up here is going to be our mowed lawn. And this one is going to be our rustic wilderness. Oh, Barbara's saying this is such an awesome event. Spellbinders does an incredible job. I'm so glad you're having a great weekend. I love that. I'm going to wipe that off again, and then I'm going to do a little Lucky Clover over here. And this is going to give us a beautiful, interesting background, but it's all still in shades of green. So I'm going to go ahead and pop that off. And we're going to grab stencil 2. Question, Nicole, what is the mat called? Is it a Misty mat? This one isn't. It's an 8x8 sticky mat, I think is what it's called. But I might be wrong about that. But yes, it's kind of like a Misty mat. I mean, it's basically the same concept. Okay, so since I just did Lucky Clover, I'm going to go ahead and do the Lucky Clover down here. And this is to help me keep my fingers out of it. A lot of times, if you guys have ever seen me do a live, I will just ink and I end up a big inky mess. I was trying to eliminate a little bit of that for class today. Okay, then we're going to go with a little rustic wilderness over here. Go ahead and do our mowed lawn. Is your cloth wet? No, it's dry. I am just wiping it off on a dry cloth. It's a microfiber cloth, so it makes it easy to just switch. I don't want the moisture on my brush when I'm inking, so I just use it dry. There's no cleaner on it or anything. Adriana says, I love how easy it is to ink blend with oxides. Yes. Okay, stencil 3. Who's played with the stencils from the Weekender? I would love to know. Is what Altenew? If the sticky mat is not, I think this one, I can tell you it'll have, yeah. This one is Simon Says stamp, but I have used an Altenew one as well. There's lots of good ones out there. And because I'm working on a glass mat, it just sticks to it and doesn't move around. All right, so again, we're going to just kind of go in reverse order. I'm going to do my little Twisted Citron here. And then I'm going to do a little mowed lawn. And back to my Lucky Clover. Just the way this set is built, in order to get the great detail, you're having to do the leaves like this, unless you want to do them in all different colors, and that would be awesome too. Haven't pulled out the stencils yet. Okay, Peggy has. Nice. Every card today has been so fantastic and beautiful. Oh, I'm so glad, Marie. I'm so glad you're having a good day and love the event. Dee has. Karen has. Okay, tell me, did you do more of a rainbow effect or a multicolor effect, I guess I should say? Or did you try to do all greens? What did you do? I would love you guys to tell me kind of your favorite way to use them. Our background's coming together. Okay, we've got stencil 4. Again, I'm just going to line up those little registration marks. I did start with an A2 background. Pam says she would completely mess up. Pam, full disclosure, I'm going to make you feel good. I did make one because I wanted it to be dry for demonstration purposes. And this is the first one I did the other day prepping for this class. And these leaves are the wrong color. So I flipped it over, and on the other side, I did it the correct way. It happens. So I just made the best of it. It just happens. Question, is the stamp wheel pad that Kim used last night the same concept? Oh, I don't know. If Kim is in the chat, I will let her answer. Did all greens too, Paula said. Did 2 greens and a yellow. Ooh, pretty, Peggy. Love this stencil and want to experiment with different ink combos. Yes, I think it would be incredible with different ink combos. And have fun with it. And then up here, these are supposed to be the Twisted Citron. That's what I did wrong on my little pre-work panel. So it happens. Oh, okay. Altenew sticky mat is the stamp wheel. I misunderstood the question. Yes. 3 greens and a medium teal. Oh my gosh, one of my favorite color combos. I love that. Recycling the paper works for me. That's right. We're not wasting that gorgeous paper. I just flipped it right on over and tried again. Okay, last one. So I'm going to go ahead. Let's just do our little mowed lawn up here. That's it for that guy. We're going to do our Twisted Citron over here. And that's it for that one. I'm going to do my Lucky Clover. And also down here. Working on purples next, Ginger said. Oh, I bet purples would be gorgeous. I like that idea a lot. And then we're going to do a little Rustic Wilderness. All right, full reveal time. Ta-da! Okay, and then if you think maybe it didn't stencil perfectly, I say still go with it. There may be a few little areas, like I think right here's a little smudge, but once you build stuff on top of it, or that's a good spot for sentiment, maybe you want to focus on just the beautiful stencils and you've got a big Spellbinders sentiment that you want to pop on here with maybe a few additional details around it. That could be super cute. You can kind of hide some of those little things. My other big tip for if there's a little smudge, splatter that. Splatter it with your favorite Spellbinders splatter, or yeah, the splatters, and that kind of disguises any of those little imperfections as well. It's such a cool stencil and so pretty. I think this is one where that would be really gorgeous kind of on its own. Like I said, with a large sentiment, you could really make the stenciling the star of the show. All right, so this is our background, and we're just going to move that over to the side again. Oh, I did it wrong. Did I do it wrong on both of these? Oh, I did. Well, I did it right on this one, so I guess that's the one we're going to be using. That's hilarious. I just noticed. So I did it wrong multiple times. All right. Huey Chameleon has a lot of parts and pieces, and we're going to work on building him first. And I did do some little guides over in the Facebook group a couple weeks ago to show like all the die cuts and how I die cut them out or what they were cut from. And then I think in the comments I showed this, but the little rainbow pieces, after I die cut them, I used a little bit of the Spellbinders yellow tape to pick them up because I laid them out on my surface, and until I was using them, this just kind of allowed me to keep them in order and hopefully make this assembly go a little bit smoother here today. So I just taped them right down inside of my craft stacks. Really want to take your lime green splatter from the birthday box and use it with the Weekender. 100%. And that is a fantastic suggestion. I love that so much. Okay, so I'm just going to kind of lay out my branch here. I think that's kind of how I want it to go. And we're going to use it kind of at an angle so that we can make our chameleon kind of hang out on that. Let me grab all of his little pieces except for all of the little rainbow stripes. Because he also, the eye really makes him as well. And I'm going to take this little black piece. Do I have everything I need for now? I think so. So what I decided to do for him, and I want to show this in the book really quick, and then I'm going to talk through this. We're going to do quite a lot of ink blending to give him some interest. So the main components of the chameleon are die cut from Peridot, but we're going to ink blend in the Lucky Clover. And then in the belly section, what oxides are so great for is we're going to be able to completely change this green color to this yellow. So let's start with that part first. Love the rainbow elements for the chameleon. I thought it would be kind of fun. I'm going to use a little wild honey. And we're going to just go in and I'm going to blend this in gently. The assembly after this goes really easy, but I definitely wanted him to be the star of the show. So did all of this great blending here. And it's just best to kind of take your time with it. Okay, we're going to go ahead and keep that ink out and grab our Lucky Clover. Okay, I missed somebody's tip. Inspired by Huey to make a desert chameleon in shades of cinnamon and brown. Oh my gosh, I love that. Yes, if you haven't posted that in the group, definitely post that. I would love to see that too. Okay, so I'm going to tap off a little bit of my Lucky Clover, and then I'm going to start blending that in as well. Now, in this case, a lot of times I've said I'm trying not to completely cover the cardstock. I'm not necessarily trying to cover it, but it's a great base so that we're not having to do quite so much blending, if you will. And then I'm just going to go back with my wild honey and kind of blend that in. There we go. And that looks pretty good. Let's go ahead and do the same thing for his little face. Kind of down here. Oops, and I just put that in my green ink pad. Shoot. Okay, we're going to blend this in. Just kind of under here. And then I'm going to do the same thing with my green, and I'm going to blend that in before we add in any of the die cuts. It's so much easier to do that now. That's an awesome alternative. I love that idea a lot. And then we also want to feel like I'm missing a couple of little legs. Yes. So the legs for the back side of my chameleon, I did cut from Rainforest because I wanted them to be a little bit darker without me having to do a ton of work to them. Let's go ahead and blend our Lucky Clover into these pieces as well. And I think we can add a little bit to the tail. And I think that's good for that for right now. Okay, before I assemble, I'm just gonna do a quick clean. I've got a little rubbing alcohol that I am going to use to clean up my mat, my glass mat. We'll wipe my fingers off too. And what we're gonna do is we're gonna go ahead and do the stripes on these pieces, and then we're gonna put them together. So I've got all my little colorful pieces, hopefully in order. And we'll just do a couple at a time. Like so. Oh my gosh, that's awesome. Thank you so much. I love that. KC, is it KCS Maine? Thank you. And there we go. And then if the glue's a little messy, I like to take the tip of my tweezers or the little pick tool and kind of clean that up. It will dry clear. However, I do like doing a little cleanup. I don't like a big goopy mess. Work day and strength training done. Nice. I went for a walk and did my strength training this morning. I had to power up for today, for this evening. Oh, thank you guys. And so we have a little, I believe, teal topaz, saffron, carrot, poppy, and tutu. There we go. We'll add that in a minute. We're going to work on his face. I'm going to go ahead and just do glue on the background, and we're going to put down the black circle first. Then I want to put down my yellow circle. Oh, thank you. I'm glad you like the ink blending on him. I had a lot of fun putting him together. Originally, I die cut him and I'm like, he needs something. And the ink blending worked. Okay, so then I'm going to put down another little bit of glue here in the center, and I actually have a little alabaster piece that I'm going to put down first. And then we have the little black piece. And just like with our toucan, the eye is really going to make the chameleon. It just makes our little critters here come to life. Just like that. Now, the way these dies were designed, there you go. we had some extra little circle pieces. So what I ended up doing is, even though this black piece isn't basically considered a little extra or throwaway, I'm going to use it to put back behind that little nostril there, just like that. Let's see how we're doing on time. Good, we're doing great on time. Let's see, ink blended the background and you've practically completed the chameleon. Not yet. We're getting there though. We have all of our little vines and stuff to do too. Okay, so this little yellow piece here, and there is a great, it's so easy to put together because, oh, there's a good look at it. You can see the little lines, so you can line it up right where it goes. Just along the little edge here. And I'm going to do the same thing where I'm going to just do a little cleanup of my extra glue. And then we have our cute little face. So I'm going to go ahead, put a little glue on here, and we're going to attach the head to the body. And we're also going to do the little spiky things. I'm sure that's not the technical term. We're going to do those. And I'm just going to pop those right back behind. Kind of use my tweezers to pinch and hold that in place. What do you use for the white highlight in the eye? I die cut the white highlight. It's a layer back behind here. It was a small circle out of alabaster. So what I did, here's the eyepiece, the eye die. I die cut it from black, and I used the black, this part for the black and this one, but I kept the small black circle so I could use it back behind the nostril. And then I die cut this again from alabaster, and I use the alabaster back behind this black piece. And then this piece I die cut from some beeswax or saffron. I hope that helps answer that. Okay, so we're going to do his little tail now. And again, this is all these teeny tiny little pieces. And I'm just going to put a little bit of glue and grab the coordinating piece and pop it in place, but maybe with tweezers. If you didn't want to die cut the layering piece for the tail from multiple colors of cardstock, because it's going to give you a lot of extra, you could die cut it from white and then simply take each of the little pieces and ink them with these ink colors if you like this look, and that's going to give you a very similar effect, and that's a great idea if you don't want lots of extra pieces. Now, if you want to make use of all those little extra pieces, you could always use them and use them in different orders and make multiple chameleons, especially if you're going to mass produce cards. And that would be a great way to use up all those little pieces. I just love the little details on the tail, but it's so tiny. Lots of tiny pieces, yes. I always joke that my love language for paper crafting is all the tiny little pieces. I absolutely love them. We have a love-hate relationship because when I lose them, then I get mad. But putting them on this little tape definitely helped because guess what? I wasn't trying to figure out which one went where. And you could make it simple and simply do all of these in just a contrasting color or even a tone on tone color. I love the idea of the little desert chameleon in all shades of browns. That would be adorable. Okay, let's move our tape out of the way. If Judy, hi Judy. She says if someone takes the time to make it, you know they love you. That's right. All right, so I am going to put a little glue here on the tip of the tail, and we're going to just pop that in place too. Huey is my favorite, Casey said. Uncle Sam Chameleon, that would be adorable. I love that. Little piece, the tiny pieces are what brings things to life, Colleen says. I love that too. Yes, agreed. Okay, so now I'm going to pop legs on. Huey has a lot of little pieces. So we're just taking our time putting him together. On the A list for sure to get one of the cards made today. Awesome, Monica. Oh yeah, and it definitely could be easier. That's a great suggestion. Instead of inking, coloring them with alcohol ink markers. That's a great suggestion. I love that. That's Carla mentioned that. These colors make you smile. I'm so glad. Okay, so I'm putting my legs on the front. He's not going to get his legs on the back quite yet. And that's because I like to kind of visualize these on the front. Then we're going to bring in our little branch in our background. And I want to look at it and see what I think here. So this one is going to go kind of underneath like this. Once I can visualize, the branch helps me visualize exactly where I want them to go. Could Huey be any cuter? I like that. Okay, so I'm going to just lift him up. Kind of stick that little arm right there. Using my tweezers to kind of just pinch that, because what I want is for him to look like he's gripping and climbing up this little branch. So the placement of the legs needs to be somewhat controlled, like, or you kind of a dry run, I guess, if you will, with the with that branch. So let me lift him up again. Kind of do that. And then when we take our branch, we can kind of slide it in here, kind of like I did with the toucan, really, so that it looks like he's crawling up. How adorable is he? Huey is happy in his habitat. Oh my gosh, I love that. That's cute. I'm glad you like the colorful chameleon. I decided this card needed a little bit of color. Okay, so I'm pretty happy with this. What I'm going to do is I'm going to put a kind of hide a little bit of glue and attach him just in a couple of places. And that's because we are going to go back to our wonderful vines from Jungle Blooms and from Tiki Toucan. And we're going to be using those. Now, I want my beautiful stenciled frame to be a little bit smaller. So I want to have, when I place this on my card base, I want it to be 4 by 5 1/4 instead of A2 sized. So all I'm going to do is I'm going to take my Spellbinders trimmer and I'm going to trim off 1/4 of an inch on 2 of the sides. Doesn't really matter which 2 unless there's an area you don't like. You can make it be that one. And that's going to just make our background a little bit smaller. So I think he fits on there just a little bit better that way. And I'm not going to attach him quite yet. And the reason being is I want to stamp my greetings on here. Now, I don't know if this is dry or not. Let's test it. I probably could have pulled in my wrong other background. Oh well, we're not going to use it. So I'm just going to put a little embossing powder on this and see if it sticks. Oh, it's not. So I think my background is dry. If you ever think that because Distress ink takes a little bit longer than a dye ink to dry, and if you're worried that when you stamp that your embossing powder is going to stick to the inking, test it by just putting your embossing powder on it. And if it sticks, you can just wipe it off, let it dry, or hit it with a heat tool to speed up the dry time. But what I want to do is I don't want to stamp my greetings on here, or I don't want to put my chameleon on here until I've stamped. It's going to be a lot easier to stamp without our images on. He is adorable. Oh, thank you. Okay, so I'm going to put my background in here, and I'm going to use Huey as a guide. So I'm just going to pop him like kind of right about here. And what I did, and we can talk about this from the book, I decided I was going to not stamp on a separate piece of paper. So as long as we are hitting some of the darker areas, I probably could have moved that a little bit down even, but you could, if you stamp on a separate sheet of paper for both of these, cut this out with a sentiment strip, cut this out with the coordinating die, but I'm going to stamp both of them right on the background. So we're going to say you were made to stand out, and we are going to pop this right here. And I'm going to try to get my words on more of the green areas, just so they show up really well. And then we're going to take our little happy birthday, and we definitely don't want it upside down. And I'm going to kind of pop that down here. Then we're just going to move Huey out of the way. And we're going to stamp on everything while we don't have him in the way. All right, I'm going to take a little powder tool just to kind of help. And we're going to stamp and emboss. You could also use black ink if you wanted to and really have it be a little bit darker. Just going to use a nice clear ink. And I'm going to stamp that one more time just to make sure I got a good impression. Oh, I'm so glad you guys like this card. This is just an amazing kit. And I really feel like these cards work for anybody. Like there's nothing overly feminine about a lot of the things. So I just feel like it's a great, great set. Great kit, pardon me. It was really fun to be able to work with something just so different than a lot of things that I have. Okay. Okay, we got part of it. And there is our sentiments. Just like that. And I think this way they're really going to just kind of be part of the scene. Oh, let's see, Sheila says, looking forward to seeing me in person at the Oh What Fun event. I can't wait. I'm so excited. Let's see. So what we're going to do, we're going to pop him up as well. So really similar to Tiki is, I think, a little bit of dimension helps him pop a little bit. And then once we have our branch and Huey in place, we can embellish with a few florals and vines. So I'm just going to take that backing paper off both sides. Oh, thank you guys. You love this card. You got carried away with the multicolored chameleon that I put him all together without the shading, which is really important. Oh no, that's okay. Keep that card as is. You can pop him on a card and just make another one. I think the shading adds a lot to him, but he's cute no matter what. And I'm just going to leave the tail. We're not going to put anything back behind it. It's pretty skinny, and I'm not going to worry about trimming up and piecing any of my foam to fit that. I think he'll be just fine without it. So we're going to put him here in his little habitat. And you'll notice that I made sure and put him a little bit further up. That's leaving some room here because we're going to put some additional little hanging vines. Although, to be honest, it would be really cute just like this. He's a mess of inks. Oh no, Jan, that's okay. It's just paper. You know, one of the best things, so I showed you guys, I messed up my background when I was trying to prep. It happens all the time. And even though it's aggravating, we learn something. We always learn something from any of those things that happen. And it's not a bad thing at all to experiment and try things, see what works, see what doesn't, see what we like, see what we don't. It's all good. So I definitely wanted to use this great little viney piece from Tiki Toucan again. And then I've got lots of pretty little flowers. Now this time I did opt, I'm not doing as many flowers for this card, so I did use the larger ones from Tiki Toucan instead of the Jungle Blooms. But I do have an assortment of the vines from both Jungle Blooms and Tiki Toucan. And we'll just kind of see what we feel like using here. Oh, your grandson is going to love this card, Kat said. Nice. There are no craft mistakes. That is exactly right. We're always learning something. I always just say, especially with this, it's just paper. We can always try again. And I try again a lot. It happens. In fact, I think I still have one of my first backgrounds. It was in my little box here with all the Weekender things from the Tiki Toucan. And I tried some different backgrounds before I settled on the one I ended up using. So, and there's nothing wrong with it. I kept it because I'll probably use it for something. But instead of doing the fern green, I did Oceanside for the background and did the blackout technique on it. Let's see. Yeah, it's right here. It's really pretty. But I wanted to use Oceanside for the toucan, so I simply threw this in the box and I can use this background on something else. Or really, I could turn it over and take a little white pigment ink to those areas, and that would be fun too. Oh, this weekend is your favorite. I love that so, so much. That makes me so happy. It's an awesome, awesome kit, and it's just so well done. So we want to start with this hanging vine again. I always like to start with this and then build around it. And we're really mindful of where that glue goes on this. Just like so again. I just think this branch can be used with all of our little birds and critters and all the things, which I love. We're going to tuck this one here. That's so dramatic. Oh, I'm glad you like it. So I definitely want to use it. We'll see how much time I have here at the end. Maybe I'll get out my white pigment ink and we'll see what it looks like on the other side. If you only knew, once it's glued down, you don't know anymore. But I flip those babies over if I don't like something and do something else, and no one knows. The recipient doesn't know that the back might have something else happening. Ginger says she always tells her class, do as I say and not what you see. I went to a lot of trouble to make all the mistakes for you in advance. That is a great, great thing to say. I love that. Okay, let's add a little bit more. I'm just using that Lucky Clover, just like before. Nothing new. I kind of like this color combo. I decided to stick with it. Okay, let's make sure we have everything inked, and then we'll put it together. Okay, and I have my flowers from a little wild berry and tutu here. So I did a couple of colors, but I'm still just going to use this candied apple, just a little bit lighter on the tutu. Just a touch. I'm going to put a little dab of glue. Got our little flower centers. Also, these flowers can be used on lots of different cards, not just tropical ones. So cute. All right, now let's see where we want to put all of our cute little vines. It looks like we have about 15 or 17 minutes left. Plenty of time to finish building our cute little scene. And for this, I'm going to go with some of my longer vines up here at the top and kind of get them a little bit shorter down this way. It may not look exactly like the one in the book. Every time is different. Whoops. And my flowers this time are going to go out here at the end, and that's also going to kind of position my little leaves out here too. Let's see, Mindy Crafts Card says, I could spend every day just like this. I really need to retire. Well, my friend Christy always says, I don't know if Christy's here or not tonight. She says that retirement is the best. I love it. Okay, and then we're going to just kind of go in maybe and space them out a little bit, and then we'll fill in. And I do some on the branch and some kind of not underneath, but on the card itself, I guess. So yes, so it looks like some of them are back behind. And you can do the same thing that we talked about with the first card, where if you need to do some little alterations, some little surgeries, you can snip them a little bit shorter so that they fit better. Oh, thank you so much, Kim. I really appreciate that. Michelle just retired 2 months ago and still figuring out what that looks like. I'm so sorry. You're a new widow too. So sorry. We're going to kind of group these here. I'm liking that. That looks pretty good. Let's do a little one over on this side. Oh, thank you so much, Steph. I appreciate that. I'm glad you enjoyed the cards. I enjoyed making them so much. Okay, this one is the same branch as this one. So to make it look a little different, I am going to snip it. That's another way to give a little more variety to your vines or any kind of leafy stem, is you can kind of alter it a little bit, shorten it. That gives you a little more variety in your scene building. Okay, let's go ahead and put our larger leaves up here. I'm going to reference my photo, see what I did. Oh yeah, I remember. Okay, so we got the bigger leaf, and then I'm going to do the smaller one, kind of like this. And then we're going to tuck, I'm going to put a little foam square, I think, back behind here. And we're going to just pop the little flower underneath a little bit. And then this one is going to go right here in front. Just like that. Oh, I love all the nice stories here in the chat. Thank you guys. Aren't card makers the best? I think so. All right, we're going to put this last little vine there. And I'm going to get rid of my ink mess. Now we definitely need to add some more opal gems. Oh, Charlotte, thank you. That's so nice of you to say. You made my night. Thank you. So now we're going to scatter a few additional gems because we always need sparkle. And if you're looking for any small little things to round out your shopping carts, throw in a couple packages of gems, you guys. You always need gems. You always need more. They are the perfect size. I am a huge fan of the Spellbinders gems. I might have said that already, but it is true. I love, love, love them. And anytime I make an order, I just throw in a few packages of my favorites. It's always good to have them on hand. Let's see, let's do a couple here. I think we'll do about 3 kind of down in this area. And I like to just use something sharp. Your tool-in-one or your little handicraft tools are going to be perfect for this. Let's do a little sparkle out here on one of the leaves. So there's how our card is looking. Okay. What I'm going to do now is going to take my paper trimmer and we're just going to make a little card base. I'm going to just cut it in half. And this is the Spellbinders paper trimmer. I love it. You're going to use the gray blade to cut. And then you're going to flip it around, and at 4 1/4 here, you're going to use the white blade to score. And perfect card bases every single time. Or perfect cuts. Doesn't have to be a card base, but I love it when I need that great scored line for a card base. Foam squares are another item to add. Yes, Roberta, great tip, 100%. Anytime I just need to round out that shopping cart, I throw in some adhesives, always, gems, yes. Okay, so then remember, we trim this down because that frames up our card nicely, and it also ties into our white embossing really nicely. Just like that. And there you have it, my friends. Here are our 2 cards from the idea book that came with the Weekender kit. Super cute, lots of vines. I really was into the vines. I love them. And just 2 adorable, adorable, cute little critters. Oh, you love the Spellbinder splatter effects, Sheila? Yes, me too. Okay, so as somebody noticed when we were stamping and embossing the hello for Tiki Toucan, I had fun and I combined our Jungle Cat and Birds of Paradise, and I made this little card here. Now, I also used our embossing folder. I used the other side of the embossing folder. Let me hold it up here for that textured background. And you might notice that our cute little Jungle Cat has a birthday hat on. I cannot think what the name of this die set is, and I meant to look it up. Shoot. It's one of the drink ones, but it's the milkshake one. The bird's party hat. And I pulled the die set out, but I don't know. I must not have labeled it. Anyhow, I will find that because I'll post the card in the Facebook group if you guys want to see it. But I thought our cute little jungle kitty here needed a birthday hat for a birthday card. So just kind of a fun way. You can see I used a lot of the greenery and stuff again, but just another fun card. And then I used also the arches from Spellbinders. I love those to do a little matted design. So there is a little bonus idea I thought I would share with you guys today. Oh, thank you. Okay, did I miss anybody's questions? Let me know. Oh, you like the birthday cat card? Oh, thank you, thank you. I'm so glad you love it. I had a lot of fun kind of combining all of the things and then digging into my Spellbinder stash too. I'll see if anybody has any questions for me. Fountain Wishes. Thank you, Judy. You are amazing. I knew it was Fountain something and I couldn't think of it. Thank you so, so much. You really like the white background cards? Wonderful. Oh, thank you guys. So good. If you have any questions, where are you in person next? I am in person next in Phoenix for the Oh What Fun event. That's in August. I cannot wait. I'm just reading to see if anybody else has any questions for me. I also pop me back here on the screen. Oh, thank you. I appreciate everybody's kind words. I hope you guys are enjoying the Weekender. What color is the cardstock behind the cat? It is Seaside, right? Seaside. I'm reading. No, the in-person part of that event is not available. It is sold out. Unless the gals will tell me that I'm wrong about that, but it was sold out. I do have a YouTube. It's Nicole Spohr. Oh, I'm so glad that you enjoyed the cards. You guys are so, so nice. Thank you. Yes, and Spellbinders is saying it was sold out. I knew it was. They can let us know. I think the virtual portion of it might still be available, but I don't want to be wrong about that. So I'll let the ladies correct me if I'm wrong. But that's a great option if you would like to take the virtual portion of that event. Oh, that's also sold out. So you guys ignore me. All of it's sold out. I'm so sorry. But make sure you're signed up for all of Spellbinders' emails and everything. Follow Spellbinders so that you know when the next wonderful Spellbinders event is, because they are always fantastic. Thank you, guys.
Nicole, we're just popping in to say hi, but it seems like you're winding down. So
Yes, absolutely.
I don't want to rush you, but
No, I think that's it, unless I've missed any. Oh, question. Do you have a YouTube? Yes, I do have a YouTube channel. It's Nicole Spore.
and you guys want to follow it because
Yes.
it's amazing.
Thank you, guys.
Well, thank you so much for sharing, of course, your crafty joy and all the amazing creativity you have. We're just really so happy that you were able to join us. So
Yeah, and
Well,
we're excited
thank
to
you.
see
I had
in
a great
August.
time.
yeah, we're excited to see you in August. And you guys, even if you didn't make it into the virtual event for OED Fun, I'm sure there'll be plenty of people posting. And some of those collections, well, I think one collection is going to release this year for Spellbinders, but those collections that we're using in OED Fun eventually will be released to the public too. So
Yeah.
don't worry, you're not going to all miss out totally.
That's awesome.
Yay. So awesome. All right, Nicole, we'll let you go.
Bye.
And definitely, if you want to hang out in the chat later on, feel free. Of course, we've
I
got
will.
the amazing Jennifer McGuire coming up pretty quick, and she'll be rounding out our show. And then, gosh, well, we'll be
know.
almost done.
Long, long day, but fabulous. Thank you,
Yes.
ladies.
Bye.
Thanks,
Thanks so
everyone.
much.
Bye.
Okay, so we do have a couple minutes before our official break time. So Josie and I thought we would share a couple ideas. Some of you have been asking kind of throughout the day
Yeah.
is like, okay, so tell me more about those die cuts. Like, how should I use them? And what kind of fun things can I do with them? So I do have a project to share. I'm just going to hold up our little pack. I've got them kind of unpacked right now. Oh, sorry, Gavin. I got you weirded out. But those die cut shapes, which you kind of see right here, they were in their little envelope. Josie and I actually pre-recorded a little video on kind of the overview of those die cut shapes and what kind of the thought process was when Josie designed them and what those funny pieces are that have those little crease lines on them. So I think that we'll start out probably by running that video, and then when we come back, I've got a quick little project to kind of share, give you a little extra inspiration. But yeah, let's go ahead and run that video first, and then we'll be right back after that. Hi, Weekender friends. It's Kim and Josie here in the studio, and we want to just do a quick demo video about that great pack of die cuts you got on your Weekender box. Josie's kind of got them sorted out. These are kind of all the fun little extra die cuts. Tell me about the weight of this paper, Josie.
It's a little bit heavier than 100 pound.
Nice.
It's a very thick cardstock that you would use for like notebooks and things like that. So it has a lot of weight to it, and so because it has the weight to it, it makes it more rigid. So we can do these standing dimensional cards. Like would be able to do this with our regular die cuts because they would be floppy.
They're so thin and floppy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I
Perfect
wanted-
for cards,
Yeah, I
but
wanted
these
to
are great.
to show some of the different elements, like and it kind of mimics what's in the
The Weekender,
Weekender box.
Yeah. Look at this guy.
You got
No,
the
he's kind of
chameleon.
hiding up there. I love it.
Bird of Paradise. I want to show that the cute little parrot. Where's
Oh,
the
but
little
look at this
parrot?
guy. He's so
cute.
Now we're getting off subject.
I know.
But that's okay.
I know. Here he is. Look how
Oh,
cute. He's
I love
so
that
cute.
one.
So there's just a variety of die cut shapes in here that work with the things in the Weekender, and they work great with the sentiments on the
Yeah,
stamp set.
I mean, you add this with a little "Go Wild, Happy Birthday" or something, and you're like done.
Perfect.
So cute. But the most intriguing thing about this pack is these pieces, and we wanted to walk you through really just kind of an easy way to get these guys assembled and make yourselves an awesome, awesome 3D card.
And you do get 2 of each.
I love
so whenever
that.
we do our die cut shapes, you always get 2 in the pack. And we have not done anything like this. So this is a dimensional standing card that when it's folded, it will fit into an A2 card. So
Oh, I love it.
you've got there's 3 pieces.
So back, basically the tallest is the
Yep.
very back.
Then you've got your middle
Cute.
and then your front. And we're calling this like a tiered dimensional
Ooh.
card because it is 3 tiers.
Love it.
And the design tiers up. So the
So
first
cool.
thing that we
I'll
want
put
to
I'll
do,
put this set aside, and this is going to be my practice set.
the first thing we want to do is we want to go ahead and fold at the scores. And this is something for new for us as well, is doing these score lines.
Haven't
in our
really
die
done
cut
those
shapes.
on die cuts,
Nope,
yeah.
we never have.
And they're nice and deep, so you guys will have no problem spotting them on your
No.
die cut pieces.
This is me, you guys. This is me driving the project managers in our office, our sourcing office, crazy. I'm like, I want to do a card with score lines so I can make a dimensional card.
They're like,
And
what?
they're like, what? But you know what? We figured it out and we got it down. So
Absolutely.
we're going to go ahead and fold the first one.
So the first one has basically 2 folds, as you
Yep.
saw, kind of the back flap and then the side. Very
And
cool.
then we're going to fold these score lines here. So this is the
basically
center. So
one
just
there.
I'm going to kind of just throw it together just so you guys get an idea.
Yeah.
And you can see it flat.
It's so
And
cute
then
already.
this piece doesn't have any score lines and it slides into the back. So you guys can see how it layers.
Oh my gosh. So cool.
So now we're going to go ahead and put it together. But the first layer that you want to attach is this back layer.
Okay, so this is our big tip and trick here.
Yeah.
So what do we want? Wet glue, tape runner? What are you thinking?
I'm going to do some tape runner
Okay.
for this one. And I don't know if you guys can see that score line. I
think
don't
so.
I don't want to put this over the score line. You want to just put it adjacent to the score line.
Leave a little breathing
Yep, just
room.
a little bit. So this one here is designed a slightly smaller, so that way when you fold it, it doesn't buckle. So you don't want to get it on the score line, you just want to get it right next to it. And
Cool.
I'm going to use some tape runner. Now you can use glue for this, but because we don't want to watch glue dry, I'm going to go ahead and
Glue
use
does dry pretty fast.
some
But,
tape runner.
okay, put it on just that flap. Cool.
Yeah, and if you do get some over the edge here, go ahead and just fold it over. And I'm going to add a little bit more to this top part here. So there's that. And then I'm going to go
Cool.
ahead and place my die cut here. And you want to line up the bottom of this to the bottom edge here. So you want your edges to be even across
Nice.
the bottom.
Yep.
All right, so there's that.
Otherwise I might tip over. No, I don't know.
And then I'm going to go ahead and fold this over.
A nice crease.
Yep, make
Love it.
sure that this is adhered.
And if you were doing wet glue, obviously you'd let that dry for just a second.
And then we're going to repeat the same thing on the other side.
Just the outer flap.
And I can never get it on there that close to the score line, so I just fold it over.
Kind of doubles up the adhesive
It
anyway.
does,
No big
yeah.
deal.
No one's going to see it, it's on the inside. So then we're going to do the same thing here on the side here. So again, you can't see through it, but you can kind of feel where it needs to go. And again, you want to make sure that your bottom edge is lined up here, completely
Perfect.
straight.
Love it.
And then if you turn it over, you can see in there
Still got a little of
that
that.
it's got some
crease
breathing room
showing,
and it's
yeah.
not right on the crease. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead.
Ooh. Do you want a little press tool, or are you good?
If I'm going to do that from the back.
Okay.
So that way
Just
we
a little
don't mar.
gentle crease
Yeah.
tool.
And this does work better with wet glue, but because we're
Yeah,
just kind of
time-wise, yeah.
doing a demo just to show how it goes together. But you do want to bend it back and forth,
Ah, okay.
just so now you've got that movement going, and you can see that it's not buckling.
Exactly.
So there's that. So that's layer 1 and layer 3.
And technically, if you were just playing around, you could stop here. I mean, it's so adorable already.
You could.
Or add a little, sentiment or a
You
little die cut.
you could take some of these and use foam squares and pop some of this stuff up. You could add your sentiment here. You could do a lot of different things just with, oh my gosh, we'll have to show one more die cut shape when we're done. All right, so now you have layer 1 and 2, and you could stop here if you'd like. But now we're going to add this center layer, and this is where I definitely use a wet glue.
Okay, cool.
So I'm going to add some glue
And that
here.
the tension of that kind of is going to practically keep it in place already. So
Yeah.
that'll
And again,
dry
you don't want
easily.
to add so much glue that it's squishing out. So I use the tip to spread it out and just get a nice layer on there.
Side 2.
Side 2. And again, don't overdo it with the glue. You don't want it oozing out everywhere. And then I'm going to slide this in.
Zippity-doo. Right.
That's the other reason you don't want a lot of glue on there. You don't want it oozing out as you're pushing this in.
And you're going, looks like all the way to the bottom,
Yep.
yes?
So
Okay.
you're going to line up the rounded edges.
Cute.
There. Line up the rounded edges here. This is very intuitive, you guys. We designed it in such a way that it's very, very easy to put together. And once
Let's just show the bottom, and you can see that that bottom flap is, again, flush with the bottom, so all 3 layers.
and then again,
Oh my gosh, so cute.
you want to play with it, but I recommend just letting it dry.
Gotcha.
And the other thing that I do is I go ahead and I take.
Yeah, you could tuck it in. You could use a
do
pencil.
You could use a brush. You can use whatever you like. But you just want to push these sides together.
Make
Just
sure
to
that
make
glue's
yeah.
nice and tight. Got it.
So again, I'm not going to go ahead and squish this one because we know it'll pop open because the glue's not dry. But that's how you put it together. So let me go ahead and show this again.
Awesome.
There's the bottom. There's the top. There's the sides. And everything at the bottom is lined up. So it stands up.
Nice.
So should we bring in the finished card?
Yes, we got one that's all jazzed up, I guess you can say.
Yeah, here's one. Kim went ahead and added some leaves. She added another die cut. This is the sentiment from the stamp and die set. And there's a leaf up here, but I did want to show one.
Did you see another one you loved?
I have to show this little guy.
Oh my gosh, look
Like
at
how
him.
cute he is. And again, you get 2 of these.
All right, I'm going to pull in one of my favorites. This guy. We'll put him as his little companion.
Yeah.
Look at him. He's just perched on a little branch there. So again, Weekender goes wild. We love, love, love. We love the whole box. We hope that you're enjoying yours. Maybe yours is on its way to you. So we can't wait for you to get that and really kind of dive into this.
Yeah.
This will be a card we won't necessarily do in class on the weekend because it really is just as simple as this. And then it's all about you giving it your own personality and really adding all those fun layers.
And I hope you guys have fun with these super simple, easy to make die cut shape cards.
Excellent. Thanks so much, guys. Have
Thank
fun.
you.
And happy crafting. Well, hopefully that answered a few of your questions about the die cut shapes. We just thought it was just a fun, extra, kind of different thing. Like Josie said, we've never done anything like this before. So just thought it would be fun to have you guys be our test subjects. So you'll have to tell us if you love, love, love these and all the fun things you can do. But I do want to show you one extra little project we can do. First, before I dive into this little guy, I did want to share my cute little Huey card too, because I don't think tons of us have used the stencil. Now, we did see this one on the website, but I thought in real life, wanted to kind of share it with you. So my idea of this is now you see him, now you don't. Kind of just picked up all the colors from the stencil so he kind of can blend in but still stand out. Does that make sense? Okay, maybe not. But I love this stencil. I love having the idea that you could just color block and do all the different colors, or do it just as Nicole did in all the green shades, and it's absolutely stunning. So hopefully you enjoy that stencil so much. Okay, so one thing I just want to do real quick, and I'm just going to demo where I got there, and then I'm going to swap out for a little bird I've already done, because like Josie said, you've got 2 little die cuts, 2 of everything in the pack. If you don't love that white line, and I kind of chuckle because I think somebody else had mentioned it in the group, that, I don't know if I want quite as much white around it, which is fine. But also think about when you have a stamp set, that's got a matching die, that always typically has a little white edge around it. So, give it a little bit of a chance with the white. But if you don't like it, it's as simple as taking your scissors and just doing exactly what I'm doing right now. And doing a little fussy cut. Our little detail scissors are absolutely perfect for this. And like I said, I've got one already done, but just kind of wanted to demo. Just go around, and to me, moving the die cut is easier than moving your scissors. So you can see that as I'm keeping my scissors in place, it's more about moving the paper and allowing your scissors to do the work. And look how quick, guys. Sometimes it takes a little bit of practice, but just go along, and then you really are eliminating most of that white border around. I do have this guy that I had finished earlier. It takes a little bit more time to go around the feet, but absolutely quick and easy to do that. And then let me grab a couple of foam squares. this little checkerboard arch, we couldn't resist kind of pulling out. It is one of our favorite new dies, and you know how you get when you get a new die and you just can't stop using it. I do know that it's sold out on the site right now, but you can always hit the notify me button. And we are expecting this one in fairly quick. There's a whole set of these checkerboard kind of nested arches. But this little size and these colors is the sweetest thing. And we can just pop him on there. And again, I mean, you really get that look. It's kind of elevates it and takes it out of that, I guess, die cut status. And then I have a white card base where I simply used one of our rub-ons. And then I could glue this flat, but you know what? I'm going to pop it up just for fun. And guys, I'll put a photo of this in the group and on the Weekender page. And I'll list the colors of cardstock I used. I know we're getting close to a break time, but I did want to share, you know, felt like you guys could use one more idea of a project to use with the die cuts. And this is sweet and simple, and sometimes I just love a classic white card base. I could pop a couple of those Weekender gems on. Let's grab 3. Isn't a trio a good number? 1, 2, I'll take JC's advice and kind of go boop all the way across. And I've got my diagonal line. I love that he shared that with us. And as easy as that, you've got a sweet and simple card, even if you just had an arch die cut or a rectangle. Those would both be really cute too. So super fun. Love the die cuts. I'm going to go ahead and bring that one in that Josie demoed earlier. And how fun that you can just fold it flat, pop it in an envelope, or go to town. All right, so like I said, we are kind of coming up on a break time right now. Guys, we're getting to the end of the program here. It's so exciting. I know that we've had an exciting day. Oh, I was hoping that you would show up, Dora.
See.
We have just a couple minutes before break, but how's the hunt going?
The hunt is so hard. I see you have more birds, but it is not the bird I look for.
I know. You've been looking for that special enchanted paper macaw bird.
It has been so hard. It is. I look. It is so hot in the jungle. I had to put this so I do not get the red neck. I had to shave my beard. Look at Doro's hair. It is so humid in the jungle. It is.
Got
it is
too
so
hot for the full beard, right?
You know what I used? I used my machete.
Trim your beard.
I did.
Okay.
But listen, I have a little trick. I
a
have an
plan?
idea.
We only have about an hour and a half left of the show.
I know, Kim
Okay. What's your plan?
Menage me, oh goodness. My plan, okay? I thought, you know, in Italy we love the ladies. You know, we like a sexy lady.
Okay.
And I thought maybe the paper girl would like a sexy lady too.
That is actually brilliant. Okay, tell me more.
Well, Doro is brilliant.
He is brilliant.
So I thought I might bring a mate for the paka, you know?
Oh.
So come on, mate.
Okay, we gotta put. Okay, this is your lure. This is your mate.
So do the dance.
Okay. Oh.
Yes. Very
yes.
good. Very good. That's right. Do the mating call.
A little louder.
Paka.
Okay.
Well,
It's kind of quiet, but
the female pakas have a very
softer.
diminutive
Oh,
paka.
okay,
You know.
okay.
So. All right. Well,
Now,
let's
does
look.
she bring shiny objects, or is that the paper cause?
No, that's a raven. Okay.
Oh, that's a raven.
Do
Sorry.
Kim don't know the birds.
Sorry.
No,
I don't.
It's bad.
This is
It's
very
bad.
true. Okay.
Menage a me. Oh goodness. Okay. So now we all look. Okay, we look.
Okay.
You do your dance some more.
Kind of around. Maybe she should go around the studio a little bit. Okay.
Yes. Go float around. You
Okay.
know, maybe we see her over at the other place.
Okay. Pinky, promise this is gonna work this
Okay,
time.
Dora believes. Okay, Dora believes. It could be. It could be. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. All right.
So-
do we see one more of the bird, please?
Okay.
One more. Okay. Yes. Beautiful. Very good. Very good.
Okay.
Okay. I believe that will bring the paka to us.
Okay.
I want you to believe because it is the
Everybody.
mission of our heart.
Everybody comment. I believe.
It is in your heart, okay? If you don't believe in the paka will not come. But listen, Doro has so much crafting to do. Okay, I need the feather.
You need
of
the 24
unlimited
hours.
creativity. I
Okay.
cannot do all these cards on my own.
Okay, well, why don't you tell our guests that we will take a small break.
Yes.
We'll be back for the amazing Jennifer McGuire.
Yes.
In about 30 minutes-ish. Check your schedule. We'll start right on time.
Let me see.
And in the meantime,
Keep an eye out
let's
for
go,
the bird.
Let's go watch the mate.
Not this
Watch
bird.
the mating dance.
Yes. Okay.
Okay.
All right. Bye-bye.
See you
Ciao.
soon. and welcome back. I guess that's the last time I get to say welcome back. No, I guess I'll say it one more time after Jennifer's video. But thank you so much for participating with us today. We are in our last segment of the Weekender virtual event, and so happy that you all have joined us and shared the love for the Spellbinders products. We, of course, have Jennifer McGuire, who has pre-recorded a video, but I already saw her in the chat. So, hi, Jennifer. I saw you in the chat, chit-chatting away there. So we're going to run Jennifer's pre-recorded video. It's amazing, as always. She has amazing cards to share. And during that, she'll keep up with the chat. We'll answer any questions that come in. And then we are going to come back in after the chat and say our official goodbyes and all that. So Jennifer, it really is all about mixing and matching. You guys can kick back. You're not really expected to craft along. But I know you're going to absolutely get some amazing inspiration from her, and you're going to want to come back later, rewatch those videos, get all those tips and tricks, and possibly recreate some of the cards for sure. So why don't we, without further ado, kick off Jennifer's video, and we'll catch you as soon as it loops to the end.
Hello and welcome. This is Jennifer McGuire, and I am so glad to be part of the Spellbinders event. As soon as I saw these products, I knew it would be a lot of fun to mix and match them together. So that's my job today as a teacher, is to just show you some ways to use these products in different ways, right, other than what the teachers have taught. So for this class, just sit back, relax, and watch, and then you can come back and recreate them later if you'd like. Now I have 4 cards for you. The first 2 are kind of a pair showing variations of a technique. So we'll get started with those. So for my first technique, I think I'll probably try 2 different things just to show variations. I will be using the embossing folder from the class. I'll be using the side with the pattern, not the floral portion. I have a 4 1/4 by 5 1/2 inch white cardstock panel, and I put a little bit of tape runner on the back side of it. That side I will place into the embossing folder where the pattern is raised. So it is kind of stuck inside the embossing folder where the pattern is raised. So you can see this is how you would normally put your cardstock into your folder. But we're going to run that through just like we would any embossing folder in our die cut machine. This is a Spellbinders Platinum 6. I have my instructions here on how to do so. So you do the platform base, your 3D embossing folder, and then your adapter plate, and I'll run that through. I really like the size of these embossing folders because they are either good for a bigger card base, like a 5x7, or in this case, there are 2 different patterns in one. Now, before I remove this, you can see it's kind of stuck there thanks to that little bit of glue. I'm taking a soft color of ink. Now this is a super soft color. I'll show you on a scrap. I mean, it's very, very light. And actually, to be honest with you, it needs re-inking too. So it's very, very light in color. And it's kind of a poolish color, greenish blue, called Arctic. Any light colored dye ink would be great here. You could do darker if you wanted to, but I think for this particular card design, that the light is better. All right, so I'm pressing that ink onto this side of the embossing folder where the background is raised and the pattern is indented. I'll then close that and we'll repeat the process, running it through our die cut machine. I don't have my die cut machine in the camera because it's hanging off the edge because I have the extended handle on it to make it easier to work with. Now what's happening is the color's getting pushed into the background, but remember, this is a light ink. And I have a very light, very uninked ink pad. So I'm going to repeat this a few times. If you have a juicier ink pad, you'll get quicker results, but it's okay because I'm just going to repeat the process and go through a few times. Sometimes one of the things I like to do is start going through the embossing folder and then go back a little bit and then go through a little more and back a little bit. Kind of do a little cha-cha, I guess you call it, just to really make sure you're getting pressure everywhere. Does that make a difference? I have no idea, but it's a little habit that I've done over the years. So now you can see how that greenish blue, it's coming out more green in the video, but that greenish blue is ending up deep in the pattern. So the raised area stays white and there's ink in the pattern. I just think that is such a fun technique. I am going to trim it down. I didn't do a good job getting some of the ink on the edges here, but that's okay. I'm going to trim it down and all will be fine. So let's trim this down a bit. Mostly this side I didn't get much ink, so I'll trim down from there. So I'll trim it down to be 4 by 5 1/4. That'll be a nice size. I thought it'd be fun to use the stencils from class, these color block tropical stencils, but not use it all, just use parts of it. That way we can get a different look than really what was intended. So I will get out a grip mat here. You can just use tape if you prefer. And let's see, I have here, I'm not sure if I want to use it this way. So this big leaf is like right here, or if I want to use it this way, so the big leaf is here, or flip them over. And so that the big leaf is like a mirror. I think I might do the flip. I think I'm going to do the reverse and only do this big leaf and these two down here. So I'm going to skip that and that, but I'm going to reverse it all. So it's really easy to do a reverse stencil image. All you have to do is ink up the other side of the stencils. I'm going to start with stencil 1, and the 1 is down here. This is the front of the stencil, but I'm going to actually flip it so it's like this. So this leaf is going to be going up here instead of down here, like in the picture. You'll see as I go. And I want to make sure my stencils line up each time. So what I'll do is just let's take some tape. This is a Spellbinders Best Ever Craft Tape. I'm going to put a little piece of tape right here and here and in the opposite corner. That way I know my stencil goes into that place every single time and they will line up. Okay, so I am only doing, I'm going to focus on just this leaf. So it'll be, it's reverse image, keep that in mind, it's flipped. But I think I'll do this leaf and this leaf and this leaf. So I'm not inking up this or this up here. So I'm just inking up this big leaf, this and this. So I'm going to mask off the things I don't want. Now you could keep this simpler by using the stencils in the direction they were. It'll make more sense then, but it actually isn't that hard in the end. All right, I have my ink stand, and now I will grab some green inks. I'm using Hero Arts inks today. I've used their inks for so many years, and I've always loved them, and I never re-ink them, as you could see with my ink earlier. But you know, sometimes good inks last you a while. So over this, I want to use Fresh Lawn. I know that these little bits of the stencil might peel up. So what I do is I just put a little bit of tape runner, or they might move, you know, as I'm making. If you put a little tape runner behind on the back of the stencil, it helps it to stay there. So I got Fresh Lawn, and I am putting a medium application of Fresh Lawn at the base of that, which will be like the center of the leaf. And I'm kind of fading out a little bit towards the edge. And you can see that my ink is picking up that texture that we have. Now you could get really creative and come in with more dark towards the center, which I'll go ahead and demonstrate, but I don't really think it's necessary. I have pine here, which is a bit darker. I'll apply some pine at the base there just to make it a bit darker. But I'm not going to go super overboard with the blending because with the technique, I don't feel like you need much. All right, so that's what we have so far. Now let's move on to stencil number 2. This is stencil 2 with the number 2 down here. I'm going to flip it over and that will line up. So in this case, I'm doing a flip, which will get me a reverse result. I'll put a little bit of glue tape on the back, which you can always remove with a little bit of rubbing alcohol. There we go, that's lined up. So I thought I would do a different shade of green here. So let's do a bit of moss. So I'll do moss all over it. I'm not doing this over here. So again, I'm only inking up the areas where it makes the 3 leaves, this, and this. Okay, so I'm going to switch and go to Forever Green, which is a bit darker, and add that towards the inside. See how that just kind of makes it all pop. All right, stencil number 3. It's supposed to be this way. I'm flipping it this way, lining it up with my tick marks, and then I know it'll line up with everything else. Now this one, I think I'm going to bring in kind of a bluish color, but I don't want it to be too blue. I do not want, I I want it to kind of blend with what we have, but add that little pop of blue. So I think what I'll do is start with the Fresh Lawn again and put like a base of that green down. Then I'm going to come in with like a teal color and put that at the center. Let's see what happens with that. See how that gives that pop of blue, but not so blue that it doesn't fit in with the rest. I want this little stem here to be darker. So there we go. So that is, let's see how it looks. Hopefully we like that. If not, we can go over it with another color. Then stencil number 4. This is how it's supposed to be. I'm going to flip it, line it up with my tape. Does a plant like this exist in nature? Likely not. Does that matter when you're crafting? Not one bit. So I'll do kiwi. I think that'll be a nice touch here, especially with that on top of that kind of bluish green we put down as a base. And I think I'll come back again with Fresh Lawn and have that be at the inside edge of all that. Let's see what we got. Oh, that's fun. Isn't that fun? Now, last stencil. Stencil number 5. It should be this way. Flip it over. I think this I'll do the moss here because underneath here my moss is up there, so I'll just do it kind of catty corner on the same one. So I've got moss here. Oh, I should put a little tape under here. That little tape really will keep it from moving and your brush getting underneath it. And I did a little forever green at the base. Now this is for that stem of this leaf. So let's see what we got. Look at that. So it gives you a different pattern look. See how it's flipped from what it was designed. And I didn't include these 2 other leaves. And we have that cool texture to it. And what's neat about this is you have that bluish color in the background and the pattern is raised in white. But then you have the texture on our green leaves. All right, let's do a different variation of this. It'll change up just a slight amount. This time I'm starting with white cardstock, and I will do a bit of the Arctic ink blended onto it. I'm not going to do a whole lot. I want this to be kind of light, but if you wanted to, you absolutely could go darker. I'll use my big, I call this the Big Mama blending brushes from Spellbinders. I really like these because it's a great way to apply a light amount of ink over a background or a lot of ink over a background. It just makes it quicker. Now I'm noticing that when I ink blend with this, it's super, super light. So I think I'm going to go a little bit darker. I'm going to switch to this other one. This is a much brighter color. So I'll just kind of go lightly with that. There we go. I'm not going to care too much about a good blend here because of the technique I'm about to do. I'm going to do a lot on top of it, but you can see how easy it is to get a good blend with this ink. So I just put a light amount of ink down onto white cardstock. We're going to go ahead and do the embossing folder to this before we do our stenciling actually. So I'll put this in, and I'm putting it as I normally would do. So you can see the text of the embossing folder is facing up. So last time we ended up with that like light pool color only on the background and not on the raised areas. Let me show you a comparison. So here, like that pool color is in the background, but the raised area is white because we inked the inside of the embossing folder. This time I ink blended first, so that color is over all of it. But we'll change that up in a few moments. This is stencil number 1, the normal way. Last time I flipped it this way. This time, from the normal way, I'll flip it this way. It's just going to change up our orientation. And I will go through and do the same kind of inking. Roughly the same thing. This is moss with a bit of forever green at the base. So that's stencil number 1. Let's find stencil number 2. Stencil number 2 normally is like this. I'm flipping it this way, lining it up with what we have already done. Gosh, this is so rewarding to go through all of this and the unique looks that you get each time. Now mine will look somewhat similar because I used the same color palette, right? But I wanted to give you a comparison between different things. All right, so let's remove that. And there we have a different kind of look, right? So it is just flip-flopped. But I'm going to change this up even more. I will take a piece of scrap paper because you don't want to scratch your glasswork surface. I'm taking a sanding block. This is a paper sander, but you can also use sandpaper for this. And I will lightly sand over the raised surface. And what this is going to do is remove that ink on the raised areas that we applied when we ink blended. And it'll reveal the white core of that cardstock. Because remember, we started with white cardstock. And it just gives a different kind of look. This will reveal the pattern raised, the raised pattern in white in the background and on the leaves. So it's just two different looks. Another thing you could do after this is come in with like a brayer and like another color of ink, like maybe a blue or a yellow, and brayer over the raised areas. But I like leaving it white. So let's see what this looks like. Gives just a different look. So you see how you can see the white on the raised areas everywhere, on the green and the background. Whereas this was our first one, the raised white is only in the background. Two different looks, lots of texture, and very little bulk. So here are the two cards that I end up with. Please note that it's the same. On one time I flipped it vertically, one time I flipped it horizontally, but it's really the same, but I adhered them, so on one the leaf is coming from the bottom and one it's coming from the top. So we have two different designs. Now on this, I didn't want to cover up much of it, but I wanted a focal point more than just adding a sentiment. You could just add a sentiment, but I thought it'd be fun to have a branch coming down from the top corner of this and coming up from the bottom corner of this with just simple florals. So I used some florals. This is, I believe, from the Toucan set. There are lots of different florals that you could use here, but I really wanted what I added here to be very simple. So I cut those from white cardstock, and I'm adding one of my all-time favorite yellow colors just to the center, and that is Butter Bar from Hero Arts. Man, I've used this ink for so many years, but you could maybe make these pink if you wanted, like a pink color to stand out. But I really wanted to kind of keep to these more, I don't know, neutrally kind of colors, and I thought that yellow would work wonderfully. Now for leaves, I didn't want to add a lot of leaves to this, but I didn't want my leaves to be big because I didn't want to cover up all the leaves that I have. So I actually used the die that is meant for the petals of the Birds of Paradise, and it cuts 3 at a time. So that's going to save me some die cutting time also. And I will put some, let's put a little bit of pine onto the base of those. And you'll see I'm not doing much blending at all, just kind of like going from the base of the leaf out. Most of the base of the leaf will be covered by my flowers. So again, I chose small leaves so I don't distract more from what we have in the background, and simple flowers so that it doesn't get too over the top. So now it's time to kind of play around with these and see how we want to do this. So I'm thinking I want this branch to come from the top and have the sentiment go right across it. For me, I like my sentiment to be in the focal area of the project instead of floating somewhere else on the card, but by all means, put it wherever you feel most comfortable. I think I'll put this like that. You could put your sentiment down here, away from the, all the action going on up here, but I really feel like the eye is all coming towards this area, so I want my sentiment there. So this is the arrangement I decided on. And then I can come in and put liquid adhesive behind some of my little leaves and tuck them coming out wherever I want them coming out. Doesn't have to make any sense. It's my card, and you can have your card do whatever you like it to do. Then I will try to do kind of the opposite going on this card, but coming out from the bottom corner. Once you've done one, it's easy to come up with something that will work on the other. As far as gems for the center, you have a few options. You could use like one of the little circle die cuts from the kit, or you could use some of these little gems if you have any left over. They sometimes don't want to stick to wet ink, but once this yellow ink dries, it'll be just fine. On one of them, I'll use some black so that it just kind of pops. And then on the others, I'll use a lighter so you can see the options. It's sometimes there's more than one right answer on what to use. So there we go. And I don't feel like it needs any gems anywhere else because we have so much interest going on in this card. The texture on the card is just wonderful. So we have our two different versions. I think I like the one with the black in the center, kind of. I don't know. So this is the version where we pressed the ink onto the embossing folder. And by putting the ink in the embossing folder, it pressed the ink into the background and left the raised pattern white. And then over that, we did our reverse stenciling. And we did partial stenciling. We didn't do the whole thing. Then the other one is where we inked the whole background with a light amount of blue. Then we did the embossing folder and the stenciling. And then we sanded over all of the raised area to reveal the white behind the ink. Similar techniques, but could serve two different purposes. On this version, the leaves stay all colored. On this version, there's some white kind of showing through on the leaves. And by the way, the absolute best way to make your cards stand out once you're done with them is to use a matching envelope. All right, it's time for my second card. This is a magic slider card. So the neat thing about this is that the color changes when you pull a tab out of the top. Let's look at the completed card first before getting started. So let's take a closer look at it. We have our front, and it looks just like a normal kind of card with a window, right, with some dimension. But then when you take it out, it completely changes. I have a 4 1/4 by 5 1/2 inch white cardstock piece where I cut an oval from the center. I love these Spellbinders ovals so much. I will then place that inside of the embossing folder on the side where the floral is. So we'll have kind of a floral frame around the front of our card. Now this is something that you could decorate a lot. I think it'd be fun if maybe this entire frame was covered with leaves kind of coming in from the edges, just put a lot of die cuts on the front. But I'm opting for a more simple, clean look with the white floral frame. Oh, I just love that look. Now, I plan to make my magic slider card so that there's a tab sticking out the top, which will end up making the overall size bigger than an A2 card. So you'll need a slightly bigger envelope. So this is A2, right? But I will have a tab sticking out the top. If you don't want a tab sticking out of the top, you could create a little notch so that you don't have to have it sticking out. I think for this particular card, I'm going to go for the tab sticking out of the top. This will be the front, and then we need an A2 card panel behind it, or card base, which I have at 4 1/4 by 5 1/2 inches. So this is the front. Now I will have one seam when the pull-out panel is in place and one seam when you remove it. And then some of it will stay on the front of the acetate. So we need a piece of acetate to go behind the window. It really doesn't matter what acetate you use for this because we're not doing any kind of heat embossing or stamping, so it's not necessary for it to be heat resistant or anything. So recycled material would be awesome for this if you have any recycled packaging. I'm happening to use, I will be using Hero Arts acetate panels. So I'm just putting some adhesive on the back of my frame, and I will place the acetate panel on top. So now we have that acetate window. Okay, you could do white heat embossing on here, but I'm preferring for this card to leave that as is. So I'm taking some foam tape and putting foam tape down the left-hand side. And then I'll put it down the right-hand side and then the bottom. But we're going to leave that top wide open. You don't have to use a thick foam tape here. It can be pretty thin if you wanted to, but I opted for a thicker because I love that dimension. Now I won't be gluing this down yet. I just have it there so it's ready to go. This is what it'll look like on the front of our card. Okay, now it's time to make our magic slider piece. So I am cutting a piece of Seaside cardstock down. I love this color. It's like a poolish blue that I think is fun for skies. So now let's create the magic slider piece, the piece that goes in and out. I need that to fit in between these little guides. So I'm going to put it up against one of the guides and put a little tick mark here against the other guide. So I know if I cut where that tick mark is, it'll fit in between those guides and slide up and down nicely. You don't want it to be too snug. You want a little wiggle room in there. So I end up cutting mine to be a little less than 3.5 inches wide. So you see how that goes up and down just fine. And it's 5.5 inches tall, which is nice because this will be a nice tab sticking out of the top. We could always make it shorter if we wanted to. So this will be on our card, and this piece will go up and down, up and down. Now that we have the card base itself done, it's time to create the pieces for the 2 scenes of Little Huey. So this is what I want it to look like when the magic slider panel is inside, but then I want it to change to this when I remove it. And I'll do that by just only having on the front of the acetate the head and the arms, and then I'll create 2 different body scenes. Just stick with me, it'll make sense as we get going. For my color changing card, I am going to have the same head and front legs, no matter what the coloring. So I'm going to start with that. And I'll do just kind of a basic coloring on this. I'll use Candy Apple first. I'm going to kind of go along the center of his face. I'm starting with white so that I can do kind of a blend of color. You could just use solid cardstock, kind of like is on the packaging, but I want to do this fun kind of color blend. So this is kind of where I'm starting. Then let's go with Bermuda, which is a dark teal. That's lovely. And I'll do that from the top down. I will say I saw Nicole's card in the instruction manual, and I really liked her coloring. So hers is my inspiration here. I might change things up a little bit, but that girl, she can color. Oh my goodness. So I thought that I would do somewhat similar. I'm not really sure what colors she did. I didn't look at that, but I figured you could follow her example for even better coloring example, because this kind of thing's just not my cup of tea. I'm not really strong at this. So, you know, everybody kind of has their jam. I felt like that was a little too bright with that butter bar, so I'm kind of fading it down a little bit more with the green apple. So there we have our head and our feet, our front feet for our little guy. So the chameleon will be one color and change to another. So the first scene, I want it to be mostly just that with very little yellow, mostly green and blue. So let's start with the green. Put a lot of color down there. I'm putting very little yellow at the bottom. Then we've got our tail. That will change too. The only elements that will be the same will be the head and the 2 feet I've already done. Here I'll do mostly green. I will say, I don't know if my colors are realistic, but again, we are crafters. We can do whatever we want. So for the little spiky doodads, I use green apple. So I mostly use green apple on everything, but then I will come in with the Bermuda on the top really of everything. Kind of right up there. So he's mostly a green guy on this layer. Now these are the back kind of legs. So I'm going to go darker on those. I'm going to leave that green. So on the front, it'll kind of look like this. I'm not sure about the stripes yet. We'll add those later. But that's kind of what he looks like when he's on the front. All right. Now, let's move those. Let's think about what he will look like on the inside. All right. Now the inside, we're going to go brighter. We're going to go much brighter, I think. So for the body, I still have the same head, so I don't want it to go too far off of it. But I think we'll still do the green. Kind of towards the top. We'll do a little bit of the blue above that. Then we'll do the yellow below that. And again, my Hero Art inks are dry. Somebody really should be taking some time to re-ink their ink pads, and that someone should be me, but it hasn't happened. Now, I thought it'd be fun to bring in a little bit of red, and I'll use my favorite kind of soft red all time from Hero Arts, and that is the pale tomato. And I'll just do a little bit of red, or it's kind of like a tomato color, right along the base. So we're kind of introducing that new color. So I still think it goes along with the head there, and that'll all work out. All right, now his legs will stay the same. So I want this to be introduce even more color, and the tail to introduce even more color. It's kind of a rainbow of colors, because why not? That's what I'm looking for here, is just some fun, make this fun and different. So you can see the inside chameleon will be much more vibrant than the outside, and we'll add the stripes here in a moment. Now for his legs, I want to keep it somewhat similar to the ones in the front. Now we can start think about how this all comes together. And I need to think about where I'm going to put all of his parts. So I'm going to start with just the front. This is the acetate. His little head, I want to be about right there. I'm not gluing his body down. I'm just figuring out where his head needs to be. His head needs to be right about there. Then he'll have this tail coming down. And he will have the two little legs. And I do believe I need to have a branch. So we will have him sitting on the simple branch from that toucan set. And then my sentiment will end up going over here. So that's about where everything will be placed. But on the front of my card, I just need the head and the two hands and the branch. So let me go ahead and glue those down. And I will just use some glue tape. So in case I need to move anything, I can. In fact, I know a little black piece should be going in that little hole, but we'll handle that later. So I'll put just his head there. And then I'm going to just move his tail. We don't need it right now. I know I want this branch kind of coming up from the bottom. Like that. So his little hands can be on it. All right. So let's take one of the hands. And these, again, I'll be able to move these because I used that tape runner. But this one looks like he goes kind of like, he'll end up going kind of right about there. And this one will go kind of in the back like this. Now I know this looks weird as is, but we're going to get there, I promise. So this is the only thing that'll be on the front. All right. Everything else is going to be on the other layers. So next up, we have this guy here. This is our slider piece, the first one. That's where we're going to put kind of like our boring chameleon. That's just what I'm calling him here, is the boring chameleon. So I have put a little tape on the back of the body, and I'm going to put the body in here and try to get it lined up in the right position. Okay, so that's too high, so I need to move it down a bit. There are a few ways you could do this better, more effectively, but sometimes I feel like trial and error is the best. Let's move that down. Once you get the body, the rest will be easier to put together. So there we go. So see how the body is behind. So the body will move, but it'll look normal in a minute. So I have my tail here. I'm just doing a little bit of glue right now until we get everything where we want it. This little tail comes out right here. These are so fun to put together. Now I'm doing a pretty complex magic slider here. You could, if you wanted to do something different, you could instead have a full chameleon on this and a full chameleon behind it, and that changes. But I really wanted part of it to stay on the front. So there we go. Look at that. That's pretty good. And then we can add more decoration to him. But now we have to do the same thing on our card base using the brighter colors. So I'm starting with the body, because once you get the body in place, you can go from there. Another thing you can do is try to kind of hold it where you want it, like that, and then lay it down centered and press that down. Let's see if that works. Center that on. Oh, that looks pretty good. That's pretty good. Get his rear up a little bit. There we go. Now let's see. Look at that. So what will happen is, see how you can slide this up and he changes to be more colorful. Now he's going to be more colorful when I add more things to him. I just need to go ahead and do that. So once I'm done adding all of these pieces, I'll definitely have a lot more colorful interest on the inside one compared to the outside one. We have the stripes and the stripes on the tail. And those I'm just going to do the same colorful colors that I did before and glue them on top. For the stripes on my somewhat less colorful, I was going to say boring, but that's definitely not right. But on my less colorful guy, I'm doing aquatic at the top, blending down to pine so that we have kind of the same color palette, but a little bit darker. Some other things that would be fun is to do like a glitter paper here, but I'm trying to just keep focused on the color instead. Once I'm done, I can glue those little stripes right into the impressions that are on the die cut. I love that the impressions are there because then it takes all that guesswork out of where you're supposed to put each of them. Now for the stripes for the inside guy, I just did the same pale tomato and butter bar on all the stripes. I didn't want to introduce any more colors, just keep this one colorful. Okay, so I added the eyes. I used white and black. I added the little details, and now we can start putting everything together. Now, when I hold this here, I think this piece that is 5.5 inches tall is sticking out a little bit too much. So I'm going to trim a little bit off the top, not a whole lot, just so that it only sticks out just a touch. So I'll take about 1/8 of an inch off of that. And I think I'll like that now. Again, nothing's glued together. I'm just holding it down. And look at what's happening. When I go to put this in, my magic slider panel gets stuck on all those layers here on the inside. So I need to do something to make that smoother. And the easiest thing to do for that is to add another piece of acetate in there. This could be super, super thin acetate. This does not have to be thick at all. It could be even the really thin packaging that comes with like a die set or a stamp set, you know, like the outside packaging. And we're going to glue that over the chameleon. And in fact, I'm just going to use Scotch tape to add it. So this piece of acetate will go right over it. Again, this could be very thin. The only purpose this is serving is to make this smooth so that when the magic slider piece goes up and down, it doesn't get caught on it. And I have a little dog in here that I'm trying to get out. So anytime you have any kind of packaging, whether it's really thin or if it's thicker, always keep it because you can use it for things like this. So this is going to make it a very smooth surface here for that to slide against. All right. There we go. Okay, so now let's try it. I'll just hold this here and I'll put this inside and see how it doesn't get caught on that now. So it looks like everything is good. So now we can glue this all together. Now, when I have some foam tape, I do like to put some strong liquid adhesive on the foam tape and then spread it out, and that makes the surface of this foam tape slick. And the reason I do that is that way I have wiggle room time when I place this down. Otherwise, foam tape likes to just stick right away. So I can place this down and wiggle it around until it's lined up with my card base, because the card base is the same size as that front piece. So now that's all lined up. Oh, he's so cute. Okay. And now this can slide in and out. Now, one thing you could do, by the way, is put a head on him here too, and legs that would line up with these. All right. I don't think I'm going to, because I'm expecting the recipient to take this out and not keep this. You know, they're not going to put on display next to it. So it doesn't matter there's not a head here, but if that bothers you, you can put a head and legs on here that line up so that when it's in here, it is hidden behind the legs and hand here. So you could absolutely do that. I don't think I'm going to bother. I'm sending this to a crafter who I know will just take that middle out and set it somewhere else, but it's up to you. If you would like to add a head and legs onto the slider piece, you can. And then I have the sentiment that says, you were made to stand out. Remember, liquid glue takes a while to dry on that acetate, so you'll need to give it some time. You could also add little flowers and leaves onto this, but I feel like I, again, want the only focus to be on that color changing chameleon. So I don't want to distract from that feature in any way. Another thing that you could do is add the same blue color on the inside. I originally was going to put blue on the inside like I have here, but I decided to switch to the white on the inside. So any kind of changes you want to make, any scene changing that you want to do, you definitely can. But that's what I decided to go with today. So let's take a closer look at it. We have our front, and it looks just like a normal kind of card with a window, right, with some dimension. But then when you take it out, it completely changes. And this is how I would expect the recipient to put it on display. So magic slider cards like this are fun for changing a scene, and I thought it would be great for this. You can stamp or write poll on the tab on the top, but I figure I will just put a message on the inside that tells the recipient to do it. Or again, I'm going to send this to a crafter who would know what that means sticking out the top. All right, it's time for our fourth and final card. The front of this has lots of die cutting and inking, but when you open it, you have a fun pop-up surprise. The nice thing about this design is you could change out which critter you have there in the window and make several cards using your class supplies. Okay, I have a top folding 4 1/4 by 5 1/2 inch note card. And I have a circle die from Spellbinders that's about 2 1/2 inches in diameter. And I will cut this towards the top. Let's do the top left corner, about 1 inch from the top of the card. So I'll place that right there. It's about 1 inch from the top. I'll open that up and run that through my die cut machine. All right. Now, on the front of this card, I want to cover this with as many die cuts as I can. So I've die cut a bunch of the leaves from a darker green cardstock from Spellbinders, and now I'm just adding a little bit of shading with Hero Arts Pine ink. You could actually even go darker than this. Let me show you. You could even use like a black ink, and the black ink would add shading also. That would actually give a lot less effort because watch, you can do the shading with black and it looks like you used a darker color. So actually I think I'll switch so I get that darker contrast very quickly. Now these could be a variety of different colors. You could start with white cardstock and then add different shades of green. But I'm looking for a fast way to cover a card with lots of different leaves, and this really does do the trick. So I'll stick with the black on the dark green cardstock. Then I will end up switching to some more leaves these are cut from the Rainforest cardstock from Spellbinders. So let's switch over to them. And on these, I'll do the pine, just so I can add that dark contrast at the base. You don't have to have that much contrast. If you don't want to, you could leave this uninked. It's completely up to you. But I like to have a little bit of interest that kind of blends these different colors of greens together. So here we have the pine. So I have a bunch of die cuts here, and I want them to be kind of coming in towards that circle. And we'll glue these on, and then I can trim all the excess off once I'm done. So I'm just putting glue on the front and kind of having them come into the center. I have a mix of, the bigger leaves and the smaller leaves, and we'll see what we end up with in the end. But I'm covering this card with as much as I can. I don't want any white showing around the front. Now, you could absolutely simplify this and not do this technique with lots of cards or lots of leaves coming into the center. But by doing this, I think I add a lot of interest. Another thing you could do is just use the embossing folders instead. But again, I just really want to have a lot of texture and really cover everything up that's on the front of the card. You can have the leaves going in different directions, but I kind of like the idea of all the leaves kind of pointing towards the center of this window. Okay, so I put some of my little die cuts kind of coming towards that opening. But now it's time to trim off the excess and figure out what else we need to fill in. Chances are I will fill in some of the openings with floral images. But flipping it over makes it really easy to cut off all the excess. So much easier than looking from the front. Okay, so I have a bunch of leaves coming in, but I need to add some more to kind of fill it in, and I'll also add some little flowers in the open spaces. But see some of these down here? I'll just take some of the smaller leaves and add them on top, just so it doesn't look like, I don't know, that all the tight areas are here and the open areas are here. So I die cut some red flowers, and I also added some cranberry ink towards the center, and I'll glue those in some of the open areas. Like right here, I'll add a little flower and just have those kind of fill in the gaps, but also add a pop of color here and there. At this point, unfortunately, my microphone malfunctioned, so I am switching here to a voiceover to finish this video off. But next up is creating our bird. Now, I did this off screen because it was very basic to do. I created most of it from black glitter cardstock. This is from the Spellbinders Black Treasured Cardstock Pack. I love those packs because they have a variety of specialty cardstocks in different colors, and I thought the glitter was fun here. Everything else I cut from white cardstock, and the different colored pieces, I just used a marker to color the white. That was definitely faster than finding lots of different colors for those tiny little pieces. Next, I need to create a pop-up mechanism. I want this so that the toucan kind of pops up as you open the card. So this is a piece of white cardstock that is 1 inch by 5 inches, and we'll do a few score lines on this to create that easy pop-up. The first score line is at 1 1/4 inches. The next one will be at 2 1/2 inches. The next after that is 3 3/4 inches. And then we will fold in the same direction along each of those score lines. So what you end up with is what looks like a little box when looking from the side. Now this goes inside of our note card to do the pop-up. What I'll do is fold it in half, as you see I'm doing here, and on the 2 flaps, I'll put strong liquid adhesive. So on that flap and on that flap. And this we will take and put into the fold of our note card so that the open ends of our little pop-up mechanism go right into the fold of the card. And then I'll close the card down, and there you can see how I have a pop-up now right where that window is, right at the center of the window. I also have the circle die cut that I'd left over when I created the circle window on the front of our card. I'll put glue onto that little pop-up platform, then I'll open up my card and just lay the circle into the opening and then close my card. So what happens is the circle will get stuck to that little pop-up. And there you can see how the circle moves as you open it up. Then all I need to do is glue my little bird right on there. You could have the bird on the outside and then have something else pop up on the inside, but I really liked this look of him kind of peeking out from the front, and then when you open it up, you see all of him. You could add a branch on him and some little flowers if you wanted to, but I felt like this card had enough going on already. I did add a few of these little palm branches here and there and some gemstones to the center of the flowers for a bit of sparkle. And then finally a sentiment that's adhered to the front of the card. So here is what it looks like completed. I really love how this bird pops up. Again, you could decorate the inside more if you wanted to, but it makes for a really nice surprise because when the card is closed, you have no idea that it will end up popping up. Now, this design can be done with a lot of the different products in this event. You could have the jungle cat in there, you could have the chameleon, you could have a bird, a paradise coming out. Really, you can change this up even with other products that you have on hand. So there you have it, a few more cards that you can make using your class supplies. But also, these are all techniques you can use with other supplies. I thank you for watching and being part of this fun event, and I will see you again next time.
Oh my goodness. Probably you are all right there with me with your jaws dropped down, just like, oh my gosh. You think you've seen it all after an exciting weekend like this, and then Jennifer just comes on in and shows us just some really fun, unique new card ideas. So very much love that. Thank you so much, Jennifer. I know it's really late on the East Coast right now, and for all of our East Coast viewers too. So very much appreciate that you were able to come in and chit chat and answer questions. That was just absolutely fantastic. What a wonderful way to end the Weekender. But I have a feeling the Weekender hasn't been as wonderful for all of us. But maybe, you know what, Doro, come here. Dorito, I guess you never actually found the paper macaw.
No, it's a sad day, you know. Doro's dream was to find a bird, and no bird. It's too bad. It's
Doro,
too
listen.
hard.
The true magic of crafting is all of the amazing friends we've made, all of the amazing projects we've seen. It's going to be okay. Trust me.
I think that is kind of garbage, Kim, because I wanted to find the enchanted paper claw. I heard it.
Here, have it. Have it. In fact, there's two.
Oh, Doro can't take it. This is too good. I got the paper feather. I will have so much creativity for days and days and weeks, Doro.
It's a miracle. It's a Weekender.
We'll craft forever.
It's a Weekender miracle.
It's so good.
Thank you so much, Doro. I'm glad that your quest was achieved.
Yes,
You didn't really want to catch the bird anyway. You just wanted the
I
feather,
just
right?
wanted the feather. The bird is a wild animal, do you know? It's so good. It's so bueno.
Okay. Thank you, Doro. We're going to close our Weekender out, but I do want to bring the rest of my crew in, including our good sport who's been our enchanted macaw. So, Nicole's like, I'm trying to sneak in here. She's coming from the other side. All right. Come on in. Oh my gosh. And by the way, we haven't officially introduced Amy, but thank you, Amy. You did so great. Thank you, Nicole. Can we all get one big? You guys helped us because you believed.
Wait, Gavin, you did a pacaw. Turn your camera on and
do
pacaw for
Gavin.
us.
Thank you guys so much for having an amazing weekend. We love you. We hope that you can join us for the Weekender next year. You never know where the Weekender's going to show up next year. Give us your ideas in the last few minutes of our comments. In the meantime, again, thank you so much. Happy crafting with the Weekender, and we'll see you next time.
Bye.
Ciao.
Ciao.